Chapters One and Two of Darkness and Daylight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Céline Major. Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter One. Collingwood. Collingwood was to have a tenant at last. For 12 long years its massive walls of dark grey stone had frowned in gloomy silence upon the passers by, the terror of the superstitious ones who had peopled its halls with ghosts and goblins, saying even that the snowy-haired old man, its owner, had more than once been seen there, moving restlessly from room to room, and muttering of the darkness which came upon him when he lost his fair young wife and her beautiful baby Charlie. The old man was not dead, but for years he had been a stranger to his former home. In foreign lands he had wandered, up and down, from the snow-clad hills of Russia to where the blue skies of Italy bent softly over him and the sunny plains of France smiled on him a welcome. But the darkness he bewailed was there as elsewhere, and to his son he said at last, "We will go to America, but not to Collingwood. Not where Lucy used to live, and where the boy was born." So they came back again, and made for themselves a home on the shore of the silvery lake so famed in song, where they hoped to rest from their weary journeyings. But it was not so decreed. Slowly as poison works within the blood, a fearful blight was stealing upon the noble, uncomplaining Richard, who had sacrificed his early manhood to his father's fancies, and when at last the blow had fallen and crushed him in its might, he became as helpless as a little child, looking to others for the aid he had heretofore been accustomed to render. Then it was that the weak old man emerged for a time from beneath the cloud which had enveloped him so long, and winding his arms around his stricken boy, said submissively, "What will poor Dick have me do? Go to Collingwood, where I know every walk and winding path, and where the world will not seem so dreary, for I shall be at home." The father had not expected this, and his palsied hands shook nervously. But the terrible misfortune of his son had touched a chord of pity, and brought to his darkened mind a vague remembrance of the years in which the unselfish Richard had thought only of his comfort, and so he answered sadly, "We will go to Collingwood." 1 week more, and it was known in Shannondale that crazy Captain Harrington and his son, the handsome Squire Richard, were coming again to the old homestead, which was first to be fitted up in a most princely style. All through the summer months the extensive improvements and repairs went on, awakening the liveliest interest in the villagers, who busied themselves with watching and reporting the progress of events at Collingwood. Fires were kindled on the marble hearths, and the flames went roaring up the broad-mouthed chimneys, frightening from their nests of many years the croaking swallows, and scaring away the bats which had so long held holiday in the deserted rooms. Partitions were removed, folding doors were made, windows were cut down, and large panes of glass were substituted for those of more ancient date. The grounds and garden, too, were reclaimed from the waste of briars and weeds which had so wantonly rioted there; and the waters of the fish pond, relieved of their dark green slime and decaying leaves, gleamed once more in the summer sunshine, like a sheet of burnished silver, while a ferry boat lay moored upon its bosom as in the olden time. Softly the hillside brooklet fell, like a miniature cascade, into the little pond, and the low music it made blended harmoniously with the fall of the fountain not far away. It was indeed a beautiful place, and when the furnishing process began, crowds of eager people daily thronged the spacious rooms, commenting upon the carpets, the curtains, the chandeliers, the furniture of rosewood and marble, and marvelling much why Richard Harrington should care for surroundings so costly and elegant. Could it be that he intended surprising them with a bride? It was possible; nay, more, it was highly probable that, weary of his foolish sire's continual mutterings of "Lucy and the darkness," he had found some fair young girl to share the care with him, and this was her gilded cage. Shannondale was like all country towns, and the idea once suggested, the story rapidly gained ground, until at last it reached the ear of Grace Atherton, the pretty young widow, whose windows looked directly across the stretches of meadow and woodland to where Collingwood lifted its single tower and its walls of dark grey stone. As became the owner of Briar Hill and the widow of a judge, Grace held herself somewhat above the rest of the villagers, associating with but few, and finding her society mostly in the city not many miles away. When her cross, gouty, tizzicky, fidgety old husband lay sick for 3 whole months, she nursed him so patiently that people wondered if it could be she loved the surly dog, and one woman bolder than the others asked her if she did. "Love him? No," she answered, "but I shall do my duty." So when he died she made him a grand funeral, but did not pretend that she was sorry. She was not, and the night on which she crossed the threshold of Briar Hill a widow of 21 saw her a happier woman than when she first crossed it as a bride. Such was Grace Atherton, a proud, independent, but well principled woman, attending strictly to her own affairs, and expecting others to do the same. In the gossip concerning Collingwood she had taken no verbal part, but there was no one more deeply interested than herself, spite of her studied indifference. "You never knew the family," a lady caller said to her one morning, when at a rather late hour she sat languidly sipping her rich chocolate, and daintily picking at the snowy rolls and nicely buttered toast. "You never knew them, or you would cease to wonder why the village people take so much interest in their movements, and are so glad to have them back." "I have heard their story," returned Mrs. Atherton, "and I have no doubt the son is a very fine specimen of an old bachelor. 35, isn't he, or thereabouts?" 35? And Kitty Maynard raised her hands in dismay. "My dear Mrs. Atherton, he's hardly 30 yet, and those who have seen him since his return from Europe pronounce him a splendid looking man, with an air of remarkably high breeding. I wonder if there is any truth in the report that he is to bring with him a bride." "A bride, Kitty?" And the massive silver fork dropped from Grace Atherton's hand. She was interested now, and nervously pulling the gathers of her white morning gown, she listened while the loquacious Kitty told her what she knew of the imaginary wife of Richard Harrington. The hands ceased their working at the gathers, and assuming an air of indifference, Grace rang her silver bell, which was immediately answered by a singular looking girl, whom she addressed as Edith, bidding her bring some orange marmalade from an adjoining closet. Her orders were obeyed, and then the child lingered by the door, listening eagerly to the conversation which Grace had resumed concerning Collingwood and its future mistress. Edith Hastings was a strange child, with a strange habit of expressing her thoughts aloud, and as she heard the beauties of Collingwood described in Kitty Maynard's most glowing terms, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, jolly, don't I wish I could live there! Only I'd be afraid of that boy who haunts the upper rooms." "Edith," said Mrs. Atherton sternly, "why are you waiting here? Go at once to Rachel, and bid her give you something to do." Thus rebuked, the black-eyed, black-haired, black-faced little girl walked away. Not cringingly, for Edith Hastings possessed a spirit as proud as that of her high-born mistress, and she went slowly to the kitchen, where, under Rachel's directions, she was soon in the mysteries of dish-washing, while the ladies in the parlour continued their conversation. "I don't know what I shall do with that child," said Grace, as Edith's footsteps died away. "I sometimes wish I had left her where I found her." "Why, I thought her a very bright little creature," said Kitty, and her companion replied, "She's too bright, and that's the trouble. She imitates me in everything, walks like me, talks like me, and yesterday I found her in the drawing room going through with the pantomime of receiving calls the way I do. I wish you could have seen her stately bow when presented to an imaginary stranger." "Did she do credit to you?" Kitty asked, and Grace replied, "I can't say that she did not, but I don't like this disposition of hers, to put on the airs of people above her. Now if she were not a poor—" "Look, look!" interrupted Kitty. "That must be the $500 piano sent up from Boston." And she directed her companion's attention to the long wagon which was passing the house on the way to Collingwood. This brought the conversation back from the aspiring Edith to Richard Harrington, and as old Rachel soon came in to remove her mistress's breakfast, Kitty took her leave, saying as she bade her friend good morning, I trust it will not be long before you know him." "Know him?" repeated Grace, when at last she was alone. "Just as if I had not known him to my sorrow. Oh, Richard, Richard! Maybe you'd forgive me if you knew what I have suffered." And the proud, beautiful eyes filled with tears as Grace Atherton plucked the broad green leaves from the grape vine over her head, and tearing them in pieces scattered the fragments upon the floor of the piazza. Was there to be a bride at Collingwood? This was the question which racked her brain, keeping her in a constant state of feverish excitement until the very morning came when the family were expected. Mrs. Matson, the former housekeeper, had resumed her old position, and though she came often to Briar Hill to consult the taste of Mrs. Atherton as to the arrangement of curtains and furniture, Grace was too haughtily polite to question her, and every car whistle found her at the window watching for the carriage and a sight of its inmates. One after another the western trains arrived, and the soft September twilight deepened into darker night, showing to the expectant Grace the numerous lights shining from the windows of Collingwood. Edith Hastings, too, imbued with something of her mistress's spirit, was on the alert, and when the last train in which they could possibly come thundered through the town, her quick ear was the first to catch the sound of wheels grinding slowly up the hill. "They are coming, Mrs. Atherton!" she cried, and nimble as a squirrel she climbed the great gate post, where, with her elf locks floating about her sparkling face, she sat while the carriage passed slowly by, then saying to herself, "Pshaw, it wasn't worth the trouble. I never saw a thing." She slid down from her high position, and stealing in the back way so as to avoid the scolding Mrs. Atherton was sure to give her, she crept up to her own chamber, where she stood long by the open window, watching the lights at Collingwood, and wondering if it would make a person perfectly happy to be its mistress and the bride of Richard Harrington. 2. Edith Hastings goes to Collingwood. The question Edith had asked herself, standing by her chamber window, was answered by Grace Atherton sitting near her own. Yes, the bride of Richard Harrington must be perfectly happy, if bride indeed there were. She was beginning to feel some doubt upon this point, for strain her eyes as she might, she had not been able to detect the least signs of femininity in the passing carriage, and hope whispered that the brightest dream she had ever dreamed might yet be realized. "I'll let him know to morrow that I'm here," she said, as she shook out her wavy auburn hair and thought, with a glow of pride, how beautiful it was. "I'll send Edith with my compliments and a bouquet of flowers to the bride. She'll deliver them better than anyone else, if I can once make her understand what I wish her to do." Accordingly, the next morning, as Edith sat upon the steps of the kitchen door, talking to herself, Grace appeared before her with a tastefully arranged bouquet, which she bade her take with her compliments to Mrs. Richard Harrington, if there was such a body, and to Mr. Richard Harrington, if there were not. "Do you understand?" she asked, and Edith, far more interested in her visit to Collingwood than in what she was to do when she reached there, replied, "Of course I do. I'm to give your compliments." And she jammed her hand into the pocket of her gingham apron, as if to make sure the compliments were there. "I'm to give them to Mr. Richard, if there is one, and the flowers to Mrs. Richard, if there ain't." Grace groaned aloud, while old Rachel, the colored cook, who on all occasions was Edith's champion, removed her hands from the dough she was kneading, and coming towards them, chimed in, "She ain't fairly got it through her har, Miss Grace. She's such a subtracted way with her that you mostly has to tell her twice." And in her own peculiar style, Rachel succeeded in making the substracted child comprehend the nature of her errand. "Now don't go to blunderin'," was Rachel's parting injunction as Edith left the yard and turned in the direction of Collingwood. It was a mellow September morning, and after leaving the main road and entering the gate of Collingwood, the young girl lingered by the way, admiring the beauty of the grounds, and gazing with feelings of admiration upon the massive building, surrounded by majestic maples and basking so quietly in the warm sunlight. At the marble fountain she paused for a long, long time, talking to the golden fishes which darted so swiftly past each other, and wishing she could take them in her hand, just to see them squirm. "I mean to catch one, anyway," she said, and glancing nervously at the windows to make sure no Mrs. Richard was watching her, she bared her round plump arm and thrust it into the water, just as a footstep sounded near. Quickly withdrawing her hand and gathering up her bouquet, she turned about and saw approaching her one of Collingwood's ghosts. She knew him in a moment, for she had heard him described too often to mistake that white-haired, bent old man for other than Captain Harrington. He did not chide her as she supposed he would, neither did he seem in the least surprised to see her there. On the contrary, his withered, wrinkled face brightened with a look of eager expectancy as he said to her, "Little girl, can you tell me where Charlie is?" "Charlie?" she repeated, retreating a step or two as he approached nearer and seemed about to lay his hand upon her hair, for her bonnet was hanging down her back, and her wild gypsy locks fell in rich profusion about her face. "I don't know any boy by that name. I'm nobody but Edith Hastings, Mrs. Atherton's waiting maid, and she don't let me play with boys. Only Tim Doolittle, and I went huckleberrying once, but I hate him. He has such great warts on his hands." And having thus given her opinion of Tim Doolittle, Edith snatched up her bonnet and placed it upon her head, for the old man was evidently determined to touch her crow-black hair. Her answer, however, changed the current of his thoughts, and while a look of intense pain flitted across his face, he whispered mournfully, "The same old story they all tell. I might have known it, but this one looked so fresh, so truthful, that I thought maybe she'd seen him. Mrs. Atherton's waiting maid," and he turned toward Edith. "Charlie's dead, and we all walk in darkness now, Richard and all." This allusion to Richard reminded Edith of her errand, and thinking to herself, "I'll ask the crazy old thing if there's a lady here," she ran after him as he walked slowly away, and catching him by the arm, said, "Tell me, please, is there any Mrs. Richard Harrington?" "Not that I know of. They've kept it from me if there is. But there's Richard, he can tell you," and he pointed toward a man in a distant part of the grounds. Curtsying to her companion, Edith ran off in the direction of the figure moving so slowly down the gravelled walk. "I wonder what makes him set his feet down so carefully," she thought, as she came nearer to him. "Maybe there are pegs in his shoes, just as there were in mine last winter." And the barefoot little girl glanced at her naked toes, feeling glad they were for the present out of torture. By this time she was within a few rods of the strange acting man, who, hearing her rapid steps, stopped, and turning around with a wistful, questioning look, said, "Who's there? Who is it?" The tone of his voice was rather sharp, and Edith paused suddenly, while he made an uncertain movement toward her, still keeping his ear turned in the attitude of intense listening. "I wonder what he thinks of me," was Edith's mental comment as the keen black eyes appeared to scan her closely. Alas, he was not thinking of her at all, and soon resuming his walk, he whispered to himself, "They must have gone some other way." Slowly, cautiously he moved on, never dreaming of the little sprite behind him, who, imitating his gait and manner, put down her chubby bare feet just when his went down, looking occasionally over her shoulder to see if her clothes swung from side to side, just like Mrs. Atherton's, and treading so softly that he did not hear her until he reached the summer house, when the cracking of a twig betrayed the presence of someone, and again that sad, troubled voice demanded, "Who is here?" while the arms were stretched out as if to grasp the intruder, whoever it might be. Edith was growing excited. It reminded her of Blind Man's Buff, and she bent her head to elude the hand which came so near entangling itself in her hair. Again a profound silence ensued, and thinking it might have been a fancy of his brain that someone was there with him, poor blind Richard Harrington sat down within the arbour, where the pleasant September sunshine, stealing through the thick vine leaves, fell in dancing circles upon his broad white brow, above which his jet black hair lay in rings. He was a tall, dark, handsome man, with a singular cast of countenance, and Edith felt that she had never seen anything so grand, so noble, and yet so helpless as the man sitting there before her. She knew now that he was blind, and she was almost glad that it was so, for had it been otherwise, she would never have dared to scan him as she was doing now. She would not for the world have met the flash of those keen black eyes, had they not been sightless, and she quailed even now when they were bent upon her, although she knew their glance was meaningless. It seemed to her so terrible to be blind, and she wondered why he should care to have his house and grounds so handsome, when he could not see them. Still, she was pleased that they were so, for there was a singular fitness, she thought, between this splendid man and his surroundings. "I wish he had a little girl like me to lead him and be good to him," was her next mental comment; and the wild idea crossed her brain that possibly Mrs. Atherton would let her come up to Collingwood and be his waiting maid. This brought to mind a second time the object of her being there now, and she began to devise the best plan for delivering the bouquet. "I don't believe he cares for the compliments," she said to herself. "Anyway, I'll keep them till another time. But the flowers! How should she give those to him?" She was beginning to be very much afraid of the figure sitting there so silently, and at last, mustering all her courage, she gave a preliminary cough, which started him to his feet, and as his tall form towered above her she felt her fears come back, and, scarcely knowing what she was doing, she thrust the bouquet into his hand, saying as she did so: "Poor blind man, I am so sorry, and I've brought you some nice flowers." The next moment she was gone, and Richard heard the patter of her feet far up the gravelled walk ere he had recovered from his surprise. Who was she, and why had she remembered him? The voice was very, very sweet, thrilling him with a strange melody, which carried him back to a summer sunset years ago, when on the banks of the blue Rhine he had listened to a beautiful dark eyed Swede singing her infant daughter to sleep. Then the river itself appeared before him, cold and grey with the November frosts, and on its agitated surface he saw a little dimpled hand disappearing from view, while the shriek of the dark eyed Swede told her that her child was gone. A plunge, a fearful struggle, and he held the limp white object in his arms. He bore it to the shore. He heard them say that he had saved its life, and then he turned aside to change his dripping garments and warm his icy limbs. This was the first picture brought to his mind by Edith Hastings' voice. The second was a sadder one, and he groaned aloud as he remembered how from the time of the terrible cold taken then, and the severe illness which followed, his eyesight had begun to fail. Slowly, very slowly, it is true, and for years he could not believe that Heaven had in store for him so sad a fate. But it had come at last. Daylight had faded out, and the night was dark around him. Once, in his hour of bitterest agony, he had cursed that Swedish baby, wishing it had perished in the waters of the Rhine, ere he saved it at so fearful a sacrifice. But he had repented of the wicked thought. He was glad he saved the pretty Petrea's child, even though he should never see her face again. He knew not where she was, that girlish wife, speaking her broken English for the sake of her American husband, who was not always as kind to her as he should have been. He had heard no tidings of her since that fatal autumn. He had scarcely thought of her for months, but she came back to him now, and it was Edith's voice which brought her. "Poor blind man," he whispered aloud. How like that was to Petrea, when she said of my father, "Poor soft old man." And then he wondered again who his visitor had been, and why she had left him so abruptly. It was a child, he knew, and he prized her gift the more for that, for Richard Harrington was a dear lover of children, and he kissed the fair bouquet as he would not have kissed it had he known from whom it came. Rising at last from his seat, he groped his way back to the house, and ordering one of the costly vases in his room to be filled with water, he placed the flowers therein, and thought how carefully he would preserve them, for the sake of his unknown friend. Meantime Edith kept on her way, pausing once, and looking back just in time to see Mr. Harrington kiss the flowers she had brought. "I'm glad they please him," she said, "but how awful it is to be blind." And by way of trying the experiment she shut her eyes, and, stretching out her arms, walked just as Richard, succeeding so well that she was beginning to consider it rather agreeable than otherwise, when she unfortunately ran into a tall rose bush, scratching her forehead, tangling her hair, and stubbing her toes against its gnarled roots. "'Tain't so jolly to be blind after all," she said.
I do believe I've broken my toe."
And extricating herself as best she could from the sharp thorns, she ran on as fast as her feet could carry her, wondering what Mrs. Atherton would say when she heard Richard was blind, and feeling a kind of natural delight in knowing she should be the first to communicate the bad news. End of chapter 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. Grace Atherton. "Edith," said Mrs. Atherton, who had seen her coming, and hastened out to meet her, "you were gone a long time, I think."
"Yes'm,"
answered Edith, spitting out the bonnet strings she had been chewing, and tossing back the thick black locks which nearly concealed her eyes from view.
"Yes'm. It took me a good while to talk to old Darkness."
"Talk to whom?" asked Grace, and Edith returned.
"I don't know what you call him if 'tain't old Darkness. He kept muttering about the dark and asked where Charlie was."
"Oh, Cap'n Harrington," said Rachel.
"They say how he's allus goin' on 'bout Charlie and the dark."
This explanation was satisfactory to Grace, who proceeded next to question Edith concerning Mrs. Richard Harrington, asking if she saw her, etc.
"There ain't any such," returned Edith, "but I saw Mr. Richard. Jolly, isn't he grand? He's as tall as the ridgepole, and—"
"But what did he say to the flowers?" interrupted Grace, far more intent upon knowing how her gift had been received than hearing described the personal appearance of one she had seen so often. Edith felt intuitively that a narrative of the particulars attending the delivery of the bouquet would ensure her a scolding, so she merely answered:
"He didn't say a word, only kissed them hard, but he can't see them, Mrs. Atherton. He can't see me, nor you, nor anybody. He's blind as a bat."
"Blind? Richard blind? Oh, Edith!" And the bright color which had stained Grace's cheeks when she knew that Richard had kissed her flowers faded out, leaving them of a pallid hue. Sinking into the nearest chair, she kept repeating: "Blind, blind. Poor, poor Richard. It cannot be. Bring me some water, Rachel, and help me to my room. This intensely hot morning makes me faint." Rachel could not be thus easily deceived. She remembered an old house in England, looking out upon the sea, and the flirtation carried on all summer there between her mistress, then a beautiful young girl of 17, and the tall, handsome man whom they called Richard Harrington. She remembered, too, the white haired, gouty man who later in the autumn came to that old house, and whose half million Grace had married, saying by way of apology that if Richard chose to waste his life in humoring the whims of his foolish father, she surely would not waste hers with him. She would see the world. Alas, poor Grace! She had seen the world, and paid dearly for the sight, for go where she might, she saw always one face, one form, heard always one voice murmuring in her ear, "Could you endure to share my burden?" No, she could not, she said, and so she had taken upon herself a burden tenfold heavier to bear, a burden which crushed her spirits, robbed her cheek of its youthful bloom, and after which she sent no regret when at last it disappeared, leaving her free to think again of Richard Harrington. It was a terrible blow to her that he was blind, and talk as she might about the faintness of the morning, old Rachel knew the real cause of her distress, and when alone with her said, by way of comfort: "La, now, Miss Grace, 'tain't worth a while to take on so. Like 'nuff he'll be cured. Maybe it's nothin' but them fetched waterfalls. Cataracts, that's it. And he can have 'em cut out. I wouldn't go to actin' like I was love sick for a man I scorted onct." Grace was far too proud to suffer even her faithful Rachel thus to address her, and turning her flashing eyes upon the old woman, she said haughtily: "How dare you talk to me in this way? Don't you know I won't allow it? Besides, what reason have you for asserting what you have?" "What reason has I? Plenty reason. Dis chile ain't a fool if she is a nigger, raised in Georgy, and a born slave till she was turned of 30. Your poor marm, who done set me free, would never spoke to me that way. What reason has I? I's got good memory. I 'member them letters I used to tote for'ard and back, over thar in England.
and how you used to watch by the winder till you seen 'em comin', and then, gal like, ran off to make him think you wasn't particular about seein' him. But it passes me what made you have old Moneybags. I never could see into that, when I'd knowed how you hated his shiny bald head, and slunk away if he offered to touch you with his old soft flappy hands. You are glad he's in heaven, you know you be. And though I never said nothin', I knowed you was glad that Squire Harrington was come back to Collinwood, just as I knowed what made you choke like a chicken with the pip when Edith told you he was blind. Can't cheat this chile." And adjusting her white turban with an air of injured dignity, Rachel left her mistress and returned to the kitchen. "What ails Mrs. Atherton?" asked Edith, fancying it must be something serious which could keep the old negress so long from her bread. On ordinary occasions, the tolerably discreet African would have made some evasive reply, but with her feathers all ruffled, she belched out: "The upshot of the matter is, she's in love." "In love? Who does Mrs. Atherton love?" "Him, the blind man," returned Rachel, adding fiercely, "but if you ever let her know I told you, I'll skin you alive. Do you hear? Like enough she'll be for sendin' you up thar with more posies, and if she does, do you hold your tongue and take 'em along." Edith had no desire to betray Rachel's confidence, and, slipping one shoulder out of her low dress, she darted off after a butterfly, wondering to herself if it made everybody faint and sick at their stomach to be in love. It seemed very natural that one as rich and beautiful as Grace should love Richard Harrington, and the fact that she did insensibly raised in her estimation the poor white faced woman, who, in the solitude of her chamber, was weeping bitterer tears than she had shed before in years. Could it be so? She hoped there was some mistake. And when an hour later she heard Kitty Maynard's cheerful voice in the lower hall, her heart gave a bound as she thought, "She'll know. She's heard of it by this time." "Please may I come in?" said Kitty at her door. "Rachel told me you had a headache, but I know you won't mind me." And ere the words were half out of her mouth, Kitty's bonnet was off, and she was perched upon the foot of the bed. "Have you heard the news?" she began. "It's so wonderful, and so sad, too. Squire Harrington is not married. He's worse off than that. He's hopelessly blind." "Indeed?" And Grace Atherton's manner was very indifferent. "Yes," Kitty continued. "His French valet, Victor, who travelled with him in Europe, told Brother Will all about it. 7 or 8 years ago they were spending the summer upon the banks of the Rhine, and in a cottage near them was an American with a Swedish wife and baby. The man, it seems, was a dissipated fellow, much older than his wife, whom he neglected shamefully, leaving her alone for weeks at a time. The baby's name was Eloise, and she was a great pet with Richard, who was fond of children. At last, one day in autumn, the little Eloise, who had just learned to run alone, wandered off by herself to a bluff, or rock, or something, from which she fell into the river. The mother Petrea was close by, and her terrific shrieks brought Richard to the spot in time to save the child. He had not been well for several days, and the frightful cold he took induced a fever, which seemed to settle in his eyes, for ever since his sight has been failing until now it has left him entirely. But hark! Isn't some one in the next room?" And she stepped into the adjoining apartment just as the nimble Edith disappeared from view. She had been sent up by Rachel with a message to Mrs. Atherton, and was just in time to hear the commencement of Kitty's story. Anything relating to the blind man was interesting to her, and so she listened, her large black eyes growing larger and blacker as the tale proceeded. It did not seem wholly new to her, that story of the drowning child, that cottage on the Rhine, and for a moment she heard a strain of low, rich music sung as a lullaby to some restless, wakeful child. Then the music, the cottage, and the blue Rhine faded away. She could not recall them, but, bound as by a spell, she listened still, until the word Petrea dropped from Kitty's lips. Then she started suddenly. Surely she'd heard that name before. Whose was it? When was it? Where was it? She could not tell, and she repeated it in a whisper so loud that it attracted Kitty's attention. "I shall catch it if she finds me listening," thought Edith, as she heard Kitty's remark, and in her haste to escape she forgot all about Petrea.
all about the lullaby, and remembered nothing save the noble deed of the heroic Richard.
"What a noble man he must be," she said, "to save that baby's life, and how she would pity him if she knew it made him blind. I wonder where she is. She must be most as big as I am now."
And if it were possible, Edith's eyes grew brighter than their wont as she thought how, had she been that sweetest child, she would go straight up to Collingwood, and be the blind man's slave. She would read to him, she would see for him, and when he walked, she would lead him so carefully, removing all the ugly pegs from his boots, and watching to see that he did not stub his toes, as she was always doing in her headlong haste.
"What a great good man he is!"
she kept repeating, while at the same time she felt an undefinable interest in the sweetest child, whom, at the very moment, Grace Atherton was cursing in her heart as the cause of Richard's misfortune. Kitty was gone at last, and, glad to be alone, she wept passionately over this desolation of her hopes, wishing often that the baby had perished in the river ere it had wrought a work so sad. How she hated that Swedish mother and her child! How she hated all children then, even the black-haired Edith, out in the autumn sunshine, singing to herself a long forgotten strain, which had come back to her that morning, laden with perfume from the vine-clad hills of Bingen, and with music from the Rhine. Softly the full, rich melody came stealing through the open window, and Grace Atherton, as she listened to the mournful cadence, felt her heart growing less hard and bitter toward fate, toward the world, and toward the innocent Swedish babe. Then, as she remembered that Richard kissed the flowers, a flush mounted to her brow. He did love her yet. Through all the dreary years of their separation he had clung to her, and would it not atone for her former selfishness, if, now that the world was dark to him, she should give herself to the task of cheering the deep darkness? It would be happiness, she thought, to be pointed out as the devoted wife of the blind man, far greater happiness to bask in the sunlight of the blind man's love, for Grace Atherton did love him, and in the might of her love she resolved upon doing that from which she would have shrunk had he not been as helpless and afflicted as he was. Edith should be the medium between them. Edith should take him flowers every day, until he signified a wish for her to come herself, when she would go, and, sitting by his side, would tell him, perhaps, how sad her life had been since that choice of hers made on the shore of the deep sea. Then, if he asked her again to share his lonely lot, she would gladly lay her head upon his bosom, and whisper back the words she should have said to him 7 years ago. It was a pleasant picture of the future which Grace Atherton drew as she lay watching the white clouds come and go over the distant tree tops of Collingwood, and listening to the song of Edith, still playing in the sunshine, and when at dinner time she failed to appear at the ringing of the bell, and Edith was sent in quest of her, she found her sleeping quietly, dreaming of the Swedish babe and Richard Harrington. 4. Richard and Edith. On Richard's darkened pathway there was now a glimmer of daylight, shed by Edith Hastings' visit, and with a vague hope that she might come again, he on the morrow groped his way to the summer house, and taking the seat where he sat the previous day, he waited and listened for the footstep on the grass which should tell him she was near. Nor did he wait long ere Edith came tripping down the walk, bringing the bouquet which Grace had prepared with so much care. "Hist!" dropped involuntarily from her lips when she descried him, sitting just where she had, without knowing why, expected she should find him, and her footfall so light that none save the blind could have detected it. To Richard there was something half amusing, half ridiculous in the conduct of the capricious child, and for the sake of knowing what she would do, he professed to be ignorant of her presence, and leaning back against the lattice pretended to be asleep, while Edith came so near that he could hear her low breathing as she stood still to watch him. Nothing could please her more than his present attitude, for with his large bright eyes shut she dared to look at him as much and as long as she chose. He was to her now a kind of divinity, which she worshipped for the sake of the Swedish baby rescued from a watery grave, and she longed to wind her arms around his neck and tell him how she loved him for that act. But she dared not, and she contented herself with whispering softly, "If I wasn't so spunky and ugly, I'd pray every night that God would make you see again. Poor blind man!" It would be impossible to describe the deep pathos of Edith's voice as she uttered the last 3 words. Love, admiration, compassion, and pity all were blended in the tone, and it is not strange that it touched an answering chord in the heart of the "poor blind man." Slowly the broad chest heaved, and tears, the first he had shed since the fearful morning when they led him into the sunlight he felt but could not see, moistened his lashes and dropped upon his face.
"He's dreaming a bad dream,"
Edith said, and with her little chubby hand she brushed his tears away, cautiously, lest she should rouse him from his slumbers. Softly she put back from the white forehead his glossy hair, taking her own round comb to subdue an obdurate lock, while he was sure that the fingers made more than one pilgrimage to the lips as the little barber found moisture necessary to her task.
"There, Mr. Blind Man, you look real nice,"
she said with an immense amount of satisfaction as she stepped back, the better to inspect the whole effect.
"I'll bet you'll wonder who's been here when you wake up, but I shan't tell you now. Maybe, though, I'll come again to morrow."
And placing the bouquet in his hands, she ran away. Pausing for a moment and looking back, she saw Richard again raise to his lips her bouquet, and with a palpitating heart, as she thought,
"What if he weren't asleep after all?"
she ran on until Briar Hill was reached. "Not any message this time, either?" said Grace, when told that he had kissed her flowers, and that was all. Still this was proof that he was pleased, and the infatuated woman persisted in preparing bouquets, which Edith daily carried to Collingwood, going always at the same time, and finding him always in the same spot waiting for her. As yet no word had passed between them, for Edith, who liked the novelty of the affair, was so light-footed that she generally managed to slip the bouquet into his hand and run away ere he had time to detain her. One morning, however, near the middle of October, when, owing to a bruised heel, she had not been to see him for more than a week, he sat in his accustomed place, half expecting her, and still thinking how improbable it was that she would come. He had become strangely attached to the little unknown, as he termed her. He thought of her all day long, and when in the chilly evening he sat before the glowing grate, listening to the monotonous whisperings of his father, he wished so much that she was there beside him. His life would not be so dreary then, for in the society of that active, playful child he should forget, in part, how miserable he was. She was blue-eyed and golden-haired, he thought, with soft, abundant curls veiling her sweet young face; and he pictured to himself just how she would look flitting through the halls and dancing upon the green sward near the door. "But it cannot be," he murmured on that October morning when he sat alone in his wretchedness. "Nothing I've wished for most has ever come to pass. Sorrow has been my birthright from a boy. A curse is resting upon our household, and all are doomed who come within its shadow. First my own mother died, just when I needed her the most, then that girlish woman whom I also called my mother, then our darling Charlie. My father's reason followed next, while I am hopelessly blind. Oh, sometimes I wish that I could die."
"Hold your breath with all your might and see if you can't,"
said the voice of Edith Hastings, who had approached him cautiously, and heard his sad soliloquy. Richard started, and, stretching out his long arm, caught the sleeve of the little girl, who, finding herself a captive, ceased to struggle, and seated herself beside him, as he requested her to do.
"Be you holding your breath?"
she asked, as for a moment he did not speak, adding as he made no answer,
"Tell me when you're dead, won't you?"
Richard laughed aloud, a hearty, merry laugh, which startled himself, it was so like an echo of the past, ere his hopes were crushed by cruel misfortune. "I do not care to die now that I have you," he said, "and if you'd stay with me always, I should never be unhappy."
"Oh, wouldn't that be jolly?"
cried Edith, using her favourite expression.
"I'd read to you, and sing to you, only Rachel says my songs are weird like, and queer, and maybe you might not like them. But I'd fix your hair, and lead you in the smooth places where you wouldn't jam your heels."
And she glanced ruefully at one of hers bound up in a cotton rag.
"I wish I could come, but Mrs. Atherton won't let me, I know. She threatens most every day to send me back to the asylum, 'cause I act so. I'm her little waiting maid, Edith Hastings."
"Waiting maid?" And the tone of Richard's voice was indicative of keen disappointment. The Harringtons were very proud, and Richard would once have scoffed at the idea of being particularly interested in one so far below him as a waiting maid. He had never thought of this as a possibility, and the child beside him was not of quite so much consequence as she had been before. Still he would know something of her history, and he asked her where she lived, and why she had brought him so many flowers.
"I live with Mrs. Atherton," she replied. "She sent the flowers, and if you'll never tell as long as you live and breathe, I'll tell you what Rachel says. Rachel's an old coloured woman who used to be a nigger down south, but she's free now, and says Mrs. Atherton loves you. I guess she does, for she fainted most away that day I went home and told her you were blind."
Mrs. Atherton? And Richard's face grew suddenly dark. Who is Mrs. Atherton, child?
"Oh," laughed Edith, deprecatingly, "don't you know her? She's Grace Atherton, the biggest lady in town, sleeps in linen sheets and pillow cases every night, and washes in a bath tub every morning."
Grace Atherton? And Edith quailed beneath the fiery glance bent upon her by those black sightless eyes. Did Grace Atherton send these flowers to me? And the bright hued blossoms dropped instantly from his hand.
"Yes, sir, she did. What makes you tear so? Are you in a tantrum?"
said Edith, as he sprang to his feet and began unsteadily to pace the summer house. Richard Harrington possessed a peculiar temperament. Grace Atherton had wounded his pride, spurned his love, and he thought he hated her, deeming it a most unwomanly act in her to make these overtures for a reconciliation. This was why he tore so, as Edith had expressed it, but soon growing more calm, he determined to conceal from the quick-witted child the cause of his agitation, and resuming his seat beside her, he asked her many questions concerning Grace Atherton and herself, and as he talked he felt his olden interests in his companion gradually coming back. What if she were now a waiting maid, her family might have been good, and he asked her many things of her early life. But Edith could tell him nothing. The orphan asylum was the first home of which she had any vivid remembrance, though it did seem to her she once had lived where the purple grapes were growing rich and ripe upon the broad vine stalk, and where all the day long there was music such as she'd never heard since, but which came back to her sometimes in dreams, staying long enough for her to catch the air. Her mother, the matron told her, had died in New York, and she was brought to the asylum by a woman who would keep her from starvation. This was Edith's story, told without reserve or the slightest suspicion that the proud man beside her would think the less of her because she had been poor and hungry. Neither did he, after the first shock had worn away, and he soon found himself wishing again that she would come up there and live with him. She was a strange, odd child, he knew, and he wondered how she looked. He did not believe she was golden-haired and blue-eyed now. Still he would not ask her lest he should receive a second disappointment, for he was a passionate admirer of female beauty, and he could not repress a feeling of aversion for an ugly face. "Is Mrs. Atherton handsome?" he suddenly asked, remembering the fresh girlish beauty of Grace Elmendorf, and wishing to know if it had faded.
"Oh, jolly," said Edith. "I guess she is. Such splendid blue hair and auburn eyes."
"She must be magnificent," returned Richard, scarcely repressing a smile. "Give her my compliments, and ask her if she's willing, now, to share my self-imposed labour. Mind, don't you forget a word, and go now. I'll expect you again to-morrow with her answer." He made a gesture for Edith to leave, and though she wanted so much to tell him how she loved him for saving that Swedish baby, she forbore until another time, and ran hastily away, repeating his message as she ran, lest she should forget it.
"Sent his compliments, and says ask you if you're willing to share share his now, something, anyway. He wants you to come up there and live, and I do so hope you'll go. Won't it be jolly?" she exclaimed, as half out of breath she burst into the room where Grace sat reading a letter received by the morning's mail. "Wants me to what?" Grace asked, fancying she had not heard aright, and as Edith repeated the message there stole into her heart a warm, happy feeling, such as she had not experienced since the orange wreath crowned her maiden brow. Edith had not told her exactly what he said, she knew, but it was sufficient that he cared to see her,
and she resolved to gratify him, but with something of her olden coquetry she would wait a while and make him think she was not coming. So she said no more to Edith upon the subject, but told her that she was expecting her cousin Arthur St. Clair, a student from Geneva College, that he would be there in a day or two, and while he remained at Briar Hill, she wished Edith to try and behave herself. "This Mr. St. Clair," said she, "belongs to one of the most aristocratic southern families. He is not accustomed to anything low, either in speech or manner."
"Can't I even say jolly?"
asked Edith, with such a seriously comical manner that Grace had great difficulty to keep from smiling. Jolly was Edith's pet word, the one she used indiscriminately and on all occasions, sometimes as an interjection, but oftener as an adjective. If a thing suited her, it was sure to be jolly. She was always insisting that "'twas a good proper word, for Marie used it, and she knew." Who Marie was she could not tell, save that 'twas somebody who once took care of her and called her jolly. It was in vain that Grace expostulated, telling her it was a slang phrase, used only by the vulgar. Edith was inexorable, and would not even promise to abstain from it during the visit of Arthur St. Clair. CHAPTER V. Of Darkness and Daylight, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox is in the public domain. 5. Visitors at Collingwood and visitors at Briar Hill. The morning came at last on which Arthur was expected, but as he did not appear, Grace gave him up until the morrow, and toward the middle of the afternoon ordered out her carriage, and drove slowly in the direction of Collingwood. Alighting before the broad piazza, and ascending the marble steps, she was asked by Richard's confidential servant into the parlour, where she sat waiting anxiously while he went in quest of his master. "A lady, sir, wishes to see you in the parlour." And Victor Dupre bowed low before Richard, awaiting his commands. "A lady, Victor? Did she give her name?" "Yes, sir. Atherton. Mrs. Grace Atherton, an old friend, she said." Victor replied, marvelling at the expression of his master's face, which indicated anything but pleasure. He had expected her, had rather anticipated her coming; but now that she was there he shrank from the interview. It could only result in sorrow, for Grace was not to him now what she once had been. He could value her, perhaps, as a friend, but Edith's tale had told him that he to her was more than a friend. Possibly this knowledge was not as distasteful to him as he fancied it to be; at all events, when he remembered it, he said to Victor: "Is the lady handsome?" feeling a glow of satisfaction in the praises heaped upon the really beautiful Grace. Ere long the hard expression left his face, and straightening up his manly form, he bade Victor take him to her. As they crossed the threshold of the door, he struck his foot against it, and instantly there rang in his ear the words which little Edith had said to him so pityingly, "Poor blind man!" while he felt again upon his brow the touch of those childish fingers; and this was why the dark, hard look came back. Edith Hastings rose up between him and the regal creature waiting so anxiously his coming, and who, when he came and stood before her, in his helplessness, wept like a child. "Richard, oh, Richard, that it should be thus we meet again!" was all that she could say, as, seizing the groping hand, she covered it with her tears. Victor had disappeared, and she could thus give free vent to her emotions, feeling it almost a relief that the eyes whose glance she once had loved to meet could not witness her grief. "Grace," he said at last, the tone of his voice was so cold that she involuntarily dropped his hands and looked him steadily in the face. "Grace, do not aggravate my misfortune by expressing too much sympathy. I am not as miserable as you may think; indeed, I am not as unhappy even now as yourself." "It's true, Richard, true," she replied. "And because I am unhappy I have come to ask your forgiveness, if ever word or action, or taunt of mine caused you a moment's pain. I have suffered much since we parted, and my suffering has atoned for all my sin." She ceased speaking, and, softened by memories of the past, when he loved Grace Elmendorf, Richard reached for her hand, and holding it between his own, said to her gently. Grace, I forgave you years ago. I know you have suffered much, and I am sorry for it, but we will understand each other now. You are the widow of the man you chose. I am hopelessly blind. Our possessions adjoin each other, our houses are in sight. I want you for a neighbor, a friend, a sister, if you like. I shall never marry. That time is past. It perished with the long ago, and it will, perhaps, relieve the monotony of my life if I have a female acquaintance to visit occasionally. I thank you much for your flowers, although for a time I did not know you sent them, for the little girl would place them in my hands without a word and dart away before I could stop her. Still I knew it was a child, and preserved them carefully for her sake until she was last here, when I learned who was the real donor. I am fond of flowers and thank you for sending them. I appreciate your kindness. I like you much better than I did an hour since, for the sound of your voice and the touch of your hand seemed to me like old familiar friends. I am glad you came to see me, Grace. I wish you to come often, for I am very lonely here. We will at least be friends, but nothing more. Do you consent to my terms?" She had no alternative but to consent, and bowing her head she answered back: "Yes, Richard, that is all I can expect, all I wish. I had no other intention in sending you bouquets." He knew that she did not tell him truly, but he pitied her mortification, and tried to divert her mind by talking about indifferent subjects, but Grace was too much chagrined and disappointed to pay much heed to what he said, and after a time arose to go. "Come again soon," he said, accompanying her to the door, "and send up that novelty Edith, will you?" "Edith!" muttered Grace, as she swept haughtily down the box lined walk, and stepped into her carriage. "I'll send her back to the asylum, as I live. Why didn't she tell me just how it was, and so prevent me from making myself ridiculous?" Grace was far too much disturbed to go home at once. She should do or say something unladylike if she did, and she bade Tom drive her round the village, thus unconsciously giving the offending Edith a longer time in which to entertain and amuse the guest at Briar Hill, for Arthur St. Clair had come. Edith was the first to spy him sauntering slowly up the walk, and she watched him curiously as he came, mimicking his gait, and wondering if he didn't feel big. "Nobody's afraid of you," she soliloquized, "if you do belong to the firstest family in Virginia." Then hearing Rachel, who answered his ring, bid him walk into the parlor and amuse himself till Mrs. Atherton came, she thought, "Wouldn't it be jolly to go down and entertain him myself? Let me see. What does Mrs. Atherton say to the Shannondale gentlemen when they call? Oh, I know. She asks them if they've read the last new novel, how they liked it, and so on. I can do all that, and maybe he'll think I'm a famous scholar. I mean to wear the shawl she looks so pretty in." And going to her mistress's drawer, the child took out and threw around her shoulders a crimson scarf which Grace often wore, and then descended to the parlor, where Arthur St. Clair stood leaning against the marble mantel, and listlessly examining various ornaments upon it. At the first sight of him Edith felt her courage forsaking her, there seemed so wide a gulf between herself and the haughty looking stranger, and she was about to leave the room when he called after her, bidding her stay, and asking who she was. "I'm Edith Hastings," she answered, dropping into a chair, and awkwardly kicking her heels against the rounds in her embarrassment at having those large, quizzical brown eyes fixed so inquiringly upon her. He was a tall, handsome young man, not yet 19 years of age, and in his appearance there certainly was something savoring of the air supposed to mark the F.F.V.'s. His manners were polished in the extreme, possessing perhaps a little too much hauteur, and impressing the beholder with the idea that he could, if he chose, be very cold and overbearing. His forehead, high and intellectually formed, was shaded by curls of soft brown hair, while about his mouth there lurked a mischievous smile, somewhat at variance with the proud curve of his upper lip, where an incipient moustache was starting into life. Such was Arthur St. Clair, as he stood coolly inspecting Edith Hastings, who, mentally styling him the "hatefullest upstart" she ever saw, gave him back a glance as cool and curious as his own. "You are an odd little thing," he said at last.
No, I ain't, neither," returned Edith, the tears starting in her flashing black eyes. "Spunky," was the young man's next remark, as he advanced a step or two toward her. "But don't let's quarrel, little lady. You've come down to entertain me, I daresay. And now tell me who you are." His manner at once disarmed the impulsive Edith of all prejudice, and she replied: "I told you I was Edith Hastings, Mrs. Atherton's waiting maid."
"Waiting maid?" And Arthur St. Clair took a step or two backwards as he said: "Why are you in here? This is not your place." Edith sprang to her feet. She could not misunderstand the feeling with which he regarded her, and with an air of insulted dignity worthy of Grace herself, she exclaimed:
"Oh, how I hate you, Arthur St. Clair! At first I thought you might be good, like Squire Harrington, but you ain't. I can't bear you. Ugh!"
"Squire Harrington? Does he live near here?" And the face which at the sight of her anger had dimpled all over with smiles, turned white as Arthur St. Clair asked this question, to which Edith replied:
"Yes, he's blind, and he lives up at Collingwood. You can see its tower now."
And she pointed across the fields. But Arthur did not heed her, and continued to ply her with questions concerning Mr. Harrington, asking if he had formerly lived near Geneva, in western New York, if he had a crazy father, and if he ever came to Briar Hill. Edith's negative answer to this last query seemed to satisfy him, and when, mistaking his eagerness for a desire to see her divinity, Edith patronizingly informed him that he might go with her some time to Collingwood, he answered her evasively, asking if Richard recognized voices, as most blind people did. Edith could not tell, but she presumed he did, for he was the smartest man that ever lived. And in her enthusiastic praises she waxed so eloquent, using withal so good language, that Arthur forgot she was a waiting maid, and insensibly began to entertain a feeling of respect for the sprightly child, whose dark face sparkled and flashed with her excitement. She was a curious specimen, he acknowledged, and he began adroitly to sound the depths of her intellect. Edith took the cue at once, and, not wishing to be in the background, asked him, as she had first intended doing, if he'd read the last new novel. Without in the least comprehending what novel she meant, Arthur promptly replied that he had.
"How did you like it?"
she continued, adjusting her crimson scarf as she had seen Mrs. Atherton do under similar circumstances. "Very much indeed," returned the young man, with imperturbable gravity, but when with a toss of her head she asked:
"Didn't you think there was too much physics in it?"
he went off into peals of laughter so loud and so long that they brought old Rachel to the door to see if
he was done gone crazy, or what.
Taking advantage of her presence, the crestfallen Edith crept disconsolately up the stairs, feeling that she had made a most ridiculous mistake, and wondering what the word could be that sounded so much like physics, and yet wasn't that at all. She knew she had made herself ridiculous, and was indulging in a fit of crying when Mrs. Atherton returned, delighted to meet her young cousin, in whom she felt a pardonable pride. "You must have been very lonely," she said, beginning to apologize for her absence. "Never was less so in my life," he replied. "Why, I've been splendidly entertained by a little black princess, who called herself your waiting maid, and discoursed most eloquently of metaphysics and all that." "Edith, of course," said Grace. "It's just like her. Imitated me in everything, I daresay." "Rather excelled you, I think, in putting on the fine lady," returned the teasing Arthur, who saw at once that Edith Hastings was his fair cousin's sensitive point. "What else did she say?" asked Grace, but Arthur generously refrained from repeating the particulars of his interview with the little girl who, as the days went by, interested him so much that he forgot his Virginia pride, and, greatly to Mrs. Atherton's surprise, indulged with her in more than one playful romp, teasingly calling her his little metaphysics, and asking if she hated him still. She did not. Next to Richard and Marie, she liked him better than any one she had ever seen, and she was enjoying his society so much when a most unlucky occurrence suddenly brought her happiness to an end, and afforded Grace an excuse for doing what she had latterly frequently desired to do, viz., that of sending the little girl back to the asylum from which she had taken her. Owing to the indisposition of the chambermaid, Edith was one day sent with water to Mr. St. Clair's room. Arthur was absent, but on the table his writing desk lay open, and Edith's inquisitive eyes were not long in spying a handsome golden locket left there evidently by mistake. 2 or 3 times she had detected him looking at this picture, and with an eager curiosity to see it also, she took the locket in her hand and going to the window, touched the spring. It was a wondrously beautiful face which met her view, the face of a young girl, whose golden curls rippling softly over her white shoulders and whose eyes of lustrous blue reminded Edith of the angels about which Rachel sang so devoutly every Sunday. To Edith there was about that face a nameless but mighty fascination, a something which made her warm blood chill and tingle in her veins, while there crept over her a second time dim visions of something far back in the past, of purple fruit on vine-clad hills, of music soft and low, of days and nights on some tossing, moving object, and then of a huge white building, embowered in tall green trees, whose milk-white blossoms she gathered in her hand. While distinct from all the rest was this face, on which she gazed so earnestly. It is true that all these thoughts were not clear in her mind; it was rather a confused mixture of ideas, one of which faded ere another came, so that there seemed no real connection between them; and had she embodied them in words they would have been recognized as the idle fancies of a strange, old-fashioned child. But the picture! There was something in it which held Edith motionless, while her tongue seemed struggling to articulate a name, but failed in the attempt. And when at last her lips did move, they uttered the word Marie, as if she too were associated with that sweet young face.
"Oh, but she's jolly," Edith said. "I don't wonder Mr. Arthur loves her."
And she felt her own heart throb with a strange affection for the beautiful original of that daguerreotype. In the hall without there was the sound of a footstep. It was coming to that room. It was Grace herself, Edith thought; and knowing she would be censured for touching what did not belong to her, she thrust the locket into her bosom, intending to return it as soon as possible, and, springing out upon the piazza, scampered away, leaving the water pail to betray her recent presence. It was not Grace, as she had supposed, but Arthur St. Clair himself come to put away the locket, which he suddenly remembered to have left upon the table. Great was his consternation when he found it gone, and that no amount of searching could bring it to light. He did not notice the empty pail the luckless Edith had left, although he stumbled over it twice in his feverish anxiety to find his treasure. But what he failed to observe was discovered by Grace, whom he summoned to his aid, and who exclaimed:
"Edith Hastings has been here. She must be the thief."
"Edith! Grace! Edith! It cannot be!" And Arthur's face indicated plainly the pain it would occasion him to find that it was so. "I hope you may be right, Arthur, but I have not so much confidence in her as you seem to have. There she is now," continued Grace, spying her across the yard and calling her to come. Blushing, stammering, and cowering like a guilty thing, Edith entered the room, for she heard Arthur's voice, and knew that he was there to witness her humiliation. "Edith!" said Mrs. Atherton sternly, "what have you been doing?" No answer from Edith, save an increase of colour upon her face, and, with her suspicions confirmed, Grace went on: "What have you in your pocket?"
"'Tain't in my pocket. It's in my bosom,"
answered Edith, drawing it forth and holding it to view.
"How dare you steal it?"
asked Grace, and instantly there came into Edith's eyes the same fiery, savage gleam from which Mrs. Atherton always shrank, and beneath which she now involuntarily quailed. It had never occurred to Edith that she could be accused of theft, and she stamped at first like a little fury, then throwing herself upon the sofa, sobbed out:
"Oh, dear! Oh, dear! I wish God would let me die. I don't want to live any longer in such a mean, nasty world. I want to go to heaven, where everything is jolly."
"You are a fit subject for heaven," said Mrs. Atherton scornfully, and instantly the passionate sobbing ceased. The tears were dried in the eyes which blazed with insulted dignity as Edith arose, and, looking her mistress steadily in the face, replied:
"I suppose you think I meant to steal and keep the pretty picture. But the one who was in here with me knows I didn't."
"Who was that?" interrupted Grace, her colour changing visibly at the child's reverent reply.
"God was with me, and I wish He hadn't let me touch it, but He did. It lay on the writing desk, and I took it to the window to see it. Oh, isn't she jolly?"
And as she recalled the beautiful features, the hard expression left her own, and she went on.
"I couldn't take my eyes from her. They would stay there, and I was almost going to speak her name, when I heard you coming and ran away. I meant to bring it back, Mr. Arthur," and she turned appealingly to him. "I certainly did, and you believe me, don't you? I never told a lie in my life."
Ere Arthur could reply, Grace chimed in. "Believe you? Of course not. You stole the picture and intended to keep it.
I cannot have you longer in my family, for nothing is safe. I shall send you back at once."
There was a look in the large eyes which turned so hopelessly from Arthur to Grace, and from Grace back to Arthur, like that the hunted deer wears when hotly pursued in the chase. The white lips moved but uttered no sound, and the fingers closed convulsively around the golden locket which Arthur advanced to take away.
"Let me see her once more," she said.
He could not refuse her request, and touching the spring he held it up before her.
"Pretty lady," she whispered, "sweet lady, whose name I most know, speak, and tell Mr. Arthur that I didn't do it. I surely didn't."
This constant appeal to Arthur, and total disregard of herself, did not increase Mrs. Atherton's amiability, and taking Edith by the shoulder she attempted to lead her from the room. At the door Edith stopped, and said imploringly to Arthur:
"Do you think I stole it?"
He shook his head, a movement unobserved by Grace, but fraught with so much happiness for the little girl. She did not heed Grace's reproaches now, nor care if she was banished to her own room for the remainder of the day. Arthur believed her innocent. Uncle Tom believed her innocent, and Rachel believed her innocent, which last fact was proved by the generous piece of custard pie hoisted to her window in a small tin pail, said pail being poised upon the prongs of a long pitchfork. The act of thoughtful kindness touched a tender chord in Edith's heart, and the pie choked her badly, but she managed to eat it all save the crust, which she tossed into the grass, laughing to see how near it came to hitting Mrs. Atherton, who looked around to discover whence it could possibly have come. That night, just before dark, Grace entered Edith's room, and told her that as Mr. St. Clair, who left them on the morrow, had business in New York, and was going directly there, she had decided to send her with him to the asylum. "He will take a letter from me," she continued, "telling them why you are sent back, and I greatly fear it will be long ere you find as good a home as this has been to you." Edith sat like one stunned by a heavy blow. She had not really believed that a calamity she so much dreaded would overtake her, and the fact that it had paralyzed her faculties. Thinking her in a fit of stubbornness, Mrs. Atherton said no more, but busied herself in packing her scanty wardrobe, feeling occasionally a twinge of remorse as she bent over the little red, foreign-looking chest, or glanced at the slight figure sitting so motionless by the window. "Whose is this?" she asked, holding up a box containing a long, thick braid of hair.
"Mother's hair, mother's hair, for Marie told me so. You shan't touch that."
And like a tigress Edith sprang upon her, and catching the blue-black dress, kissed it passionately, exclaiming:
"'Tis mother's, 'tis! I remember now, and I could not think before, but Marie told me so the last time I saw her, years and years ago. Oh, mother, if I ever had a mother, where are you to night, when I want you so much?" She threw herself upon her humble bed, not thinking of Grace, nor yet of the asylum, but revelling in her new-born joy. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, an incident of the past had come back to her bewildered mind, and she knew now whose was the beautiful braid she had treasured so carefully. Long ago, oh, how long it seemed to her, there had come to the asylum a short, dumpy woman, with a merry face, who brought her this hair in a box, telling her it was her mother's, and also that she was going to a far country, but should return again some time. And this woman was Marie, who haunted her dreams so often, whispering to her of magnolias and Cape jessamines.
All this Edith remembered distinctly, and while thinking of it she fell asleep, nor woke to consciousness even when Rachel's kind old hands undressed her carefully and tucked her up in bed, saying over her a prayer, and asking that Miss Grace's heart might relent and keep the little girl. It had not relented when morning came, and still, when at breakfast Arthur received a letter, which made it necessary for him to go to New York by way of Albany, she did suggest that it might be too much trouble to have the care of Edith. "Not at all," he said, and half an hour later Edith was called into the parlor and told to get herself in readiness for the journey. "Oh, I can't," cried Edith, clinging to Mrs. Atherton's skirt and begging of her not to send her back. "Where will you go?" asked Grace. "I don't want you here." "I don't know," sobbed Edith, uttering the next instant a scream of joy as she saw in the distance the carriage from Collingwood, and knew that Richard was in it. "To him! To him!" she exclaimed, throwing up her arms. "Let me go to Mr. Harrington. He wants me, I know." "Are you faint?" asked Grace, as she saw the sudden paling of Arthur's lips. "Slightly," he answered, taking her offered salts, and keeping his eyes fixed upon the carriage until it passed slowly by. "I'm better now," he said, returning the salts, and asking why Edith could not go to Collingwood. Grace would rather she should go anywhere else, but she did not say so to Arthur. She merely replied that Edith was conceited enough to think Mr. Harrington pleased with her just because he had sometimes talked to her when she carried him flowers. "But of course he don't care for her," she said. "What could a blind man do with a child like her? Besides, after what has occurred, I could not conscientiously give her a good name." Arthur involuntarily gave an incredulous whistle, which spoke volumes of comfort to the little girl weeping so passionately by the window, and watching with longing eyes the Collingwood carriage now passing from her view. "We must go or be left," said Arthur, approaching her gently, and whispering to her not to cry. "Good bye, Edith," said Mrs. Atherton, putting out her jewelled hand; but Edith would not touch it, and in a tone of voice which sank deep into the proud woman's heart she answered, "You'll be sorry for this some time." Old Rachel was in great distress, for Edith was her pet; and winding her black arms about her neck, she wept over her a simple heartfelt blessing, and then, as the carriage drove from the gate, ran back to her neglected churning, venting her feelings upon the dasher, which she set down so vigorously that the rich cream flew in every direction, bespattering the wall, the window, the floor, the stove, and settling in large white flakes upon her tawny skin and tall blue turban. Passing through the kitchen, Grace saw it all, but offered no remonstrance, for she knew what had prompted movements so energetic on the part of odd old Rachel. She, too, was troubled, and all that day she was conscious of a feeling of remorse which kept whispering to her of a great wrong done the little girl whose farewell words were ringing in her ear. "You'll be sorry for this some time." End of chapter 5. Chapters 6 and 7 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. Arthur and Edith. If anything could have reconciled Edith to her fate, it would have been the fact that she was traveling with Arthur St. Clair, who, after entering the cars, cared for her as tenderly as if she had been a lady of his own rank, instead of a little disgraced waiting maid whom he was taking back to the asylum. It was preposterous, he thought, for Grace to call one as young as Edith a waiting maid, but it was like her, he knew. It had a lofty sound, and would impress some people with a sense of her greatness; so he could excuse it much more readily than the injustice done to the child by charging her with a crime of which he knew she was innocent. This it was, perhaps, which made him so kind to her, seeking to divert her mind from her grief by asking her many questions concerning herself and her family. But Edith did not care to talk. All the way to Albany she continued crying; and when at last they stood within the noisy depot, Arthur saw that the tears were still rolling down her cheeks like rain. "Poor little girl! How I pity her!" he thought, as she placed her hand confidingly in his, and when he saw how hopelessly she looked into his face, as she asked with quivering lip,
If it wasn't ever so far to New York yet."
The resolution he had been trying all the day to make was fully decided upon, and when alone with Edith in the room appropriated to her at the Delavan House, he asked her why she supposed Richard Harrington would be willing to take her to Collingwood. Very briefly Edith related to him the particulars of her interviews with the blind man, saying, when she had finished:
"Don't you believe he likes me?"
"I daresay he does," returned Arthur, at the same time asking if she would be afraid to stay alone one night in that great hotel, knowing he was gone.
"Oh, Mr. Arthur, you won't leave me here?"
And in her terror Edith's arms wound themselves around the young man's neck, as if she would thus keep him there by force. Unclasping her hands, and holding them in his own, Arthur said: "Listen to me, Edith. I will take the Boston train, which leaves here very soon, and return to Shannondale, reaching there some time to night. I will go to Collingwood, tell Mr. Harrington what has happened, and ask him to take you, bringing him back here with me, if he will."
"And if he won't?"
interrupted Edith, joy beaming in every feature.
"If he won't have me, Mr. Arthur, will you? Say, will you have me if he won't?"
"Yes, yes, I'll have you," returned Arthur, laughing to himself, as he thought of the construction which might be put upon this mode of speech. But a child 9½ years old could not, he knew, have any designs upon either himself or Richard Harrington, even had she been their equal, which he fancied she was not. She was a poor, neglected orphan, and as such he would care for her, though the caring compelled him to do what scarcely anything else could have done, to wit, to seek an interview with the man who held his cherished secret. "Are you willing to stay here alone now?" he said again. "I'll order your meals sent to your room, and to morrow night I shall return."
"If I only knew you meant for sure,"
said Edith, trembling at the thought of being deserted in a strange city. Suddenly she started, and looking him earnestly in the face, said to him:
"Do you love that pretty lady in the glass? The one Mrs. Atherton thinks I stole?"
Arthur turned white, but answered her at once. "Yes, I love her very, very much."
"Is she your sister, Mr. Arthur?"
And the searching black eyes seemed compelling him to tell the truth. "No, not my sister, but a dear friend."
"Where is she, Mr. Arthur? In New York?"
"No, not in New York."
"In Albany, then?"
"No, not in Albany. She's in Europe with her father," and a shade of sadness crept over Arthur's face. "She was hardly a young lady when this picture was taken," and he drew the locket from its hiding place. "She was only 13. She's not quite 16 now." Edith by this time had the picture in her hand, and holding it to the light, exclaimed:
"Oh, but she's so jolly, Mr. Arthur. May I kiss her, please?"
"Certainly," he answered, and Edith's warm red lips pressed the senseless glass, which seemed to smile upon her.
"Pretty, pretty, pretty Nina," she whispered,
and in an instant Arthur clutched her so tightly that she cried out with pain. "Who told you her name was Nina?" he asked in tones so stern and startling that Edith's senses all forsook her, and, trembling with fright, she stammered:
"I don't know, sir, unless you did. Of course you did. How else should I know? I never saw the lady."
Yes, how else should she know? And though he would almost have sworn that name had never passed his lips save in solitude, he concluded he must have dropped it inadvertently in Edith's hearing, and still holding her by the arm, he said: "Edith, if I supposed you would repeat the word Nina, either at Collingwood or elsewhere, I certainly should be tempted to leave you here alone."
"I won't, I won't. Oh, Mr. Arthur, I surely won't."
And Edith clung to him in terror.
"I'll never say it, not even to Mr. Harrington. I'll forget it. I can, I know."
Not to Mr. Harrington of all others, thought Arthur, but he would not put himself more in Edith's power than he already was, and feeling that he must trust her to a certain extent, he continued: "If you stay at Collingwood, I may some time bring this Nina to see you, but until I do you must never breathe her name to any living being, or say a word of the picture."
"But, Mr. Harrington," interrupted the far seeing Edith, "you'll have to know why Mrs. Atherton sent me away."
"I'll attend to that," returned Arthur. "I shall tell him it was a daguerreotype of a lady friend. There's nothing wrong in that, is there?" he asked, as he noticed the perplexed look of the honest hearted Edith.
"No," she answered, hesitatingly. "It is a lady friend, but seems as if there was something wrong somewhere. Oh, Mr. Arthur,"
and she grasped his hand as firmly as he had held her shoulder,
"you ain't going to hurt pretty Nina, are you? You never will do her any harm?"
"Heaven forbid!" answered Arthur, involuntarily turning away from the truthful eyes of the dark haired maiden, pleading with him not to harm the Nina who, over the sea, never dreamed of the scene enacted in that room between the elegant Arthur St. Clair and the humble Edith Hastings. "Heaven forbid that I should harm her!" He said it twice, and then asked the child to swear solemnly never to repeat that name where any one could hear.
"I won't swear," she said, "but I'll promise as true as I live and breathe, and draw the breath of life, and that's as good as a swear."
Arthur felt that it was, and with the compact thus sealed between them he arose to go, reaching out his hand for the picture.
"No," said Edith, "I want her for company. I shan't be lonesome looking in her eyes, and I know you will come back if I keep her."
Arthur understood her meaning, and answered laughingly, "Well, keep her, then, as a token that I will surely return." And pressing a kiss upon the beautiful picture he left the room, while Edith listened with a beating heart until the sound of his footsteps had died away. Then a sense of dreariness stole over her. The tears gathered in her eyes, and she sought by a one-sided conversation with her picture to drive the loneliness away.
"Pretty Nina, sweet Nina, jolly Nina," she kept repeating. "I guess I used to see you in heaven, before I came down to the nasty old asylum. And mother was there, too, with a great long veil of hair, which came below her waist. Where was it?" she asked herself, as Nina, her mother, and Marie were all mingled confusedly together in her mind. And while seeking to solve the mystery, the darkness deepened in the room, the gas lamps were lighted in the street, and with a fresh shudder of loneliness Edith crept into the bed, and nestling down among her pillows, fell asleep with Nina pressed lovingly to her bosom. At a comparatively early hour next morning, the door of her room, which had been left unfastened, was opened, and a chambermaid walked in, starting with surprise at sight of Edith, sitting up in bed, her thick black hair falling over her shoulders, and her large eyes fixed inquiringly upon her. "Ensure," she began, "is it a child like you staying here alone the blessed night? Where's your folks?" "I hain't no folks," answered Edith, holding fast to the locket and chewing industriously the bit of gum which Rachel, who knew her taste, had slipped into her pocket at parting. "Hain't no folks? How come you here, then?" and the girl Lois advanced nearer to the bedside. "A man brought me," returned Edith. "He's gone off now, but will come again to night." "Your father, most likely," continued the loquacious Lois. "My father!" and Edith laughed scornfully. "Mr. Arthur ain't big enough to be anybody's father. Or, yes, maybe he's big enough, for he's awful tall. But he's got the teendiest whiskers growing you ever saw," and Edith's nose went up contemptuously at Arthur's darling moustache. "I don't believe he's 20," she continued, "and little girls' paws must be older than that, I guess, and have bigger whiskers." "How old are you?" asked Lois, vastly amused at the quaint speeches of the child, who replied with great dignity, "Going on 10, and in 3 years more I'll be 13." "Who are you, anyway?" asked Lois, her manner indicating so much real interest that Edith repeated her entire history up to the present time, excepting, indeed, that part pertaining to the locket held so vigilantly in her hand. She had taken a picture belonging to Mr. Arthur, she said, and as Lois did not ask what picture, she was spared any embarrassment upon that point. "You're a mighty queer child," said Lois, when the narrative was ended, "but I'll see that you have good care till he comes back." And it was owing in a measure to her influence that the breakfast and dinner carried up to Edith was of a superior quality, and comprised in quantity far more than she could eat. Still the day dragged on heavily, for Lois could not give her much attention; and even Nina failed to entertain her, as the western sunlight came in at her window, warning her that it was almost night. "Will Arthur come? Or if he does, will Mr. Harrington be with him?"
she asked herself repeatedly, until at last, worn out with watching and waiting, she laid her head upon the side of the bed and fell asleep, resting so quietly that she did not hear the rapid step in the hall, the knock upon the door, the turning of the knob, or the cheery voice which said to her, "Edith, are you asleep?" Arthur had come. 7. Richard and Arthur. It was not a common occurrence for a visitor to present himself at Collingwood at so early an hour as that in which Arthur St. Clair rang for admittance, and Victor, who heard the bell, hastened in some surprise to answer it.
"Tell Mr. Harrington a stranger wishes to see him,"
said Arthur, following the polite valet into the library, where a fire was slowly struggling into life.
"Yes, sir. What name?"
And Victor waited for a moment, while Arthur hesitated, and finally stammered out, "Mr. St. Clair, from Virginia." Immediately Victor withdrew, and seeking his master, delivered the message, adding that the gentleman seemed embarrassed, and he wouldn't wonder if he'd come to borrow money. St. Clair, St. Clair, Richard repeated to himself. Where have I heard that name before? Somewhere, sure. He called himself a stranger, returned Victor, adding that a youth by that name was visiting at Briar Hill, and it was probably of him that Mr. Harrington was thinking. It may be, though I've no remembrance of having heard that fact, returned Richard. But lead on, and he took the arm of Victor, who led him to the library door, and then, as was his custom, turned away. More than once during the rapid journey Arthur had half resolved to turn back, and not run the fearful risk of being recognized by Richard Harrington, but the remembrance of Edith's mute distress should he return alone emboldened him to go on, and trust to Providence, or, if Providence failed, trust to Richard's generosity not to betray his secret. He heard the uncertain footsteps in the hall, and forgetting that the eyes he so much dreaded could not see, he pulled his collar up around his face so as to conceal as much of it as possible. "Mr. St. Clair, is there such a person here?" And Richard Harrington had crossed the threshold of the door, and with his sightless eyes rolling around the room stood waiting for an answer. How well Arthur remembered that rich, full, musical voice! It seemed to him but yesterday since he heard it before, and he shrank more and more from the reply which must be made to that question, and quickly, too, for the countenance of the blind man was beginning to wear a look of perplexity at the continued silence. Summoning all his courage, he stepped forward, and taking the hand groping in the air, said rapidly, "Excuse me, Mr. Harrington, I hardly know what to say, I've come upon so queer an errand. You know Edith Hastings, the little girl who lived with Mrs. Atherton?" He thought by introducing Edith at once to divert the blind man from himself, but Richard's quick ear had caught a tone not wholly unfamiliar as he replied, "Yes, I know Edith Hastings, and it seems to me I ought to know you, too. I've heard your name and voice before. Wasn't it in Geneva?" And the eagle eyes fastened themselves upon the wall just back of where Arthur stood. Arthur fairly gasped for breath, and for an instant he was as blind as Richard himself. Then, catching at the word Geneva, he answered, "Did you ever live in Geneva, sir?" "Not in the village, but near there, on the lake shore," answered Richard, and Arthur continued, "You probably attended the examinations, then, at the Academy, and heard me speak. I was a pupil there nearly 2 years before entering the college." Arthur fancied himself remarkably clever for having suggested an idea which seemed so perfectly to satisfy his companion, and which was not a falsehood either. He had been a student in the Academy for nearly 2 years, had spoken at all the exhibitions, receiving the prize at one. He had seen Richard Harrington among the spectators, and had no doubt that Richard might have observed him, though not very closely, else he had never put himself in his power by the one single act which was embittering his young life. "It is likely you are right," said Richard. "I was often at the examinations, and since my misfortune I find myself recognizing voices as I never could have done when I had sight as well as hearing upon which to depend. But you spoke of Edith Hastings. I trust no harm has befallen the child. I am much interested in her, and wonder she has not been here long ere this. What would you tell me of her?" Briefly Arthur related the particulars of his visit at Briar Hill, a visit which had ended so disastrously to Edith, and even before he reached the important point, Richard answered promptly: "She shall come here. I need her. I want her for my sister, my child. I shall never have another." Then, pressing his hand suddenly upon his forehead, whose blue veins seemed to swell with the intensity of his emotions, he continued: "But no, Mr. St. Clair. It cannot be. She is too young, too merry hearted, too full of life and love to be brought into the shadow of our household. She would die upon my hands. Her voice would grow sadder and more mournful with the coming of every season, until at last, when I had learned to love her as my life, I should some morning listen for what would never greet my ear again. It's a great temptation, but it must not be. A crazy old man and his blind son are not fit guardians for a child like Edith Hastings. She must not walk in our darkness." "But might not her presence bring daylight to that darkness?" asked Arthur, gazing with mingled feelings of wonder and admiration upon the singularly handsome, noble looking man, who was indeed walking in thick darkness. "She might," said Richard. "Yes, she might bring the full, rich daylight to us, but on her the shadow would fall with a fearful blackness if she linked her destiny with mine. Young man, do you like Edith Hastings? If so, take her yourself, and if money—" Arthur here interrupted him with: "I have money of my own, sir, but I have no home at present. I am a student in college. I can do nothing with her there, but," and his voice sunk almost to a whisper, "years hence I hope to have a home, and then, if you are tired of Edith, I will take her. Meantime, keep her at Collingwood for me. Is it a bargain?" "You are young, I think," said Richard, smiling at Arthur's proposition, and smiling again, when in tones apologetical, as if to be only so old were something of which he ought to be ashamed, Arthur returned: "I am 19 this month." "And I was 30 last spring," said Richard. "An old man, you think, no doubt. But to return to Edith Hastings. My heart wants her so much, while my better judgment rebels against it. Will she be greatly disappointed if I refuse?" "Oh, yes, yes," said Arthur, grasping the hand laying on Richard's knee. "I can't go back to her without you. But, Mr. Harrington, before I urge it farther, let me ask, as her friend, will she come here as a servant or an equal?" There was an upward flashing of the keen black eyes, a flush upon the high white forehead, and Richard impatiently stamped upon the floor as he answered proudly: "She comes as an equal or not at all. She shall be as highly educated and as thoroughly accomplished as if the blood of the Harringtons flowed in her veins." "Then take her," and Arthur seemed more anxious than before. "She will do justice to your training. She will be wondrously beautiful. She will grace the halls of Collingwood with the air of England's queen. You will not be ashamed of her, and who knows but some day—" Arthur began to stammer, and at last managed to finish with: "There is not such a vast difference in your ages. 21 years is nothing when weighed against the debt of gratitude she will owe you." "There, I've made a fool of myself," he thought, as he saw the forehead tie itself up in knots, and the corners of the mouth twitch with merriment. "By that last speech you've proved how young and romantic you are," answered Richard. "Winter and spring go not well together. Edith Hastings will never be my wife, but she shall come to Collingwood. I will return with you, and bring her back myself." Ringing the bell for Victor, he bade him see that breakfast was served at once, saying that he was going with his friend to Albany. "Without me?" asked Victor in much surprise, and Richard replied: "Yes, without you," adding in an aside to Arthur: "Victor is so much accustomed to waiting upon me that he thinks himself necessary to every movement, but I'd rather travel alone with Edith. She'll do as well as Victor, and I have a fancy to keep my movements a secret, at least until the child is fairly in the house. It will be a surprise to Mrs. Atherton. I'll have John drive us to the next station, and meet me there to morrow." So saying, he excused himself for a few moments, and groped his way up stairs to make some necessary changes in his dress. For several minutes Arthur was alone, and free to congratulate himself upon his escape from detection. "In my dread of recognition I undoubtedly aggravated its chances," he thought. "Of course this Mr. Harrington did not observe me closely. It was night, and he was almost blind, even then. My voice and manner are all that can betray me, and, as he is apparently satisfied on that point, I have nothing further to apprehend from him." Arthur liked to feel well; disagreeable reflections did not suit his temperament, and having thus dismissed from his mind the only thing annoying him at the present, he began to examine the books arrayed so carefully upon the shelves, whistling to himself as he did so, and pronouncing Arthur St. Clair a pretty good fellow after all, if he had a secret of which most people would not approve. He had just reached this conclusion when Richard reappeared, and breakfast was soon after announced by the valet Victor. That being over, there was not a moment to be lost if they would reach the cars in time for the next train, and bidding his father a kind adieu, Richard went with Arthur to the carriage and was driven to the depot of the adjoining town. More than one passenger turned their heads to look at the strangers as they came in, the elder led by the younger, who yet managed so skilfully that but few guessed how great a calamity had befallen the man with the dark hair and black glittering eyes. Arthur took a great pride in ministering to the wants of his companion, and in all he did there was a delicacy and tenderness which touched a chord almost fraternal in the heart of the blind man, who, as the day wore on, found himself drawn more and more toward his new acquaintance. "I believe even I might be happy if both you and Edith could live with me," he said at last, when Albany was reached, and they were ascending the steps to the Delavan. "Poor little Edith!" rejoined Arthur. "I wonder if she has been very lonely. Shall we go to her at once?" "Yes," answered Richard, and leaning on Arthur's arm, he proceeded to the door of Edith's room. CHAPTER VIII. Chapters VIII and IX of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This recording is in the public domain. 8. Richard and Edith. "Oh, Mr. Arthur, you did come back!" And forgetting in her great joy that Arthur was a gentleman and she a waiting maid, Edith wound her arms around his neck and kissed him twice ere he well knew what she was doing. For an instant the haughty young man felt a flush of insulted dignity, but it quickly vanished when he saw the tall form of Richard bending over the little girl, and heard him saying to her, "Have you no welcoming kiss for me?"
"Yes, 40 if you like."
And in her delight Edith danced about the room like one insane. Thrusting the locket slyly into Arthur's hand, she whispered,
"I slept with her last night, and dreamed it was not the first time, either. Will you ask her when you see her if she ever knew me?"
"Yes, yes," he answered, making a gesture for her to stop as Richard was about to speak. "Edith," said Richard, winding his arm around her, "Edith, I have come to take you home, to take you to Collingwood to live with me. Do you wish to go?"
"Ain't there ghosts at Collingwood?"
asked Edith, who, now that what she most desired was just within her reach, began, like every human being, to see goblins in the path.
"Ain't there ghosts at Collingwood? A little boy with golden curls, and must I sleep in the chamber with him?"
"Poor child!" said Richard. "You too have heard that idle tale. Shall I tell you of the boy with golden hair?" And holding her so close to him that he could feel the beating of her heart and her soft, low breathing, he told her all there was to tell of his half brother Charlie, who died just one day after his young mother, and was buried in the same coffin. They could not return to Collingwood that night, and the evening was spent in the private parlour which Arthur engaged for himself and his blind friend. It was strange how fast they grew to liking each other, and it was a pleasant sight to look at them as they sat there in the warm firelight which the lateness of the season made necessary to their comfort; the one softened and toned down by affliction and the daily cross he was compelled to bear, the other in the first flush of youth, when the world lay all bright before him and he had naught to do but enter the Elysian fields and pluck the fairest flowers. It was late when they separated, but at a comparatively early hour the next morning they assembled again, this time to bid good bye, for their paths hereafter lay in different directions. You must write to me, little metaphysics," said Arthur, as with hat and shawl in hand he stood in the depot on the east side of the Hudson. "Yes," rejoined Richard. "She is to be my private amanuensis, and shall let you know of our welfare. And now I suppose we must go." It was a very pleasant ride to Edith, pleasanter than when she came with Arthur, but a slight headache made her drowsy, and leaning on Richard's arm she fell asleep, nor woke until West Shannondale was reached. The carriage was in waiting for them, and Victor sat inside. He had come ostensibly to meet his master, but really to see the kind of specimen he was bringing to the aristocratic halls of Collingwood. Long and earnest had been the discussion there concerning the little lady. Mrs. Matson, the housekeeper, sneering rather contemptuously at one who heretofore had been a servant at Briar Hill. Victor, on the contrary, stood ready to espouse her cause, thinking within himself how he would teach her many points of etiquette of which he knew she must necessarily be ignorant. But firstly, he would, to use his own expression, see what kind of metal she was made of. Accordingly, his first act at the depot was to tread upon her toes, pretending he did not see her, but Edith knew he did it purposely, and while her black eyes blazed with anger, she exclaimed, "You wretch! How dare you be so rude?" Assisting Richard into the carriage, Victor was about to turn away, leaving Edith to take care of herself, when with all the air of a queen she said to him, "Help me in, sir. Don't you know your business?" "Pardonnez moi," returned Victor, speaking in his mother tongue, and bowing low to the indignant child, whom he helped to a seat by Richard. An hour's drive brought them to the gate of Collingwood, and Edith was certainly pardonable if she did cast a glance of exultation in the direction of Briar Hill, as they wound up the gravelled road and through the handsome grounds of what henceforth was to be her home. "I guess Mrs. Atherton will be sorry she acted so," she thought, and she was even revolving the expediency of putting on airs and not speaking to her former mistress, when the carriage stopped, and Victor appeared at the window all attention, and asking if he should "assist Miss Hastings to alight." In the door Mrs. Matson was waiting to receive them, rubbing her gold-bowed spectacles and stroking her heavy silk with an air which would have awed a child less assured than Edith. Nothing grand or elegant seemed strange or new to her. On the contrary, she took to it naturally, as if it were her native element, and now as she stepped upon the marble floor of the lofty hall she involuntarily cut a pirouette, exclaiming, "Oh, but isn't this jolly! Seems as if I'd got back to heaven. What a splendid room to sing in!" And she began to warble a wild, impassioned air which made Richard pause and listen, wondering whence came the feeling which so affected him carrying him back to the hills of Germany. Mrs. Matson looked shocked, Victor amused, while the sensible driver muttered to himself as he gathered up his reins, "That gal is just what Collingwood needs to keep it from being a dungeon." Mrs. Matson had seen Edith at Briar Hill, but this did not prevent her from a close scrutiny as she conducted her to the large, handsome chamber, which Richard in his hasty directions of the previous evening had said was to be hers, and which, with its light, tasteful furniture, crimson curtains, and cheerful blazing fire, seemed to the delighted child a second paradise. Clapping her hands, she danced about the apartment, screaming, "It's the jolliest place I ever was in!" "What do you mean by that word jolly?" asked Mrs. Matson with a great deal of dignity; but ere Edith could reply, Victor, who came up with the foreign chest, chimed in, "She means pretty, Madame Matson, and understands French, no doubt. Parlez-vous français?" And he turned to Edith, who, while recognizing something familiar in the sound, felt sure he was making fun of her, and answered back, "Parlez-vous, fool? I'll tell Mr. Harrington how you tease me." Laughing aloud at her reply, Victor put the chest in its place, made some remark concerning its quaint appearance, and bowed himself from the room, saying to her as he shut the door, "Bon soir, mademoiselle." "I've heard that kind of talk before," thought Edith, as she began to brush her hair, preparatory to going down to supper, which Mrs. Matson said was waiting. At the table she met with the old man, who had seen her alight from the carriage, and had asked the mischievous Victor, "Who was the small biped Richard had brought home?" "That?" said Victor. "Why, that is Charlie turned into a girl." And preposterous as the idea seemed, the old man seized upon it at once, smoothing Edith's hair when he saw her, tapping her rosy cheeks, calling her Charlie, and muttering to himself of the wonderful process which had transformed his fair-haired boy into a black-haired girl. Sometimes the utter impossibility of the thing seemed to penetrate even his darkened mind, and then he would whisper, "I'll make believe it's Charlie, anyway." So Charlie he persisted in calling her, and Richard encouraged him in this whim, when he found how much satisfaction it afforded the old man to "make believe." The day following Edith's arrival at Collingwood, there was a long consultation between Richard and Victor concerning the little girl, about whose personal appearance the former would now know something definite. "How does Edith Hastings look?" he asked; and after a moment of grave deliberation, Victor replied:
She has a fat round face, with regular features, except that the nose turns up somewhat after the Spitfire order, and her mouth is a trifle too wide. Her forehead is not very high; it would not become her style if it were. Her hair is splendid, thick, black, and glossy as satin, and her eyes, there are not words enough either in the French or English language with which to describe her eyes. They are so bright and deep that nobody can look into them long without wincing. I should say, sir, if put on oath, there was a good deal of the deuce in her eyes."
"When she is excited, you mean?" interrupted Richard. "How are they in repose?"
"They are never there," returned Victor. "They roll and turn and flash and sparkle, and light upon one so uncomfortably, that he begins to think of all the badness he ever did, and to wonder if those coals of fire can't ferret out the whole thing."
"I like her eyes," said Richard. "But go on. Tell me of her complexion."
"Black, of course," continued Victor, "but smooth as glass, with just enough of red in it to make rouge unnecessary. On the whole, I shouldn't wonder if in 7 or 8 years' time she'd be as handsome as the young lady of Collingwood ought to be."
"How should she be dressed?" asked Richard, who knew that Victor's taste upon such matters was infallible, his mother and sister both having been Paris mantua makers.
"She should have scarlet and crimson, and dark blue trimmed with black," said Victor,
adding that he presumed Mrs. Atherton would willingly attend to those matters. Richard was not so sure, but he thought it worth the while to try, and he that night despatched Victor to Briar Hill with a request that she would, if convenient, call upon him at once. "Don't tell her what I want," he said. "I wish to surprise her with a sight of Edith." Victor promised obedience, and set off for Briar Hill, where he found no one but Rachel, sitting before the kitchen fire, and watching the big red apples roasting upon the hearth.
"Miss Grace had started that morning for New York," she said, "and the Lord only knew when she'd come home." "And as he probably won't tell, I may as well go back," returned Victor, and bidding Rachel send her mistress to Collingwood as soon as she should return, he bowed himself from the room. As Rachel said, Grace had gone to New York, and the object of her going was to repair the wrong done to Edith Hastings by taking her a second time from the asylum, and bringing her back to Briar Hill. Day and night the child's parting words, "You'll be sorry sometime," rang in her ears, until she could endure it no longer, and she astonished the delighted Rachel by announcing her intention of going after the little girl. With her to will was to do, and while Victor was reporting her absence to his master, she, half distracted, was repeating the words of the matron. "Has not been here at all, and have not heard from her either. What can it mean?" The matron could not tell, and for several days Grace lingered in the city, hoping Arthur would appear, but as he failed to do this, she at last wrote to him at Geneva, and then, in a sad, perplexed state of mind, returned to Shannondale, wondering at, and even chiding old Rachel for evincing so little feeling at her disappointment. But old Rachel by this time had her secret, which she meant to keep; and when at last Grace asked if anyone had called during her absence, she mentioned the names of every one save Victor, and then tried very hard to think "who that t'other one was." She knowed there was somebody else, but for the life of her she couldn't. Rachel did not quite dare to tell so gross a falsehood, and so at this point she concluded to think, and added suddenly, "Oh, yes, I remember now. 'Twas that tall, long-haired, scented up, big feelin' man they call Squire Harrington's valee." Victor Dupre been here?"
And Grace's face lighted perceptibly.
"Yes. He said Moosseer, or somethin' like that, meanin' the Squire, in course. Wanted you to come up thar as soon as you got home, and my opinion is that you go to oncet. 'Twon't be dark this good while."
Nothing could be more in accordance with Grace's feelings than to follow Rachel's advice, and half an hour later Victor reported to his master that the carriage from Briar Hill had stopped before their door. It would be impossible to describe Mrs. Atherton's astonishment when, on entering the parlour, the first object that met her view was her former waiting maid, attired in the crimson merino which Mrs. Matson, Lulu the chambermaid, and Victor had gotten up between them, and which, though not the best fit in the world, was, in colour, exceedingly becoming to the dark-eyed child, who, perched upon the music-stool, was imitating her own operatic songs, to the infinite delight of the old man, nodding his approval of the horrid discords.
"Edith Hastings!" she exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" Springing from the stool and advancing towards Grace, Edith replied: "I live here. I'm Mr. Richard's little girl. I eat at the table with him, too, and don't have to wash the dishes, either. I'm going to be a lady, just like you, ain't I, Mr. Harrington?"
And she turned to Richard, who had entered in time to hear the last of her remarks. There was a world of love in the sightless eyes turned toward the little girl, and by that token Grace Atherton knew that Edith had spoken truly. "Run away, Edith," he said. "I wish to talk to the lady alone." Edith obeyed, and when she was gone Richard explained to Grace what seemed to her so mysterious, while she in return confessed the injustice done to the child, and told how she had sought to repair the wrong. "I am glad you have taken her," she said. "She will be happier with you than with me, for she likes you best. I think, too, she will make good use of any advantages you may give her. She has a habit of observing closely, while her powers of imitation are unsurpassed. She is fond of elegance and luxury, and nothing can please her more than to be an equal in a house like this. But what do you wish of me? What can I do to assist you?" In a few words Richard stated his wishes that she should attend to Edith's wardrobe, saying that he had but little faith in Mrs. Matson's taste. He could not have selected a better person to spend his money than Grace, who, while purchasing nothing out of place, bought always the most expensive articles in market, and when at last the process was ended, and the last dressmaker gone from Collingwood, Victor, with a quizzical expression upon his face, handed his master a bill for $500, that being the exact amount expended upon Edith's wardrobe. But Richard uttered no word of complaint. During the few weeks she had lived with him, she had crept away down into his heart, just where Charlie used to be, and there was nothing in his power to give which he would withhold from her now. She should have the best of teachers, he said, particularly in music, of which she was passionately fond. Accordingly, in less than a week, there came to Collingwood a Boston governess, armed and equipped with all the accomplishments of the day, and beneath the supervision of Richard and Victor, Grace Atherton and Mrs. Chapin, Edith's education began. 9. Womanhood. 8 times have the Christmas fires been kindled in the hearths of Shannondale's happy homes. 8 times the bell from St. Luke's Tower has proclaimed an old year dead and a new one born. 8 times the meek-eyed daisy struggling through the April snow has blossomed, faded, and died. 8 times has summer in all her glowing beauty sat upon the New England hills, and the mellow autumnal light of the hazy October days falls on Collingwood for the 8th time since we last trod the winding paths and gravelled walks where now the yellow leaves are drifting down from the tall old maples and lofty elms, and where myriad flowers of gorgeous hue are lifting their proud heads, unmindful of the November frosts hastening on apace. All around Collingwood seems the same, save that the shrubs and vines show a more luxurious growth, and the pond a wider sweep, but within there is an empty chair, a vacant place, for the old man has gone to join his lost ones where there is daylight forever, and the winter snows have 4 times fallen upon his grave. They missed him at first and mourned for him truly, but they have become accustomed to live without him, and the household life goes on much as it did before. It is now the afternoon of a mild October day, and the doors and windows are opened wide to admit the warm south wind, which, dallying for a moment with the curtains of a costly lace, floats on to the chamber above, where it toys with the waving plumes a young girl is arranging upon her riding hat, pausing occasionally to speak to the fair blonde who sits watching her movements, and whose face betokens a greater maturity than her own, for Grace Atherton's family Bible says she is 32, while Edith is 17. Beautiful Edith Hastings! 8 years of delicate nurture, tender care, and perfect health have ripened her into a maiden of wondrous beauty, and far and near the people talk of the blind man's ward, the pride and glory of Collingwood. Neither pains nor money, nor yet severe discipline, have been spared by Richard Harrington to make her what she is, and while her imperious temper has bent to the one, her intellect and manners have expanded and improved beneath the influence of the other, and Richard has not only a plaything and pet in the little girl he took from obscurity, but also a companion and equal, capable of entering with him the mazy labyrinths of science, and astonishing him with the wealth of her richly stored mind. Still, in everything pertaining to her womanhood she is wholly feminine and simple hearted as a child. Now, as of old, she bounds through the spacious grounds of Collingwood, trips over the grassy lawn, dances up the stairs, and fills the once gloomy old place with a world of melody and sunlight. Edith knows that she is beautiful. Old Rachel has told her so 1,000 times, while Victor, the admiring valet, tells her so every day, taking to himself no little credit for having taught her, as he thinks, something of Parisian manners. Many are the conversations she holds with him in his mother tongue, for she has learned to speak that language with a fluency and readiness which astonished her teachers and sometimes astonished herself. It did not seem difficult to her, but rather like an old friend, and Marie at first was written on every page of Ollendorff. But Marie has faded now almost entirely from her mind, as have those other mysterious memories which used to haunt her so. Nothing but the hair hidden in the chest binds her to the past, and at this she often looks, wondering where the head it once adorned is lying, whether in the noisy city or on some grassy hillside where the wild flowers she loves best are growing, and the birds whose songs she tries to imitate pause sometimes to warble a requiem for the dead. Those tresses are beautiful, but not so beautiful as Edith's. Her blue-black hair is thicker, glossier, more abundant than in her childhood, and is worn in heavy braids or bands around her head, adding greatly to her regal style of beauty. Edith has a pardonable pride in her satin hair, and as she stands before the mirror she steals an occasional glance at her crowning glory, which is this afternoon arranged with far more care than usual. Not for any particular reason, but because she had a fancy that it should be so. They were going to visit Grassy Spring, a handsome country seat, whose grounds lay contiguous to those of Collingwood, and whose walls were in winter plainly discernible from the windows of the upper rooms. It had recently been purchased and fitted up somewhat after the style of Collingwood, and its owner was expected to take possession in a few days. Edith's heart always beat faster when she heard his name, for Arthur St. Clair was one of the links of the past which still lingered in her remembrance. She had never seen him since they parted in Albany, and after his leaving college she lost sight of him entirely. Latterly, however, she had heard from Grace, who knew but little more of him than herself, that he was coming into their very neighbourhood; that he had purchased Grassy Spring, and was to keep a kind of bachelor's hall, inasmuch as he had no wife, nor yet a prospect of any. So much Edith knew and no more. She did not dare to speak of Nina, for, remembering her solemn promise, she had never breathed that name to any living being. But the picture in the glass, as she ever termed it, was not forgotten, and the deep interest she felt in Grassy Spring was owing in a great measure to the fact that Nina was in her mind intimately associated with the place. Sooner or later she should meet her there, she was sure; should see those golden curls again, and look into those soft blue eyes, whose peculiar expression she remembered as if it were but yesterday since they first met her view. "It is strange your cousin never married. He must, by this time, be nearly 27," she said to Grace, thinking the while of Nina, and carelessly adjusting the jaunty hat upon her head. "I think so, too," returned Grace. "When quite young he was very fond of the ladies, but I am told that he now utterly ignores female society. Indeed, in his last letter to me, he states distinctly that he wishes for no company except occasional calls in a friendly way." "Been disappointed, probably," suggested Edith, still thinking of Nina, and wondering if Arthur did love her so very much as to put faith in no one because of her treachery. "It may be," said Grace. "And if so, isn't it a little queer that he and Mr. Harrington should live so near each other, both so eccentric, both so handsome and rich, both been disappointed, and both so desirable as husbands?" "Disappointed, Mrs. Atherton? Has Mr. Harrington been disappointed?" And the rich bloom on Edith's cheek deepened to a scarlet hue, which Grace did not fail to notice. Her friendship for Edith Hastings had been a plant of sluggish growth, for she could not, at once, bring herself to treat as an equal one whom she formerly held as a servant; but time and circumstances had softened her haughty pride, while Edith's growing popularity, both in the village and at Collingwood, awakened in her a deep interest for the young girl, who, meeting her advances more than half way, compelled her at last to surrender, and the two were now as warm friends as individuals well can be when there is between them so great a disparity of years, and so vast a difference in disposition. In Grace's heart the old love for Richard had not died out, and hitherto it had been some consolation to believe that no other ear would ever listen to the words of love, to remember which continually would assuredly drive her mad. But matters now were changed. Day by day, week by week, month by month, and year by year, a rose had been unfolding itself at Collingwood, and, with every opening petal, had grown more and more precious to the blind man, until more than one crone foretold the end; and Grace Atherton, grown fonder of gossip than she was wont to be, listened to the tale and watched, and wondered and wept, and still caressed and loved the bright, beautiful girl, whom she dreaded as a powerful rival. This it was which prompted her to speak of Richard's disappointment; and when she saw the effect produced upon Edith, it emboldened her to go on, and tell how years and years ago, when Richard Harrington first went to Europe, he had sued for the hand of a young girl whom he met there, and who, while loving him dearly, shrank from walking in his shadow, and gave herself to another. "I must not tell you the name of this faithless girl," said Grace. "It is sufficient that her refusal made Richard gloomy, eccentric, and misanthropical. In short, it nearly ruined him." "My curse be on the woman's head who wrought this ruin, then," said Edith, her black eyes flashing with something of their former fire. She had forgotten the scene in the kitchen of Briar Hill, when Rachel whispered to her that Grace Atherton was in love, and she had now no suspicion that the calm, white-faced woman sitting there before her was the being she would curse. Neither was her emotion caused, as Grace imagined, by any dread lest the early love of Richard Harrington should stand between herself and him. The thought that she could be his wife had never crossed her brain, and her feelings were those of indignation toward a person who could thus cruelly deceive a man as noble and good as Richard, and of pity for him who had been so deceived. "I will love him all the more, and be the kinder to him, for this vile creature's desertion," she thought, as she beat the floor nervously with the little prunella gaiter, and this was all the good Grace Atherton had achieved. Edith had cursed her to her face, and with a sigh audible only to herself, she arose and said laughingly: "It's time we were off, and you've certainly admired that figure in the glass long enough. What do you think of yourself, anyway?" "Why," returned Edith, in the same light, bantering tone, "I think I'm rather jolie, as I used to say. I wonder where I picked up that word. Victor says I must have had a French nurse, but I'm sure I was too poor for that. I wish I knew where I did come from, and who I am. It's terrible, this uncertainty as to one's birth. I may be marrying my brother one of these days. Who knows?" "See rather that you do not marry your father," retorted Grace, following Edith, as she tripped down the stairs and down the walk, whipping the tufts of box as she went, and answering to Grace, who asked if she did not sometimes find her duties irksome at Collingwood. "Never, never. The links of my chains are all made of love, and so they do not chafe. Then, too, when I remember what Richard has done for me, and how few sources of happiness he has, I am willing to give my whole life to him, if need be. Why, Mrs. Atherton, you can't imagine how his dark features light up with joy
When, on his return from riding or from transacting business, he hears me in the hall, and knows that I am there to meet him."
And Edith's bright face sparkled and glowed as she thought how often the blind man had blessed her with his sightless but speaking eyes, when she gave up some darling project which would take her from his side and stayed to cheer his solitude. They had mounted their horses by this time, and at the speed which characterized Edith's riding, dashed down the road and struck into the woods the shortest route to Grassy Spring. With the exception of Collingwood, Grassy Spring was the handsomest country seat for miles around, and thinking, as she continually did, of Nina, Edith rather gave it the preference as she passed slowly through the grounds and drew near to the building. Grace had seen the housekeeper, Mrs. Johnson, a talkative old lady, who, big with the importance of her office, showed them over the house, pointing out this elegant piece of furniture, and that handsome room with quite as much satisfaction as if it had all belonged to herself. In the third story, and only accessible by 2 flights of stairs leading from Arthur's suite of rooms, was a large square apartment, the door of which Mrs. Johnson unlocked with a mysterious shake of the head, saying to the ladies, "The Lord only knows what this place is for. Mr. St. Clair must have fixed it himself, for I found it locked tighter than a drum, but I accidentally found on the buttery shelf a rusty old key that fits it to a T. I've been in here once, and bein' you're his kin," nodding to Grace, "and t'other one is with you, it can't do an atom of harm for you to go. He's took more pains with this chamber than with all the rest, and when I asked what 'twas for he said it was his den, where he could hide if he wanted to." "Don't go," whispered Edith, pulling at Grace's dress. "Mr. St. Clair might not like it." But Grace felt no such scruples, and was already across the threshold, leaving Edith by the door. "It's as bad to look in as to go in," thought Edith, and conquering her curiosity with a mighty effort, she walked resolutely downstairs, having seen nothing save that the carpet was of the richest velvet, and that the windows had across them slender iron bars, rather ornamental than otherwise, and so arranged as to exclude neither light nor air. Grace, on the contrary, examined the apartment thoroughly, thinking Mrs. Johnson right when she said that more pains had been taken with this room than with all the others. The furniture was of the most expensive and elegant kind. Handsome rosewood easy chairs and sofas covered with rich satin damask, the colour and pattern corresponding with the carpet and curtains. Ottomans, divans, and footstools were scattered about. Pictures and mirrors adorned the walls, while in one corner, covered with a misty veil of lace, hung the portrait of a female in the full, rich bloom of womanhood, her light chestnut curls falling about her uncovered neck, and her dreamy eyes of blue having in them an expression much like that which Edith had once observed in Nina's peculiar eyes. The dress was quite old-fashioned, indicating that the picture must have been taken long ago, and while Grace gazed upon it her wonder grew as to whose it was, and whence it came. "Look at the bed," said Mrs. Johnson, and touching Grace's elbow, she directed her attention to a side recess, hidden from view by drapery of exquisite lace, and containing a single bed, which might have been intended for an angel, so pure and white it looked with its snowy covering. "What does it mean?" asked Grace, growing more and more bewildered, while Mrs. Johnson replied in her favourite mode of speech. "The Lord only knows. Looks as if he was going to make it a prison for some princess. But here's the queerest thing of all," and she thumped upon a massive door which was locked and barred, and beyond which her prying eyes had never looked. Over the door was a ventilator, and Grace, quite as curious as Mrs. Johnson, suggested that a chair or table be brought, upon which she, being taller than her companion, might stand and possibly obtain a view. "What do you see?" asked Mrs. Johnson, as Grace, on tiptoe, peered into what seemed to be a solitary cell, void of furniture of every kind, save a little cot, corresponding in size with the fairy bed in the recess, but in naught else resembling it, for its coverings were of the coarsest, strongest materials, and the pillows scanty and small. Acting from a sudden impulse, Grace determined not to tell Mrs. Johnson what she saw, and stepping down from the table, which she quickly rolled back to its place, she said, "It's nothing but a closet where I daresay Mr. St. Clair will keep his clothes when he occupies his den.
You must not let any one else in here, for Arthur might be offended."
Mrs. Johnson promised obedience, and turning the rusty key, followed her visitor down the 2 long flights of stairs, she returning to her duties, while Grace went to the pleasant library where, with her hat and whip upon the floor, Edith sat reading the book she had ventured to take from the well filled shelves, and in which she had been so absorbed as not to hear the slight rustling in the adjoining room, where a young man was standing in the enclosure of the deep bay window, and gazing intently at her. He had heard from Mrs. Johnson's daughter that some ladies were going over the house, and not caring to meet them, he stepped into the recess of the window just as Edith entered the library. As the eye of the stranger fell upon her, he came near uttering an exclamation of surprise that anything so graceful, so queenly, and withal so wondrously beautiful should be found in Shannondale, which, with his city ideas still clinging to him, seemed like an out of the way place where the girls were buxom, good natured, and hearty, just as he remembered Kitty Maynard to have been, and not at all like this creature of rare loveliness sitting there before him, her head inclined gracefully to the volume she was reading, and showing to good advantage her magnificent hair. "Who can she be?" he thought, and a thrill of unwonted admiration ran through his veins, as Edith raised for a moment her large eyes of midnight blackness, and from his hiding place he saw how soft and mild they were in their expression. Can Grace have spirited to her retreat some fair nymph for company? Hark! I hear her voice, and now for the solution of the mystery. Standing back a little further so as to escape observation, the young man waited till Grace Atherton came near. "Here you are," she said, "poring over a book as usual. I should suppose you'd had enough of that to do in reading to Mr. Harrington. German philosophy, too. Will wonders never cease? Arthur was right, I declare, when he dubbed you metaphysics." "Edith Hastings!" The young man said it beneath his breath, while he involuntarily made a motion forward. "Can it be possible? And yet now that I know it, I see the little black eyed elf in every feature. Well, may the blind man be proud of his protégée. She might grace the saloons of Versailles and rival the Empress herself." Thus far he had soliloquized, when something Grace was saying caught his ear, and chained his attention at once. "Oh, Edith," she began, "you don't know what you lost by being over squeamish. Such a perfect jewel box of a room, with the tiniest single bed of solid mahogany. Isn't it queer that Arthur should have locked it up, and isn't it fortunate for us that Mrs. Johnson found that rusty old key, which must have originally belonged to the door of the den, as she says he calls it?" Anxiously the young man awaited Edith's answer, his face aglow with indignation, and his eyes flashing with anger. "Fortunate for you, perhaps," returned Edith, tying her riding hat, "but I wouldn't have gone in for anything." "Why not?" asked Grace, walking into the hall. "Because," said Edith, "Mr. St. Clair evidently did not wish any one to go in, and I think Mrs. Johnson was wrong in opening the door." "What a little Puritan it is!" returned Grace, playfully caressing the rosy cheeks of Edith, who had now joined her in the hall. "Arthur will never know, for I certainly shall not tell either him or any one, and I gave Mrs. Johnson some very wholesome advice upon that subject. There she is now in the back yard. If you like, we'll go round and give her a double charge." The young man saw them as they turned the corner of the building, and gliding from his post, he hurried up the stairs, and entering the den, locked the door, and throwing himself upon the sofa, groaned aloud, while the drops of perspiration oozed out upon his forehead, and stood thickly about his lips. Then his mood changed, and pacing the floor he uttered invectives against the meddlesome Mrs. Johnson, who by this one act had proved that she could not be trusted. Consequently, she must not remain longer at Grassy Spring, and while in the yard below Mrs. Johnson was promising Grace "to be as still as the dead," Arthur St. Clair was planning her dismissal. This done, and his future course decided upon, the indignant young man felt better, and began again to think of Edith Hastings, whom he admired for her honourable conduct in refusing to enter a place where she had reason to think she was not wanted. "Noble, high principled girl," he said. "I'm glad I told Mr. Harrington what I did before seeing her." Otherwise he might have suspected that her beauty had something to do with my offer, and so be jealous lest I had designs upon his singing bird, as he called her. But, alas! neither beauty, nor grace, nor purity can now avail with me, miserable wretch that I am!" And again that piteous moan, as of a soul punished before its time, was heard in the silent room. But hark! What sound is that, which, stealing through the iron latticed windows, drowns the echo of that moan and makes the young man listen? It is Edith Hastings, singing one of her wild songs, and as the full rich melody of her wonderful voice falls upon his ear, Arthur St. Clair bows his head upon his hands and weeps, for the music carries him back to the long ago, when he had no terrible secret haunting every hour, but was as light hearted as the maiden whom, as she gallops away on her swift footed Arabian, he looks after with wistful eyes, watching her until the sweep of her long riding skirt and the waving of her graceful plumes disappear beneath the shadow of the dim woods, where night is beginning to fall. Slowly, sadly, he turns from the window. Merrily, swiftly, the riders dash along, and just as the clock strikes 6, their panting steeds pause at the entrance to Collingwood. CHAPTER X. Of Darkness and Daylight, by Mary Jane Holmes. Is in the public domain. 10. Edith at home. It was too late for Grace to call, and bidding her companion good bye, she galloped down the hill, while Edith, in a meditative mood, suffered her favourite Bedouin to walk leisurely up the carriage road, which led to the rear of the house. "Victor Dupray!" she exclaimed, as a tall figure emerged from the open door and came forward to meet her. "Where did you come from?" "From New York," he replied, bowing very low. "Will mademoiselle alight?" And taking the little foot from out the shoe, he lifted her carefully from the saddle. "Is he here?" she asked, and Victor replied, "Certainement, and has brought home a fresh recruit of the blues, too, judging from the length and colour of his face." "Why did he go to New York?" interrupted Edith, who had puzzled her brain not a little with regard to the business which had taken Richard so suddenly from home. "As true as I live, I don't know," was Victor's reply. "For once he's kept dark even to me, scouring all the alleys and lanes and poor houses in the city, leaving me at the hotel, and taking with him some of those men with brass buttons on their coats. One day when he came back, he acted as if he were crazy, and I saw the great tears drop on the table over which he was leaning. Then when I asked if he'd heard bad news, he answered, 'No, joyful news. I am perfectly happy now. I am ready to go home.' And he did seem happy until we drove up to the gate and you didn't come to meet him. 'Where's Edith?' he asked, and when Mrs. Matson said you were out, his forehead began to tie itself up in knots, just as it does when he is displeased. It's my opinion, Miss Edith, that you humour him altogether too much. You are tied to him as closely as a mother to her baby." Edith sighed, not because she felt the bands to which Victor had alluded, but because she reproached herself for not having been there to welcome the blind man home, when she knew how much he thought of these little attentions. "I'll make amends, though, now," she said, and remembering the story of his disappointment, her heart swelled with a fresh feeling of pity for the helpless Richard, who, sitting before the blazing fire in the library, did not hear the light step coming so softly toward him. All the way from the station, and indeed all the way from New York, he had pictured to himself Edith's sylph-like form running down the steps to meet him; had felt her warm hands in his, heard her sweet voice welcoming him home again, and the world around him was filled with daylight, for Edith was the sun which shone upon his darkness. She was dearer to him now, if possible, than when he left Collingwood, for during his absence he had learned that which, if she knew it, would bind her to him by cords of gratitude too strong to be lightly broken. She owed everything to him, and he, alas, he groaned when he thought what he owed to her. But he loved her all the same, and this it was which added to the keenness of his disappointment, when among the many feet which hastened out to meet him, he listened for hers in vain. He knew it was very pleasant in his little library whither Victor led him. Very pleasant to sit in his accustomed chair, and feel the firelight shining on his face, but there was something missing. and the blue veins were swelling on his forehead, and the lines deepening about his mouth, when a pair of soft white arms were wound about his neck, two soft white hands patted his bearded cheeks, and a voice, whose every tone made his heart throb and beat with ecstasy, murmured in his ear: "Dear Mr. Richard, I am so glad you've come home, and so sorry I was not here to meet you. I did not expect you to night. Forgive me, won't you? There, let me smooth the ugly wrinkles away, they make you look so cross and old." And the little fingers he vainly tried to clasp wandered caressingly over the knit brows, while, for the first time since people began to call her Miss Hastings, Edith's lips touched his. Nor was she sorry when she saw how beautiful the love light broke all over the dark stern face, irradiating every feature, and giving to it an expression almost divine. "Kiss me again, birdie," he said. "It is not often you grant me such a treat." And he held her arms about his neck until she pressed her lips once more against his own. Then he released her, and, making her sit down beside him, rested his hand upon her shining hair, while he asked her how she had busied herself in his absence, if she had missed the old dark cloud a bit, and if she was not sorry to have him back. He knew just what her answer would be, and when it was given he took her face between his hands, and, turning it up toward him, said: "I'd give all Collingwood, darling, just to look once into your eyes, and see if—" Then, apparently changing his mind, he added, "See if you are pleased with what I've brought you. Look." And taking from his pocket a square box, he displayed to her view an entire set of beautiful pearls. "I wanted to buy diamonds, but Victor said pearls were more appropriate for a young girl like you. Are they becoming?" And he placed some of them amid the braids of her dark hair. Like all girls of 17, Edith was in raptures, nor could he make her sit still beside him until, divested of her riding habit, she had tried the effect of the delicate ornaments, bracelets, earrings, necklace, and all. "I'm so glad you like them," he said, and he did enjoy it very much, sitting there and listening to her as she danced about the room, uttering little girlish screams of delight, and asking Victor, when at last he came in, if she wasn't irresistible. Victor felt that she was, and in his polite French way he complimented her, until Richard bade him stop, telling him she was already spoiled with flattery. The pearls being laid aside, and Victor gone, Edith resumed her accustomed seat upon a stool at Richard's feet, and, folding both hands upon his knee, looked into his face, saying: "Well, monsieur, why did you go off to New York so suddenly? I think you might tell me now, unless it's something I ought not to know." He hesitated a moment, as if uncertain whether to tell her or not, then said to her abruptly: "You've heard, I believe, of the little child whom I saved from drowning?" "Yes," she answered. "Don't you know I told you once I used to worship you because you were so brave? I remember, too, of praying every night in my childish way that you might some day find the little girl." "Edith, I have found her," and the nervous hands pressed tenderly upon the beautiful head almost resting in his lap. "Found her?" And Edith sprang to her feet, her large eyes growing larger, but having in them no shadow of suspicion. "Where did you find her? Where is she now? What is her name? Why didn't you bring her home?" And out of breath with her rapid questioning, Edith sat down again, while Richard laughingly replied: "Where shall I begin to answer all your queries? Shall I take them in order? I found out all about her in New York." "That explains your scouring the alleys and lanes, as Victor said you did," interrupted Edith, and Richard rejoined rather sharply: "What does he know about it?" "Nothing, nothing," returned Edith, anxious to shield Victor from his master's anger. "I asked him what you did in New York, and he told me that. Go on. What is her name?" "Eloise Temple. Her mother was a Swede, and her father an American, much older than his wife." "Eloise, Eloise, Eloise." Edith repeated it 3 times. "Where have I heard that name before? Oh, I know. I heard Kitty Maynard telling the story to Mrs. Atherton. Where is she, did you say, and how does she look?" "She is with the family who adopted her as their own, for her mother is dead. Eloise is an orphan, Edith." And again the broad hand touched the shining hair, pityingly this time, while the voice which spoke of the mother was sad and low. Suddenly a strange, fanciful idea flashed on Edith's mind, and looking into Richard's face, she asked, "How old is Eloise?" 17, perhaps. Possibly, though, she's older.
And you, Mr. Harrington? How old are you, please? I'll never tell as long as I live, if you don't want me to."
She knew he was becoming rather sensitive with regard to his age, but she thought he would not mind her knowing, never dreaming that she, of all others, was the one from whom he would, if possible, conceal the fact that he was 38. Still he told her unreservedly, asking her the while if she did not consider him almost her grandfather.
"Why, no," she answered. "You don't look old a bit. You haven't a single gray hair. I think you are splendid, and so I'm sure did the mother of Eloise. Didn't she?"
And the roguish black eyes looked up archly into the blind man's face. Remembering what Grace had said of his love affair in Europe many years since, and adding to that the evident interest he felt in little Eloise Temple, the case was clear to her as daylight. The Swedish maiden was the girl who jilted Richard Harrington, and hence his love for Eloise, for she knew he did love her from his manner when speaking of her and the pains he had taken to find her. He had not answered her last question yet, for he did not understand its drift, and when at last he spoke, he said: "Mrs. Temple esteemed me highly, I believe, and I admired her very much. She had the sweetest voice I ever heard, not even excepting yours, which is something like it." Edith nodded to the bright face on the mirror opposite, and the bright face nodded back as much as to say,
"I knew 'twas so." "Was she really handsome, this Mrs. Temple?" she asked, anxious to know how Richard Harrington's early love had looked. Instinctively, the hands of the blind man met together round Edith's graceful neck as he told her how beautiful that Swedish mother was, with her glossy raven hair and her large, soft, lustrous eyes, and as he talked, there crept into Edith's heart a strange, inexplicable affection for that fair young Swede, who Richard said was not as happy with her father husband as she should have been, and who, emigrating to another land, had died of a homesick, broken heart. "I am sorry I cursed her to day," thought Edith, her tears falling fast to the memory of the lonely, homesick woman, the mother of Eloise. "Had she married Richard," she thought, "he would not now be sitting here in his blindness, for she would be with him, and Eloise too, or someone very much like her. I wish she were here now." And after a moment she asked why he had not brought the maiden home with him. "I should love her as much as my sister," she said, "and you'd be happier with two of us, wouldn't you?"
"No," he answered. "One young girl is enough for any house. I couldn't endure two."
"Then I ought to go away,"
said Edith promptly, her bosom swelling with the dread lest she should eventually have to go.
"Eloise has certainly the best right here. You loved her mother, you know, and you'd rather have her than me, wouldn't you?"
She held both his hands now within her own. She bent her face upon them, and he felt her tears trickling through his fingers. Surely he was not to blame if, forgetting himself for the moment, he wound his arms about her and hugging her to his bosom, told her that of all the world she was the one he most wanted there at Collingwood, there just where she was now, her head upon his shoulder, her cheek against his own. Once she felt slightly startled, his words were so fraught with tender passion, but regarding him as her father, or at least her elder brother, she could not believe he intended addressing her save as his sister or his child, and releasing herself from his embrace, she slid back upon her stool and said: "I'm glad you're willing I should stay. It would kill me to go from Collingwood now. I've been so happy here, and found in you so kind a father." She would say that last word, and she did, never observing that Richard frowned slightly, as if it were to him an unwelcome sound. Presently Edith went on.
"I think, though, this Eloise ought to come too, no matter how pleasant a home she has. It is her duty to care for you who lost your sight for her. Were I in her place, I should consider no sacrifice too great to atone for the past. I would do everything in the world you asked of me, and then not half repay you."
"Everything, Edith? Did you say everything?" And it would seem that the blind eyes had for once torn away their veil, so lovingly and wistfully they rested upon the bowed head of the young girl, who, without looking up, answered back,
Yes, everything. But I'm glad I'm not this Eloise.
"Why, Edith, why?" And the voice which asked the question was mournful in its tone.
Because, returned Edith, I should not care to be under so great obligations to any one. The burden would be oppressive. I should be all the while wondering what more I could do, while you too would be afraid that the little kindnesses which now are prompted in a great measure by love would be rendered from a sense of gratitude and duty. Wouldn't it be so, Mr. Richard?
"Yes, yes," he whispered. "You are right. I should be jealous that what my heart craved as love would be only gratitude. I am glad you suggested this, Edith. Very, very glad. And now let us talk no more of Eloise."
Ah, but I must, cried Edith. There are so many things I want to know, and you've really told me nothing. Had she brothers or sisters? Tell me that, please.
"There was a half sister, I believe, but she is dead," said Richard. "They are all dead but this girl. She is alive and happy, and sometime I will tell you more of her, but not now. I am sorry I told you what I have."
So am I if I can't hear the whole, returned Edith, beginning to pout.
"I did intend to tell you all when I began," said Richard, "but I've changed my mind. And, Edith, I have faith to believe you will not repeat to anyone our conversation. Neither must you tease me about this girl. It is not altogether an agreeable subject." Edith saw that he was in earnest, and, knowing how useless it would be to question him further, turned her back upon him, and gazing steadily into the fire, was wondering what made him so queer, when by way of diverting her mind he said, "Did Victor tell you that Mr. St. Clair came with us all the way from New York?"
Mr. St. Clair? No.
And Edith brightened at once, forgetting all about Eloise Temple.
Why, then, didn't Mrs. Atherton and I see him? We went over the house this afternoon. It's a splendid place, most as handsome as Collingwood.
"How would you like to live there?" asked Richard playfully. "One of the proposed conditions on which I consented to receive you was that when Mr. St. Clair had a home of his own he was to take you off my hands. At least, that was what he said, standing here where you sit. And on my way from New York he reminded me of it, inquiring for little metaphysics and asking if I were ready to part with her."
"Do you wish me to go and let Eloise come?"
Edith asked pettishly, and Richard replied, "No, Edith, I need you more than Arthur ever can, and you'll stay with me, too, stay always, won't you? Promise that you will."
"Of course I shall," she answered. "I'll stay until I'm married, as I suppose I shall be sometime. Everybody is."
Richard tried to be satisfied with this reply, but it grated harshly, and it seemed to him that a shadow darker than any he had ever known was creeping slowly over him, and that Arthur St. Clair's was the presence which brought the threatening cloud. He knew this half jealous feeling was unworthy of him, and with a mighty effort he shook it off, and saying to Edith calmly, "Mr. St. Clair asked many questions concerning you and your attainments, and when I spoke of your passion for drawing, lamenting that since Miss Chapin's departure there was in town no competent instructor, he offered to be your teacher, provided you would come up there twice a week. He is a very sensible young man, for when I hesitated he guessed at once that I was revolving the propriety of your going alone to the house of a bachelor, where there were no females except the servants, and he said to me, 'You can come with her if you like.'"
"So it's more proper for a young lady to be with two gentlemen than with one, is it?"
And Edith laughed merrily, at the same time asking if Richard had accepted the offer. "I did, provided it met your approbation," was the reply, and as Victor just then appeared, the conversation, for the present, ceased. But neither Eloise nor Arthur left the minds of either Richard or Edith, and while in her sleep that night, the latter dreamed of the gentle Eloise who called her sister, and from whom Arthur St. Clair strove to part her, the former tossed restlessly upon his pillow, moaning to himself, "I am glad I did not tell her. She must answer me for love, and not for gratitude." End of chapter 10. CHAPTER XI of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. Matters at Grassy Spring. The next morning, as the family at Collingwood sat at their rather late breakfast, a note was brought to Richard, who immediately handed it to Edith. Breaking the seal and glancing at the name at the end, she exclaimed,
"It's from Mr. St. Clair. And he says, let me see. Grassy Spring, October 18. Dear Sir, a wholly unexpected event makes it necessary for me to be absent from home for the next few weeks. During this time my house will be shut up, and I shall be very glad if in her daily rides Miss Hastings will occasionally come round this way and see that everything is straight. I would like much to give the keys into her charge, knowing as I do that I can trust her. The books in my library are at her disposal, as is also the portfolio of drawings, which I will leave upon the writing table. When I return, and have become somewhat domesticated, I hope to have her for my pupil, as proposed yesterday. Please let me know at once if she is willing to take charge of my keys. In haste, Arthur St. Clair." "What does he mean?" asked Edith, as she finished reading this note aloud. "What does he wish me to do?"
"Why," returned Richard, "he is to shut up his house, which, being brick, will naturally become damp, and I suppose he wishes you to air it occasionally, by opening the windows and letting in the sunlight."
"Wishes me, in short, to perform a servant's duty," said Edith, haughtily. "Very well, I'll do it. Perhaps it will pay my tuition in part. Who knows?"
And in spite of Richard's remonstrances, she seized a pen and dashed off the following:
"Mr. St. Clair. Dear Sir, Miss Hastings accepts the great honour of looking after your house, and will see that nothing gets mouldy during your absence. In haste, Richard Harrington, per Edith Hastings. P.S. Will you have her clean it before you return?"
"Edith!" And Richard's voice was very stern. "Arthur St. Clair never intended to insult you, and you shall not send that note. Tear it up at once." Edith stood a moment irresolute, while her eyes flashed with indignation, but she had been too long accustomed to obey the man who, groping his way to her side, stood commandingly before her to resist his authority now, and, mechanically tearing the note in pieces, she tossed them into the fire. "Victor," said Richard, wishing to spare Edith the mortification of writing a second answer, "tell the man from Grassy Spring that Mr. St. Clair can leave his keys at Collingwood." Victor departed with the message, and Edith, somewhat recovered from her pet, said,
"Isn't it queer, though, that Mr. St. Clair should ask to leave his keys with me? One would suppose he'd trust his cousin to rummage his goods and chattels sooner than a stranger."
"He has his reasons, I dare say, for preferring you," returned Richard, adding that he himself would go with her some day to Grassy Spring and assist her in airing the house. Toward the middle of the afternoon the keys of Collingwood were delivered to Edith, together with a sealed note containing a single line: "The broken key unlocks the den." Had Arthur wished to puzzle Edith he could not have done so more effectually than he did by these words. "What do I care," she said, "which unlocks the den?
"I certainly should not cross its threshold were the door left wide open. What does he mean?"
And she was still wondering over the message when Grace Atherton was announced. As she grew older, Grace assumed a more familiar, youthful manner than had characterized her early womanhood, and now, tossing her riding hat and whip upon the bed, she sank into Edith's easy chair and began: "The funniest thing imaginable has happened at Grassy Spring. His Royal Highness Lord St. Clair has flown into a violent passion with Mrs. Johnson for having shown us into that room."
"Shown you, you mean. I didn't go in," interrupted Edith, and Grace continued: "Well, shown me, then, though I think you might at least share in the disgrace.
I never saw Arthur as indignant as he was last night when he called on me. Women were curious, prying creatures, anyway, he said, and he had no faith in any of them."
"Did he say so?"
asked Edith, and Grace replied: "Well, not exactly that. He did make a few exceptions, of which you are one. Mrs. Johnson must have told him that you refused to enter. What harm was there, anyway, and what's the room for? I'm beginning to grow curious." Here he's dismissed Mrs. Johnson and her daughter, telling her if he could not trust her in small matters, he could not in those of greater importance, and the good soul has taken the afternoon express for Boston, where she formerly lived. She says he paid her 3 months' extra wages, so he was liberal in that respect. But the strangest part of all is that he is going to Florida, where he has some claim to or owns a plantation of negroes, and he intends to bring a whole cargo of them to Grassy Spring housekeeper, cook, chambermaid, coachman, gardener, and all. Don't you think he's crazy?" Edith thought the facts would warrant such a conclusion, and Grace went on. "I offered to take charge of his house, telling him it ought not to be shut up for several weeks, but he declined so haughtily, saying he should leave the keys with some one less curious than myself, and asked if I supposed you would be offended if he offered them to you. I told him no, and I daresay he will send them here if indeed he has not already done so. Has he?" she asked quickly, as she saw a peculiar smile on Edith's lips. "Yes," Edith answered, feeling the while so glad that Richard had prevented her from sending that insulting note. She knew now why the keys were given to her, and the fact that Arthur St. Clair trusted her even before his own cousin, left a warm, happy spot in her heart. Upon second thought, this act was not displeasing to Grace herself. It evinced a preference in Arthur for Edith Hastings, and on her way home she busied herself in building castles of the future when Edith, as the wife of Arthur, and mistress of Grassy Spring, would cease to be her rival. As Grace had said, Mrs. Johnson and Rose, her daughter, were dismissed, the house was shut up, the owner gone, the keys in Edith's possession, and for many days the leaves of crimson and of gold drifted down upon the walks, and lay piled beneath the windows and upon the marble steps where they rested undisturbed, save when the evening wind whirled them in fantastic circles, and then sent them back again to their first lodging place. Occasionally Edith, on her spirited Bedouin, rode slowly by, glancing at the grounds and garden, where so many flowers were blossoming for naught, and then gazing curiously at the latticed windows looking out toward Collingwood. She knew which ones they were, though the blinds were closed tightly over them, and she wondered if the mystery of that room would ever be revealed to her. Once, as she was riding by, she saw a stranger standing upon the steps of the front door, and pulling vehemently at the silver knob, which brought him no response. Reining Bedouin at the gate, she waited until the gentleman, tired of ringing, came slowly down the walk, apparently absorbed in some perplexing thought. He did not see her until almost upon her, when bowing politely, he said: "I beg your pardon, miss. Can you tell me where Mr. St. Clair is to be found?" "He has gone to Florida," she answered, "and will not return for some weeks." "Gone to Florida, and I not know it? That's very queer." And the stranger bit his lip with vexation. "Did you wish particularly to see him?" asked Edith, and he replied: "Yes, a friend lies very sick in the—" He paused a moment, looking searchingly at Edith, and added, "in Worcester. We can do nothing with her, and I have come for him." Edith thought of Nina, thought of the Den, thought of everything, except that the man seemed waiting for her to speak. "Won't be home for some weeks," he said at last, as she continued silent. "And you don't know where a letter would reach him?" "No, sir, but I will deliver any message from you as soon as he returns." The stranger scrutinized her closely a second time ere he replied: "Tell him Griswold has been here and wishes him to come to Worcester at once." Edith was mortal, nay more, was a genuine descendant of Mother Eve, and with a feeling akin to what that fair matron must have felt when she wondered how those apples did taste, she said to the man: "Who shall I say is sick?" "A friend," was the laconic reply, as he walked rapidly away, muttering to himself: "A pretty scrape St. Clair is getting himself into. Poor Arthur, poor Arthur!" It would seem that Edith, too, was imbued with something of the spirit which prompted him to say "poor Arthur," for she involuntarily sighed, and casting another glance at the windows of the Den, gave loose rein to Bedouin, and galloped swiftly down the road. The next morning was clear and bright, and as Richard felt the bracing air, he said to her: "We will visit Grassy Spring to day. It's time you gave it a little air." The carriage was accordingly brought out, and in half an hour's time Richard and Edith were treading the deserted rooms, into which they let the warm sunlight by opening wide the windows, all save those of one chamber. Edith did not go near the den, and she marvelled that Arthur should have given her its key, indicating which it was. She did not know that the rather peculiar young man had lain for her a snare, by which means he would surely know how far her curiosity had led her. He might have spared himself the trouble, for Edith was the soul of honour, and nothing could have induced her to cross the prescribed threshold. "It's very pleasant here, isn't it?" Richard asked, as they went from one room to another, and he felt the soft carpets yield to his tread. "Yes," she answered, "but not as pleasant as Collingwood. I like my own home best." And she looked into his face in time to catch the expression she loved so well, an expression of trusting, childlike happiness, touching to behold in a strong man. He liked to know that Edith was contented with Collingwood, contented with him, and he hoped it would be so always. He could not bear the thought that he had suffered every fibre of his heart to twine and intertwine themselves around her, only to be one day broken and cast bleeding at his feet. But somehow, here at Grassy Spring, in the home of Arthur St. Clair, he felt oppressed with a dread lest this thing should be. And to Edith, when she asked what made him so pale, he said: "It's close in here, I think. Let's hurry out into the open air." She led him to an iron chair beneath a forest maple, and, leaving him there, alone, went back to close the windows she had opened. One of those in the drawing room resisted all her efforts for a time, but came down at last with a bang, causing her to start, and hit her foot against a frame which she had not before observed, but which she now saw was a portrait standing in the dark corner with his face against the wall. "Truly there can be no harm in looking at this," she thought, and turning it to the light she stepped back to examine it. 'Twas the picture of a black-eyed, black-haired child, a little girl scarcely 3 years old, judging from the baby face, and the fat dimpled hands turning so earnestly the leaves of a picture book. One tiny foot was bare, and one encased in a red morocco shoe. "Dear, darling baby," she said aloud, feeling an irresistible desire to hug the little creature to her bosom. "Who are you, baby? Where are you now? And how came you with Mr. St. Clair?" She asked these questions aloud, and was answered by Richard calling from his seat beneath the maple to know why she tarried so long. With one more lingering glance at the infant, she locked the doors and hastened out to her blind charge. On 3 or 4 other occasions she came alone to Grassy Spring, opening the doors and windows and feasting her eyes upon the beautiful little child. Edith was wonderfully in love with that picture, and many a theory she built as to the original. Grace had told her that Arthur had no sister, and this, while it tended to deepen the mystery, increased her interest. "I'll ask him about her when he gets home," she thought, and she waited anxiously for his return, which occurred much sooner than she had anticipated. It was a cold, raw November day, and the rain was beating against the windows of the little room she called her boudoir, and where she now sat sewing, when Victor, who had been sent to Grassy Spring to see that the storm did not penetrate the western blinds, appeared before her, ejaculating: "Mon Dieu, Miss Hastings! What do you think there is over yonder at Grassy Spring? A whole swarm of niggers, and Guinea niggers at that, I do believe. Such outlandish specimens! There they sit, bent up double with the cold, and hovering round the kitchen fire, some on the floor, some on chairs, and one has actually taken the tin dish pan and turned it bottom side up for a stool. They come from Florida, they say, and they sort along to Marsa St. Clair. They called me Marsa, too, and when Mr. St. Clair asked me how my master and young lady were, the old she one who sat smoking in the corner, with a turban on her head as high as a church steeple, took the pipe from her mouth and actually swore." "Swore, Victor?" exclaimed Edith, who had listened in amazement to his story. "I don't know what you call it but swearing. Says she, 'A white nigger, Lor A'mighty,' and the whole bevy of them opened their ranks for me to sit down in their circle. Kind of a fellow feeling, you know." And Victor endeavoured to hide the shock his pride had received by laughing loudly at the negro's mistake. "How did you get in?" asked Edith. "He must have been there before you." "He had a key to the back door," returned Victor, "and I gave him up mine. He wants you to send the others. Shall I take them over?"
"Yes. No, I will go myself," said Edith,
remembering Mr. Greswold from Worcester, and the message she was to deliver. "You go in this rain? Mr. Harrington won't let you," said Victor; and Edith rejoined,
"I shan't ask him. I've been out in worse storms than this. Bring up Edwin."
Victor was never happier than when obeying Edith, and in an inconceivably short space of time Bedwin stood at the back piazza, where his mistress mounted him and rode away. It was not until she had left the Collingwood grounds and was out upon the main road that she began to feel any doubts as to the propriety of what she was doing. She had not seen Arthur St. Clair for 8 years. She must, of course, introduce herself, and would he not marvel to see her there in that rain when a servant could have brought the keys as well? And the message, too. Victor might have delivered that she had been willing to trust him with it, but she was not. Arthur St. Clair had a secret of some kind. Mr. Greswold was concerned in it, and it was to guard this secret from all curious ears that she was doing what she was. Having thus settled the matter to her mind, Edith rode on, unmindful of the rain, which had partially subsided, but still dripped from her black plumes and glanced off from her velvet habit. A slight nervous trepidation seized her, however, as she drew nearer to Grassy Spring, and noticed the look of surprise with which a stalwart African standing by the gate regarded her. Riding up to him, she said good naturedly,
"How d'ye, uncle?"
having learned so much of negro dialect from Rachel, who was a native of Georgia. Immediately the ivories of the darky became visible, and with a not ungraceful bow, he answered,
"Jest tolerable, thank'ee,"
while his eyes wandered up the road as if in quest of something they evidently did not find, for, bending forward, he looked curiously behind Edith, saying by way of apology,
"I's huntin' for your little black boy. Whar is he?"
"Where's who?" And in her fright, lest some one of the little Guinea niggers about whom Victor had told her might be seated behind her, Edith leaped with one bound from the saddle, nearly upsetting the young man hastening out to meet her. Southern bred as the negro was, he could not conceive of a white lady's riding without an escort, and failing to see said escort, he fancied it must be some diminutive child perched upon the horse, and was looking to find him, feeling naturally curious to know how the negroes of Yankee land differed from those of Florida. All this Edith understood afterward, but she was too much excited now to think of anything except that she had probably made herself ridiculous in the eyes of Arthur St. Clair, who adroitly rescued her from a fall in the mud by catching her about the waist and clasping one of her hands. "Miss Hastings, I believe," he said, when he saw that she had regained her equilibrium. "This is a pleasure I hardly expected in this storm. But come in. You are drenched with rain," and still holding her hand, he led her into the library, where a cheerful fire was blazing. Drawing a chair before it, he made her sit down, while he untied and removed her hat, brushing the drops of rain from her hair, and doing it in so quiet, familiar, and withal so womanly a manner, that Edith began to feel quite at home with him, and to think she had not done so foolish a thing after all in coming there. When sure she was comfortable, he drew a chair opposite to her, and for the first time since they met, she had a chance to see what changes 8 years had wrought in one she thought so handsome as a youth. He was larger, more fully developed than when she parted from him in Albany, and it seemed to her as if he were taller, too. He was certainly manlier in his appearance, and the incipient moustache at which her nose was once contemptuously elevated, was now a rich brown beard, adding, as some would think, to the beauty of his face, the pride of his barber, and the envy of his less fortunate comrades. He was a remarkably fine looking man, handsomer even than Richard Harrington, inasmuch as he had not about him the air of helplessness which characterized the blind man. The same old mischievous twinkle lurked in the soft brown eyes, and the corners of the mouth curved just as they used to do. But his smile was not as frequent or as joyous as of old, while on his brow there was a shadow resting, an expression of sad disquiet, as if thus early he had drank deeply from the cup of sorrow. Amid his wavy hair a line of silver was now and then discernible, and Edith thought how much faster he had grown old than Richard Harrington. And well he might, for Richard, in his blindness, was happier far than Arthur St. Clair, blessed with health and riches, and eyesight and youth. He had no secret eating to his very heart's core, and with every succeeding year magnifying itself into a greater evil than it really was, as an error concealed is sure to do. Besides that, Richard had Edith, while Arthur, alas, poor Arthur, he had worse than nothing. And as he looked across the hearth to where Edith sat, he ceased to wonder that one who for 8 years had basked in the sunshine of her presence should be as young, as vigorous and happy as Richard had appeared to him. But he must not think of this. He professed to be a woman hater, he who, in his early boyhood, had counted his conquests by scores, and even if he were not, beautiful Edith Hastings could never be aught to him. And he must not suffer himself for a single moment to think how beautiful she was. Still he could not help looking at her, and not a movement of her hand or a bend of her head escaped him. But so skilfully did he manage that the deluded girl fancied he never once glanced at her, while he expressed to her his gratitude for having taken so good care of his house. "There is one room, however, you did not open," and the eyes of Brown met now the eyes of Black, but were quickly withdrawn as he continued. "I mean the one at the head of the stairs, leading from my private sitting room." "How do you know?" asked Edith, a suspicion of the truth flashing upon her. "Did Bluebeard lay a snare in which to catch Fatima?" "He did," Arthur answered, "but was nearly as certain then as now that she would not fall into it. Miss Hastings, it gives me more pleasure than I can well express to find one female who is worthy to be trusted, who has no curiosity." "But I have a heap of curiosity," returned Edith, laughingly. "I'm half crazy to know what that room is for, and why you are so particular about it." "Then you deserve more credit than I have given you," he replied, a dark shadow stealing over his handsome face. Edith was about to ask him of the portrait in the drawing room, when he prevented her by making some playful allusion to the circumstances of their first acquaintance. "I began to think you had forgotten me," said Edith, "though I knew you could not well forget the theft unjustly charged to me." She hoped he would now speak of Nina, but he did not, and as she, for the first time, remembered Mr. Griswold, she said after a moment's pause: "I came near forgetting my principal errand here. I could have sent your keys, but I would rather deliver Mr. Griswold's message myself." She expected Arthur to start, but she was not prepared for him to spring from his chair as suddenly as he did. "Mr. Griswold?" he repeated. "Where did you see him? Has he been here? What did he say? Tell me, Edith. Miss Hastings, I beg your pardon. Tell me his errand." He stood close to her now, and his eyes did not leave her face for an instant while she repeated the particulars of her interview with the stranger. "And this is all? You've told me all that passed between you?" he asked, eagerly. "Yes, all," she answered, pitying him, he looked so frightened, so disturbed. Consulting his watch, he continued: "There's time, I see, if I am expeditious. I must take the next train east, though I would so much rather stay and talk with you. I shall see you again, Miss Hastings. You'll come often to Grassy Spring, won't you? I need the sight of a face like yours to keep me from going mad." He wrung her hand, and stepped into the hall just as one of the black women he had brought from Florida appeared. "Aunt Phyllis," he said, "I wish to speak with you," and going with her to the extremity of the hall, they conversed together in low, earnest tones, as if talking of some great sorrow in which both were interested. Once Edith heard Aunt Phyllis say: "Blessed lamb that I've done toted so many times in these old arms. Go, Marser Arthur. Never you mind old Phyllis, she'll get on somehow. Mebbe the young lady in thar kin show me the things and tell me the names of your Yankee gimcracks." "I have no doubt she will," returned Arthur, adding something in a whisper which Edith could not hear. A moment more and Arthur passed the door, equipped with overcoat and umbrella, and she heard his rapid steps upon the back piazza as he went towards the carriage house. Aunt Phyllis now re entered the library, curtsying low to Edith, who saw upon her old black face the trace of recent tears. "Is Mr. St. Clair's friend very sick?" Edith ventured to ask, and instantly the round bright eyes shot at her a glance of alarm, while the negress replied: "Dunno, missus.
He keeps his fars mostly to hisself, and Phyllis has done larnt not to pry."
Thus rebuked, Edith arose and began to tie on her hat preparatory to leaving.
"Come in dis way a minute, miss," said Phyllis. "We're from Floridy, and dunno more'n the dead what to do in such a shiny kitchen as Marster St. Clair done keeps."
Edith followed her to the kitchen, in which she found several dusky forms crouched before the fire and gazing about them with a wondering look. To Edith they were exceedingly polite, and, taking a seat in their midst, she soon learned from a loquacious old lady who seemed to be superannuated, that
they were all one family, she being the grandmother, Ike and Phyllis the father and mother, and t'others the children. "We're all Bernards," she said, "'cause that was old Master's name, but now I don't know who we does b'long to. Some says to Marster St. Clair, and some says to Miss Mother," and Phyllis bustled up to the old lady, who, uttering a loud outcry, exclaimed, "The Lord, Phyllis, you needn't done trod on my fetched corns. I warn't a-gwine to tell," and she loudly bewailed her aching foot, encased in a shoe of most wonderful make. When the pain had partially subsided, the talkative Judy continued, "There wasn't no sense, so I tole 'em, in totin' us way off here in the dead o' winter. I scotched a misery in my back, and got the shivers all over me. I's too old, anyway, to leave my cabin thar in Floridy, and I'd a heap sight rather have stayed and died in the old plantation. We has good times thar, me and Uncle Abe. That's an old coloured gentleman that lives jinnin' and does nothin', just as I do. He lost his wife next Christmas'll be a year; and bein' lonesome like, he used to come over nights to talk about her, and tell how mis'able it was to be alone."
"You are a widow, I presume?" said Edith, her black eyes brimming with fun.
"Yes, chile. I's been a widdy 30 year, and Uncle Abe was such a well to do nigger, a trifle shaky in the legs, I know, but it don't matter. Marster St. Clair wouldn't part the family, he said, and nothin' to do but I must come. Uncle Abe's cabin was comf'able enough, and thar was a hull chest of Roddy's things, a doin' nobody no good."
Aunt Judy paused and looked into the fire as if seeing there images of the absent Abel, while Edith regarded her intently, pressing her hands twice upon her forehead, as if trying to retain a confused, blurred idea which flitted across her mind.
"Judy," she said at last, "it seems to me I must have seen you somewhere before, though where I don't know." "Like enough, honey," returned Judy. "Yer voice sounds mighty natural, and them black eyes shine and glisten like some oder eyes I seen somewhar. Has you been in Floridy, chile?"
"No," returned Edith. "I was born in New York City, I believe."
"Then 'tain't likely we's met afore," said Judy, "though you do grow on me 'mazin'ly. You're the very spawn o' somebody. Phyllis, who does the young lady look like?"
Phyllis, who had been rummaging the closets and cupboards, now came forward, and scrutinizing Edith's features, said,
"She favours Master Bernard's last wife, only she's taller and plumper."
But with the querulousness of old age, Judy scouted the idea.
"Reckon she knowed how Master Bernard's last wife looked. 'Twa'n't no more like the young lady than 'twas like Uncle Abe."
And with her mind thus brought back to Abel, she commenced an eulogy upon him, to which Edith did not care to listen, and she gladly followed Phyllis into the pantry, explaining to her the use of such conveniences as she did not fully understand. "2 o'clock!" she exclaimed as she heard the silver bell from the library clock. "Richard'll think I'm lost." And, bidding her new acquaintances good bye, she hurried to the gate, having first given orders for Bedouin to be brought from the stable.
"Shan't I go home wid you, miss?" asked the negro who held the pony. "It's hardly fittin' for you to go alone."
But Edith assured him she was not afraid, and galloped swiftly down the road, while the negro John looked admiringly after, declaring to his father, who joined him, that
"she rode mighty well for a Yankee girl."
End of chapter 11. Chapters 12 and 13 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. Lessons. Arthur St. Clair had returned from Worcester, but it was several days ere he presented himself at Collingwood; and Edith was beginning to think he had forgotten her and the promised drawing lessons, when he one evening was ushered by Victor into the parlour, where she was singing to Richard his favourite songs. He was paler than when she saw him before, and she fancied that he seemed weary and worn, as if sleep and himself had been for a long time strangers. "Did you leave your friend better?" she asked. "Yes, better," he answered hurriedly, changing the conversation to topics evidently more agreeable. One could not be very unhappy in Edith's presence. She possessed so much life, vivacity, and vigour, that her companions were sure to become more or less imbued with her cheerful spirit; and as the evening advanced Arthur became much like the Arthur of Briar Hill memory, and even laughed aloud on several occasions. "I wish I was sure of finding at Grassy Springs somebody just like you," he said to Edith when at last he arose to go. "You have driven away a whole army of blues. I almost believe I'd be willing to be blind, if by that means I could be cared for as Mr. Harrington is." "And crazy, too?" slyly interrupted Edith, who was standing near him as he leaned against the marble mantel. "No, no. Oh, heavens, no! Anything but that." And the hand he placed in Edith's shook nervously, but soon grew still between her soft, warm palms. There was something life giving in Edith's touch, as well as soul giving in her presence, and standing there with his cold, nervous hand in hers, the young man felt himself grow strong again, and full of courage to hope for a happier future than the past had been. He knew she could not share the future with him, but he would have as much of her as possible, and just as she was wondering if he would remember the lessons, he spoke of them and asked when she could come. "Just when Mr. Harrington thinks best," she replied; and thus appealed to, Richard, guided by Edith's voice, came forward and joined them. "Any time," he said. "To-morrow, if you like," adding that he believed he too was to be always present. Edith's eyes sought those of Arthur, reading there a reflection of her own secret thoughts, to wit, that 3 would be one too many, but they could not tell him so, and Arthur responded at once. "Certainly. I shall expect you both, say to-morrow, at 10 o'clock. I am most at leisure then." The next morning, at the appointed time, Richard and Edith appeared at Grassy Spring, where they found Arthur waiting for them, his portfolio upon the table, and his pencils lying near, ready to be used. "I am afraid you'll find it tiresome, Mr. Harrington," he said, as he assigned his visitor a chair, and then went back to Edith. "I shall do very well," answered Richard, and so he did for that lesson, and the next, and the next, but at last, in spite of his assertion to the contrary, he found it dull business going to Grassy Spring twice each week, and sitting alone with nothing to occupy his mind except, indeed, to wonder how near Arthur was to Edith, and if he bent over her as he remembered seeing drawing teachers do at school. Richard was getting very tired of it, very weary of listening to Arthur's directions, and to Edith's merry laughs at her awkward blunders, and he was not sorry when one lesson day, the 5th since they began, Grace Atherton's voice was heard in the hall without, asking for admission. He had long since forgiven Grace for jilting him, and they were the best of friends; so when she suggested their going into the adjoining room, where it was pleasanter, and she could play to him if he liked, he readily assented, and while listening to her lively conversation and fine playing he forgot the lapse of time, and was surprised when Edith came to him with the news that it was 12 o'clock. "Pray don't go yet," said Arthur, who was loath to part with his pupil. "You surely do not dine till 3, and I have already ordered lunch. Here it comes," and he pointed to the door where Phyllis stood, bearing a huge silver salver on which were wine and cake and fruit of various kinds. "Grapes!" screamed Edith, as she saw the rich purple clusters which had been put up for winter use by poor discarded Mrs. Johnson. "I really cannot go till I have some of them," and as there was no alternative, Richard sat down to wait the little lady's pleasure. He did not care for lunch, but joined in the conversation which turned upon matrimony. "It must be a very delightful state," said Edith, "provided one were well matched and loved her husband, as I am sure I should do." "Supposing you didn't love him?" asked Grace, "but had married him from force of circumstances, what then?"
"I'd kill him and the circumstances, too," answered Edith. "Wouldn't you, Mr. St. Clair?"
"I can hardly tell," he replied, "not having matrimony in my mind. I shall never marry."
"Never marry?"
And the pang at Edith's heart was discernible in her soft black eyes, turned so quickly toward this candidate for celibacy.
"How long since you came to that decision?" asked Grace,
And in tones which indicated truth Arthur replied: "Several years at least, and I have never for a moment changed my mind." "Because the right one has not come, perhaps," put in Richard, growing very much interested in the conversation. "The right one will never come," and Arthur spoke earnestly. "The girl does not live who can never be to me a wife, were she graceful as a fawn and beautiful as" he glanced at Edith, as if he would call her name, but added instead, "as a Hebe, it could make no difference. That matter is fixed, and is as changeless as the laws of the Medes and Persians." "I am sorry for you, young man," said Richard, whose face, notwithstanding this assertion, indicated anything but sorrow. He could now trust Edith alone at Grassy Spring. He need not always be bored with coming there, and he was glad Arthur had so freely expressed his sentiments, as it relieved him of a great burden. So at parting, when Arthur said to him as usual, "I'll see you again on Friday," he replied, "I don't know. I'm getting so worried with these abominably tedious lessons that for once I'll let her come alone." Alas, poor deluded Richard! He did not know that to attain this very object Arthur had said what he did. It is true, he meant every word he uttered. Matrimony and Edith Hastings must not be thought of together. That were worse than madness, and his better judgment warned him not to see too much of her; told him it was better far to have that sightless man beside them when they met together in a relation so intimate as the teacher bears to his pupil. But Arthur would not listen. Edith was the first who for years had really touched a human chord in his palsied heart, and the vibration would not cease without a fiercer struggle than he cared to make. It could do no harm, he said. He had been so unhappy, was so unhappy now. Edith would, of course, be Richard's wife. He had foreseen that from the very first, had predicted it long ago, but ere the sacrifice was made he was surely pardonable if, for a little while, he gave himself to the bewildering intoxication of basking in the sunshine of her eyes, of bending so near to her that he could feel her fragrant breath, and the warm glow of her cheek, of holding those little hands a moment in his own after he had ceased to teach the fingers how to guide the pencil. All this passed in rapid review before his mind while his lips uttered the words which had so delighted Richard, and when he saw the shadow on Edith's face his poor aching heart throbbed with a joy as wild and intense as it was hopeless and insane. This was Arthur St. Clair with Edith present, but with Edith gone he was quite another man. Eagerly he watched her till she disappeared from view, then returning to the library he sat down where she had sat, laid his head upon the table where her hands had lain, and cursed himself for daring to dream of love in connection with Edith Hastings. It would be happiness for a time, he knew, to hang upon her smile, to watch the lights and shadows of her speaking face, to look into her eyes, those clear, truthful eyes which had in them no guile. All this would be perfect bliss, were it not that the end must come at last, the terrible end, remorse bitterer than death for him, and for her, the pure, unsullied, trusting Edith, ruin, desolation, and madness, it might be. Yes, madness, he exclaimed aloud, hateful as the word may sound. And he gnashed his teeth as it dropped from between them. No, Edith, no. Heaven helping me, I will not subject you to this temptation. I will not drag you down with me, and yet save Griswold, there lives not the person who knows my secret. Maybe he could be bought. Oh, the maddening thought! Am I a demon or a brute?" And he leaped from his chair, cursing himself again and again for having fallen so low as to dream of an act fraught with so much wrong to Edith, and so much treachery to one as fair, as beautiful as she, and far, far more to be pitied. Arthur St. Clair was at heart a noble, upright, honourable man, and sure at last to choose the right, however rugged were the road. For years he had groped in a darkness deeper, more hopeless than that which enshrouded the blind man, and in all that time there had shone upon his pathway not a single ray of daylight. The past, at which he dared not look, lay behind him, a dreary waste, and the black future stretched out before him, years on years, it might be, in which there would be always the same old cankering wound festering in his soul. He could not forget this plague spot. He never had forgotten it for a single moment until he met with Edith Hastings, who possessed for him a powerful mesmeric charm, causing him in her presence to forget everything but her. The fascination was sudden but not less powerful for that. Arthur's was an impulsive nature, and it seemed to him that he had known Edith all his life, that she was part of his very being. But he must forget her now. She must not come there any more. He could not resist her if she did. And seizing his pen he dashed off a few lines to the effect that, for certain reasons, the drawing lessons must henceforth be discontinued. Arthur thought himself very strong to do so much, but when he arose to ring for the servant who was to take this note to Collingwood, his courage all forsook him. Why need he cast her off entirely? Why throw away the only chance for happiness there was left to him? 'Twas Arthur's weaker manhood which spoke, and he listened, for Edith Hastings was in the scale a mighty overwhelming weight. She might come just once more, he said, and his heart swelled within his throat as he thought of being alone with her, no jealous Richard hovering near, like a dark brooding cloud, his blind eyes shielding her from harm even more than they could have done had they been imbued with sight. The next time she came, the restraint would be removed. She would be alone, and the hot blood poured swiftly through his veins as he thought how for one brief moment he would be happy. He would wind his arm around that girlish waist where no other manly arm save that of Richard had ever been. He would hug her to his bosom, where no other head than hers could ever lie. He would imprint one burning kiss upon her lips, would tell her how dear she was to him. And then his brain reeled and grew dizzy as he thought that then he must bid her leave him for ever, for an interview like that must not be repeated. But for once, just once, he would taste of the forbidden fruit, and so the good angel of Arthur St. Clair wept over the wayward man, and then flew sadly away, leaving him to revel in anticipations of what the next Friday would bring him. 13. Friday. It was just beginning to be light when Edith opened her eyes, and lifting up her head, looked about the room to see if Lulu had been in to make her fire. She always awoke earlier on lesson day, so as to have a good long time to think, and now as she counted the hours, 1, 2, 3.5, which must intervene before she saw Arthur St. Clair again, she hid her blushing face in the pillow, as if ashamed to let the grey daylight see just how happy she was. These lessons had become the most important incidents in her life, and this morning there was good cause why she should anticipate the interview. She believed Richard was not going, and though she was of course very sorry to leave him behind, she tried hard to be reconciled, succeeding so well that when at 8 o'clock she descended to the breakfast room, Victor asked what made her look so unusually bright and happy. "I don't know," she replied, "unless it is because we are going to ride," and she glanced inquiringly at Richard, seating himself at the table. Victor shrugged his shoulders. He knew more than Edith thought he did, and waited like herself for Richard's answer. Richard had intended to remain at home, but it seemed that Edith expected him to go, by her saying "we," and rather than disappoint her he began to think seriously of martyring himself again. Something like this he said, adding that he found it vastly tedious, but was willing to endure it for Edith's sake. "Pardonnez-moi, monsieur," said Victor, who for the sake of Edith would sometimes stretch the truth. "I saw Mr. Floyd yesterday, and he is coming here this morning to talk with you about the Westwood lot you offered for sale. Hadn't you better stay home for once and let Miss Edith go alone?" Edith gave a most grateful look to Victor, who had only substituted "this morning" for "some time to day," the latter being what Mr. Floyd had really said. "Perhaps I had," returned Richard. "I want so much to sell that lot, but if Edith—" "Never mind me, Mr. Harrington," she cried.
I have not been on Bedouin's back in so long a time that he is getting quite unmanageable, they say, and I shall be delighted to discipline him this morning. The roads are quite fine for winter, are they not, Victor?" "Never were better," returned the Frenchman. "Smooth and hard as a rock. You'll enjoy it amazingly, I know. I'll tell Jake not to get out the carriage." And without waiting for an answer the politic Victor left the room. Richard had many misgivings as to the propriety of letting Edith go without him, and he was several times on the point of changing his mind, but Edith did not give him any chance, and at just a quarter before 10 she came down equipped in her riding habit, and asking if he had any message for Mr. St. Clair. "None in particular," he answered, adding that she might come back through the village and bring the mail. Once on the back of Bedouin, who danced for a few moments like a playful kitten, Edith felt sure she was going alone, and abandoning herself to her delight, she flew down the carriage road at a terrific speed, which startled even Victor, great as was his faith in his young lady's skill. But Edith had the utmost confidence in Bedouin, while Bedouin had the utmost confidence in Edith, and by the time they were out upon the main road they had come to a most amicable understanding. "I mean to gallop round to the office now," thought Edith, "and then I shall not be obliged to hurry away from Grassy Spring." Accordingly Bedouin was turned toward the village, and in an inconceivably short space of time she stood before the door of the post office. "Give me Mr. Harrington's mail, please," Edith said to the clerk who came out to meet her. And Mr. St. Clair's too. I'm going up there, and can take it as well as not." The clerk withdrew, and soon returned with papers for Richard and a letter for Arthur. It was postmarked at Worcester, and Edith thought of Mr. Griswold as she thrust it into her pocket and started for Grassy Spring, where Arthur was anxiously awaiting her. Hastening out to meet her, he held her hand in his, while he led her up the walk, telling her by his manner, if by nothing else, how glad he was to see her. "It has seemed an age since Tuesday," he said. "I only live on lesson days. I wish it was lesson day always." "So do I," said Edith impulsively, repenting her words the moment she met the peculiar glance of Arthur's eyes. She was beginning to be afraid of him, and half wished Richard was there. Remembering his letter at last, she gave it to him, explaining how she came by it, and marvelling at the sudden whiteness of his face. "I will wait till she is gone," he thought, as he recognized Dr. Griswold's writing and knew well what it was about. "I won't let anything mar the bliss of the next 2 hours," and he laid it upon the table. "Ain't you going to read it?" asked Edith, as earnestly as if she knew the contents of that letter would save her from much future pain. "Read it," she persisted, declaring with pretty wilfulness that she would not touch a pencil until he complied with her request. "I suppose I must yield, then," he said, withdrawing into the adjoining room, where he broke the seal and read, once, twice, 3 times, lingering longest over the sentences which we subjoin. "To day, for the first time since you were here, our poor little girl spoke of you of her own accord, asking where you were and why you left her so long alone. I really think it would be better for you to take her home. She is generally quiet with you, and latterly she has a fancy that you are threatened with some danger, for she keeps whispering to herself, 'Keep Arthur from temptation. Keep him from temptation, and don't let any harm come to little Miggy.' Who is Miggy? I don't think I ever heard her name until within the last few days." And this it was which kept Arthur St. Clair from falling. Slowly the tears, such as strong men only shed, gathered in his eyes and dropped upon the paper. Then his pale lips moved, and he whispered sadly, "Heaven bless you, Nina, poor unfortunate Nina. Your prayer shall save me, and henceforth Edith shall be to me just what your darling Miggy would have been were she living. God help me to do right," he murmured, as he thought of Edith Hastings and remembered how weak he was. That prayer of anguish was not breathed in vain, and when the words were uttered he felt himself growing strong again, strong to withstand the charms of the young girl waiting impatiently for him in the adjoining room. There were many things she meant to say to him in Richard's absence. She would ask him about Nina, and the baby picture which had so interested her. It had disappeared from the drawing room, and as yet she had found no good opportunity to question him about it, but she would do so to day. She would begin at once so as not to forget,
and she was wondering how long it took a man to read a letter when he came in. She saw at a glance that something had affected him, and knowing intuitively that it was not the time for idle questionings, she refrained from all remark, and the lesson both had so much anticipated proceeded in almost unbroken silence. It was very dull indeed, she thought, not half so nice as when Richard was there, and in her pet at Arthur's coolness and silence she made so many blunders that at last, throwing pencil and paper across the room, she declared herself too stupid for anything. "You too are out of humour," she said, looking archly into Arthur's face, "and I won't stay here any longer. I mean to go away and talk with Judy about Abel." So saying, she ran off to the kitchen where she was now a great favourite, and sitting down at Judy's feet, began to ask her of Florida and Sunnybank, her former home. "Tell me more of the magnolias," she said. "It almost seems to me as if I had seen those beautiful white blossoms, and that old house with its wide hall." "Whar was you raised?" asked Judy, and Edith replied. "I told you once, in New York, but I have such queer fancies, as if I lived before I came into this world." "Jest the way Miss Nina used to go on," muttered the old woman, looking steadily into the fire. "Nina?" and Edith started quickly. "Did you know Nina, Aunt Judy? Do you know her now? Where is she? Who is she, and that black-eyed baby in the frame? Tell me all about them." "All about what?" asked Phyllis, suddenly appearing and casting a warning glance at her mother, who replied: "'Bout Master's last wife, the one you say she done favours." Then, in an aside to Edith, she added: "I kin pull the wool over her eyes. By'm by, mabbe I'll done tell you how that are is the likeness of Miss Nina's half sister what is dead, and 'bout Miss Nina, too, the sweetest, most misfortunest human the Lord ever borned." "She isn't a great ways from here, is she?" whispered Edith, as Phyllis bustled into the pantry, hurrying back ere Judy could more than shake her head significantly. "Dear Aunt Phyllis, won't you please tell Ike to bring up Bedouin?" Edith said coaxingly, hoping by this ruse to get rid of the old negress; but Phyllis was too cunning, and throwing up the window sash, she called to Ike, delivering the message. Edith, however, managed slyly to whisper, "In Worcester, isn't she?" while Judy as slyly nodded affirmatively, ere Philip's sharp eyes were turned again upon them. Edith's curiosity concerning the mysterious Nina was thoroughly roused, and determining to ferret out the whole affair by dint of quizzing Judith whenever an opportunity should occur, she took her leave. "Mother," said Phyllis, the moment Edith was out of hearing, "haven't you no sense, or what possessed you to talk of Miss Nina to her? Haven't you no family pride, and has you done forgot that Marster Arthur forbade our talkin' of her to strangers?" Old Judy at first received the rebuke in silence, then bridling up in her own defence, she replied: "Needn't tell me that any good will ever come out this kiverin' up and hidin' and keepin' whyst. It'll come out by'm by, and then folks'll wonder what 'twas all did for. Old Marster didn't act so by Miss Nina's mother, and I believe thar's somethin' behind, some carryin' on, that we don't know. But it's bound to come out fust or last. That are Miss Edith is a nice trim gal. I wish to goodness Marster Arthur'd done set to her. I'd like her for a mistress mighty well. I really b'lieve he has a hankerin' notion arter her, too, and it's natur that he should have. It's better for the young to marry, and the old too, for that matter. Poor Uncle Abe! Do you s'pose, Phyllis, that he goes o'er nights to Aunt Dilsey's cabin since we've come 'way? Dilsey's an ornery nigger, anyhow." And with her mind upon Uncle Abel and her possible rival Dilsey, old Judy forgot Edith Hastings, who, without bidding Arthur good morning, had galloped home to Collingwood, where she found poor deluded Richard waiting and wondering at the non-appearance of Mr. Floyd, who was to buy his Western wood lot. CHAPter XIV. Of Darkness and Daylight, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. The Mystery at Grassy Spring. For several weeks longer Edith continued taking lessons of Arthur, going sometimes with Richard, but oftener alone, and feeling always that a change had gradually come over her teacher. He was as kind to her as ever, took quite as much pains with her, and she was sensible of a greater degree of improvement than had marked the days when she trembled every time he touched her hands. Still, there was a change. He did not bend over her now as he used to do. He did not lay his arm across the back of her chair, letting it sometimes fall by accident upon her shoulders; did not look into her eyes with a glance which made her blush and turn away. In short, he did not look at her at all, if he could help it, and in this very self denial lay his strength. He was waging a mighty battle with himself, and inch by inch he was gaining the victory, for victory it would be when he brought himself to think of Edith Hastings without a pang, to listen to her voice and look into her face without a feeling that she must be his. He could not do this yet, but he kept himself from telling her of his love by assuming a reserved, studied manner, which led her at last to think he might be angry, and one day toward the 1st of March, when he had been more than usually silent, she asked him abruptly how she had offended, her soft eyes filling with tears as she expressed her sorrow if by any thoughtless act she had caused him pain. "You could not offend me, Edith," he said. "That would be impossible, and if I am sometimes cold and abstracted it is because I have just cause for being so. I am very unhappy, Edith, and your visits here to me are like oases to the weary traveller. Were it not for you I should wish to die. And yet, strange as it may seem, I have prayed to die oftener since I knew you as you now are than I ever did before. I committed a fatal error once, and it has embittered my whole existence. It was early in life, too, before I ever saw you, Edith." "Why, Mr. St. Clair," she exclaimed, "you were nothing but a boy when you came to Briar Hill." "Yes, a boy," he exclaimed, "or I had never done what I did. But it cannot be helped, and I must abide the consequences. Now let us talk of something else. I am going away to morrow, and you need not come again until I send for you. But whatever occurs, don't think I am offended." She could not think so when she met the olden look she had missed so long, and wondering where he could be going, she arose to take her leave. He went with her to the door and wrung her hand nervously, bidding her in heart a fine farewell, for when they met again a great gulf would be between them, a gulf he had helped to dig, and which he could not pass. Edith had intended to ask old Judy where Arthur was going, without, however, having much hope of success; for, since the conversation concerning Nina, Judy had been wholly non-committal, plainly showing that she had been trained for the occasion, but changed her mind, and rode leisurely away, going round by Briar Hill to call upon Grace, whom she had not seen for some little time. Grace, as usual, was full of complaints against Arthur for being so misanthropical, so cross-grained and so queer, shutting himself up like a hermit, and refusing to see anyone but herself and Edith. "What is he going to Worcester for?" she asked, adding that one of the negroes had told old Rachel, who was there the previous night. But Edith did not know, unless it was to be married, and laughing at her own joke, she bade Grace good bye, having learned by accident what she so much desired to know. The next morning she arose quite early, and looking in the direction of Grassy Spring, which when the leaves were fallen was plainly discernible, she saw Arthur's carriage driving from his gate. There was no train due at that hour, and she stood wondering until the carriage, which for a moment had been hidden from her view, appeared a second time in sight, and as it passed the house, she saw Aunt Phyllis's dusky face peering from the window. She did not see Arthur, but she was sure he was inside; and when the horses were turned into the road which before the day of cars was the great thoroughfare between Shannondale and Worcester, she knew he had started for the latter place in his carriage. "What can it be for?" she said, "and why has he taken Phyllis?" But puzzle her brain as she might, she could not fathom the mystery, and she waited for what would next occur. In the course of the day, Victor, who, without being really meddlesome, managed to keep himself posted with regard to the affairs at Grassy Spring, told her that Mr. St. Clair, preferring his carriage to the cars, had gone in it to Worcester, and taken Phyllis with him; that he would be absent some days; and that Sophy, Phyllis's daughter, when questioned as to his business, had answered evasively.
Gone to fotch his wife home, for what I know."
"Maybe it is so," said Victor, looking Edith steadily in the face. "Soph didn't mean me to believe it, but there's many a truth spoken in jest." Edith knew that, but she would not hearken for a moment to Victor's suggestion. It made her too unhappy, and for 3 days she had a fair opportunity of ascertaining the nature of her feelings toward Arthur St. Clair, for nothing is more conducive to the rapid development of love than a spice of jealousy lest another has won the heart we so much covet. The next day, the 4th after Arthur's departure, she asked Victor to ride with her on horseback, saying the fresh March wind would do her good. It was nearly sunset when they started, and as there was a splendid moon they continued their excursion to quite a distance, so that it was 7 ere they found themselves at the foot of the long hill which wound past Collingwood and on to Grassy Spring. Half way up the hill, moving very slowly, as if the horses were jaded and tired, was a travelling carriage which both Edith and Victor recognized at once as belonging to Arthur St. Clair. "Let's overtake them," said Edith, and chirruping to Bedwin, she was soon so near to the carriage that her quick ear caught the sound of a low, sweet voice singing a German air, with which she herself had always been familiar, though when she first learned it she could not tell. It was one of those old songs which Rachel had called weird and wild, and now, as she listened to the plaintive tones, they thrilled on every nerve with a strange power, as if it were a requiem sung by the dead over their own buried hopes. Nearer and nearer Bedwin pressed to the slow moving vehicle, until at last she was nearly even with it. "Look, Miss Edith," and Victor grasped her bridle rein, directing her attention to the arms folded upon the window, and the girlish head resting upon the arms, in the attitude of a weary child. One little ringless blue veined hand was plainly discernible in the bright moonlight, and Edith thought how small and white and delicate it was. "Let's go on," she whispered, and they dashed past the carriage just as Arthur leaned forward to see who they were. "That was a young lady," said Victor, coming up with Edith, who was riding at a headlong speed. "Yes, I knew it," and Edith again touched Bedwin with her whip, as if the fast riding suited well her tumultuous emotions. "His bride?" said Victor interrogatively, and Edith replied, "Very likely, Victor," and she stopped Bedwin short. "Victor, don't tell any one of the lady in the carriage until it's known for certain that there is one at Grassy Spring." Victor could see no reason for this request, but it was sufficient for him that Edith had made it, and he promised readily all that she desired. They were at home by this time, and complaining of a headache, Edith excused herself earlier than usual, and stole up to her chamber where she could be alone to wonder who was the visitor at Grassy Spring. It might be a bride, and it might be Nina. Starting to her feet as the last mentioned individual came into her mind, she walked to the window and saw just what she more than half expected to see a light shining through the iron lattice of the den, a bright, cheerful light, and as she gazed, there crept over her a faint, sick feeling, as if she knew of the ruin, the desolation, the blighted hopes and beautiful wreck embodied in the mystery at Grassy Spring. Covering her eyes with her hands, the tears trickled through her fingers, falling not so much for Arthur St. Clair as for the plaintive singing girl shrouded in so dark a mystery. Drying her eyes, she looked again across the meadow, but the blinds of the den were closed, and only the moonbeams fell where the blaze of the lamp had been. A week went by, and though Grace came twice to Collingwood, while Victor feigned several errands to Grassy Spring, nothing was known of the stranger. Grace evidently had no suspicion of her existence, while Victor declared there was no trace of a white woman anywhere about the premises. Mr. St. Clair, he said, sat in the library, his feet crossed in a chair and his hands on top of his head as if in a brown study, while Aunt Phyllis appeared far more impatient than usual, and had intimated to him plainly that "in her opinion white niggers had better be at home tendin' to thar own business, if they had any, and not pryin' into thar neighbours' affairs." At last Edith was surprised at receiving a note from Arthur, saying he was ready to resume their lessons at any time. Highly delighted with the plan, Edith answered immediately that she would come on the morrow, which was Friday. Richard did not offer to go, owing in a great measure to the skilful management of Victor, who, though he did not suggest Mr. Floyd and the Westward Wood lot, found some equally good excuse why his master's presence would, that day of all others, be necessary at home. The wild March winds by this time had given place to the warmer, balmier air of April. The winter snow had melted from the hillside, and here and there tufts of fresh young grass were seen starting into life. It was just such a morning, in short, as is most grateful to the young, and Edith felt its inspiriting influence as she rode along the rather muddy road. Another there was, too, who felt it; and as Edith sauntered slowly up the path, entering this time upon the rear piazza instead of the front, she heard again the soft, low voice which had sounded so mournful and sweet when heard in the still moonlight. Looking up, she saw that a window of the den was open, and through the lattice work a little hand was thrust, as if beckoning her to come. Stepping back, she tried to obtain a view of the person, but failed to do so, though the hand continued beckoning, and from the height there floated down to her the single word, "Miggy." That was all, but it brought her hand to her head as if she had received a sudden blow. "Miggy, Miggy," she repeated. "I have heard that name before. It must have belonged to someone in the asylum." A confused murmur as if of expostulation and remonstrance was now heard, the childish hand disappeared, and scarcely knowing what she was about, Edith stepped into the hall and advanced into the library, where she sat down to wait for Arthur. It was not long ere he appeared, locking the door as he came in, and thus cutting off all communication between that room and the stairway leading to the den. Matters were, in Edith's estimation, assuming a serious aspect, and remembering how pleadingly the name "Miggy" had been uttered, she half resolved to demand of Arthur the immediate release of the helpless creature thus held in durance vile. But he looked so unhappy, so hopelessly wretched, that her sympathy was soon enlisted for him rather than his fair captive. Still, she would try him a little, and when they were fairly at work she said to him jestingly, "I heard it hinted that you would bring home a wife, but I do not see her. Where is she, pray?" Arthur uttered no sound save a stifled moan, and when Edith dared to steal a look at him she saw that his brown hair was moist with perspiration, which stood also in drops about his lips. "Mr. St. Clair," she said, throwing down her pencil and leaning back in her chair, "I can endure this no longer. What is the matter? Tell me. You have some great mental sorrow, I know, and I long to share it with you. May I? Who have you upstairs, and why this mystery concerning her?" She laid her hand upon his arm, and looked imploringly into the face which turned away from her, as if afraid to meet her truthful glance. Once he thought to tell her all, but when he remembered how beautiful she was, how much he loved her, and how dear her society was to him, he refrained, for he vainly fancied that a confession would drive her from him for ever. He did not know Edith Hastings. He had not yet fathomed the depths of her womanly nature, and he could not guess how tenderly, even while her own heart was breaking, she would have soothed his grief and been like an angel of mercy to the innocent cause of all his woe. "I dare not tell you," he said. "You would hate me if I did, and that I could not endure. It may not be pleasant for you to come here any more, and perhaps you had better not." For a moment Edith sat motionless. She had not expected this from Arthur, and it roused within her a feeling of resentment. "And so you only sent for me to give me my dismissal?" she said in a cold, icy tone. "Be it as you like. I draw tolerably well, you say. I have no doubt I can get along alone. Send your bill at once to Mr. Harrington. He does not like to be in debt." She spoke proudly, haughtily, and her eyes, usually so soft in their expression, had in them a black look of anger which pierced Arthur's very soul. He could not part with her thus, and grasping the hand reached out to take its gauntlet, he held it fast while he said, "What are we doing, Edith? Quarrelling? It must not be. I suggested your giving up the lessons because I thought the arrangement might be satisfactory to you, and not because I wished it, for I do not. I cannot give up the only source of happiness left to me. Forget what I said. Remain my pupil, and I'll try to be more cheerful in your presence. You shall not help to bear my burden as you bear that of Collingwood's unfortunate inmates. Edith never liked to hear her relations to Richard referred to in this manner, and she answered quickly.
You are mistaken, Mr. St. Clair, in thinking I bear any burden either here or elsewhere. No one ever had a happier home than I, and there's nothing on earth I would not do for Richard."
"Would you marry him, Edith?" And Arthur scanned her closely. "Would you be his wife, if he demanded it, as his right, and I think he will do this some time?" Edith trembled from head to foot as she answered.
"Not if he demanded it as a right, though he might well do that, for I owe him everything. But if he loved me, and I loved him."
She paused, and in the silence which ensued the tumultuous beating of her heart was plainly audible. No one before had suggested to her the possibility of her being Richard's wife, and the idea was terrible to her. She loved him, but not as a wife should love her husband. He loved her too, and now, as she remembered many things in the past, she was half convinced that she to him was dearer than a sister, child, or friend. He had forgotten the Swedish baby's mother. She knew he had by his always checking her when she attempted to speak of Heloise. Out of the ashes of this early love a later love had sprung, and she was possibly its object. The thought was a crushing one, and, unmindful of Arthur's presence, she laid her head upon the table and sobbed.
"It cannot be. Richard will never ask me to be his wife. Never, oh, never!"
"But if he does, Edith, you will not tell him no. Promise me that. It's my only hope of salvation from total ruin." And Arthur drew so near to her that his arm found its way around her slender waist. Had he struck her with a glittering dagger he could not have hurt her more than by pleading with her to be another's wife. But she would not let him know it. He did not love her as she had sometimes foolishly fancied he did. And lifting up her head, she answered him proudly.
"Yes, Arthur St. Clair, when Richard Harrington asks me to be his bride, I will not tell him no. Are you satisfied?"
"I am," he said, though his white lips gave the lie to the words he uttered, and his heart smote him cruelly for his selfishness in wishing to save himself by sacrificing Edith. And it would be a sacrifice, he knew. A fearful sacrifice, the giving her to a blind man, old enough to be her sire, noble, generous, and good though he were. It was a little singular that Arthur's arm should still linger about the waist of one who had promised to be another's wife, provided she were asked, but so it was. It stayed there, while he persuaded her to come again to Grassy Spring, and not to give up the lesson so pleasant to them both. He was bending very near to her when a sound upon the stairs caught his ear. It was the same German air Edith had heard in the yard, and she listened breathlessly while it came nearer to the door. Suddenly the singer seemed to change her mind, for the music began slowly to recede, and was soon lost to hearing within the four walls of the den. Not a word was spoken by either Arthur or Edith until the latter said,
"It is time I was at home," and she arose to go.
He offered no remonstrance, but accompanying her to the gate, placed her in the saddle, and then stood watching her as she galloped away. CHAPter XV. Of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This recording is in the public domain. 15. Nina. 3 or 4 times Edith went to Grassy Spring, seeing nothing of the mysterious occupant of the den, hearing nothing of her, and she began to think she might have returned to Worcester. Many times she was on the point of questioning Arthur, but from what had passed she knew how disagreeable the subject was to him, and she generously forbore.
"I think he might tell me anyway," she said to herself half poutingly,
when one morning near the latter part of April she rode slowly toward Grassy Spring. Their quarrel, if quarrel it could be called, had been made up, or rather tacitly forgotten, and Arthur more than once had cursed himself for having, in a moment of excitement, asked her to marry Richard Harrington. While praying to be delivered from temptation, he was constantly keeping his eyes fixed upon the forbidden fruit, longing for it more and more, and feeling how worthless life would be to him without it. Still, by a mighty effort, he restrained himself from doing or saying aught which could be constrained into expressions of love, and their interviews were much like those which had preceded his last visit to Worcester. People were beginning to talk about him and his beautiful pupil, but leading the isolated life he did, it came not to his ears. Grace, indeed, might have enlightened both himself and Edith with regard to the village gossip, but looking upon the latter as her rival, and desiring greatly that she should marry Arthur, she forbore from communicating to either of them anything which would be likely to retard an affair she fancied was progressing famously. Thus, without a counsellor or a friend, was Edith left to follow the bent of her inclinations; and on this April morning, as she rode along, mentally chiding Arthur for not entrusting his secret to her, she wondered how she had ever managed to be happy without him, and if the time would ever come when her visits to Grassy Spring would cease. Leaving Bedwin at the rear gate, she walked slowly to the house, glancing often in the direction of the Den, the windows of which were open this morning, and as she came near she saw a pair of soft blue eyes peering at her through the lattice, then a little hand was thrust outside, beckoning to her as it did once before. "Wait, Mickey, while I write," came next to her ear, in a voice as sweet and plaintive as a broken lute. Instantly Edith stopped, and at last a tiny note came fluttering to her feet. Grasping it eagerly, she read in a pretty girlish hand: "Darling Mickey, Nina has been so sick this great long while, and her head is so full of pain. Why don't you come to me, Mickey? I sit and wait and listen till my forehead thumps and thumps, just as a bad nurse thumped it once down in the asylum. Let's run away, you and I, run back to the magnolias, where it's always summer, with no asylums full of wicked people. I'm so lonely, Mickey. Come upstairs, won't you? They say I rave and tear my clothes, but I won't any more if you'll come. Tell Arthur so. He's good. He'll do what you ask him." Poor little Nina! And Edith's tears fell fast upon the bit of paper. "I will see you to day. Perhaps I may do you some good. Dear, unfortunate Nina!" There was a step upon the grass, and, thrusting the note into her pocket, Edith turned to meet Arthur, who seemed this morning unusually cheerful, and greeted her with something like his olden tenderness. But Edith was too intent upon Nina to think much of him, and after the lesson commenced she appeared so abstracted that it was Arthur's turn to ask if she were offended. She had made herself believe she was, for notwithstanding Nina's assertion that Arthur was good, she thought it a sin and a shame for him to keep anything but a raving lunatic hidden away upstairs; and after a moment's hesitation she answered: "Yes, I am offended, and I don't mean to come here any more unless—" "Edith!" And the tone of Arthur's voice was fraught with pain so exquisite that Edith paused and looked into his face, where various emotions were plainly visible. Love, fear, remorse, apprehension, all were blended together in the look he fixed upon her. "You won't leave me?" he said. "Anything but that. Tell me my error, and how I can atone." Edith was about to speak when on the stairs without, the stairs leading from the Den, there was the patter of little feet, and a gentle timid knock was heard upon the door. "It's locked. Go back." And Arthur's voice had in it a tone of command. "Mr. St. Clair!" And Edith sprang from her chair. "I can unlock that door, and I will." Like a block of marble Arthur stood while Edith opened the oak panelled door. Another moment, and Nina stood before her, as she stands now first before our readers. Edith knew her in a moment from the resemblance to the daguerreotype seen more than 8 years before, and as she now scanned her features, it seemed to her they had scarcely changed at all. Arthur had said of her then that she was not quite 16, consequently she was now nearly 25, but she did not look as old as Edith, so slight was her form, so delicate her limbs, and so childlike and simple the expression of her face. She was very, very fair, and Edith felt that never before had she looked upon a face so exquisitely beautiful. Her hair was of a reddish yellow hue, and rippled in short silken rings all over her head, curling softly in her neck, but was not nearly as long as it had been in the picture. Alas, the murderous shears had more than once strayed roughly among those golden locks to keep the little white fat hands, now clasped so harmlessly together, from tearing them out with frantic violence. Edith thought of this, and sighed, while her heart yearned toward the helpless young creature, who stood regarding her with a scrutinizing glance, as one studies a beautiful picture. The face was very white; indeed, it seemed as if it were long since the blood had visited the cheeks, which, nevertheless, were round and plump, as were the finely moulded arms displayed to good advantage by the loose sleeves of the crimson cashmere wrapper. The eyes were deeply, darkly blue, and the strangely gleaming light which shone from them betrayed at once the terrible truth that Nina was crazed. It was a novel sight, those two young girls watching each other so intently, both so beautiful and yet so unlike; the one, tall, stately, and almost queenlike in her proportions, with dark, brilliant complexion, eyes of midnight blackness, and masses of raven hair, bound around her head in many a heavy braid; the other fairy like in size, with golden curls and soft blue eyes, which filled with tears at last, as some undefinable emotion swept over her. In the rich, dark beauty of Edith's face there was a wonderful fascination which riveted the crazy girl to the spot where she had stopped when first she crossed the threshold, and when at last, sinking upon the sofa, Edith extended her arms, as a mother to her child, poor little Nina went forward, and, with a low gasping sob, fell upon her bosom, weeping passionately, her whole frame trembling, and her sobs so violent that Edith became alarmed, and tried, by kisses and soft endearing words, to soothe her grief, and check the tears raining in torrents from her eyes.
It's nice to cry. It takes the heavy pain away."
And Nina made a gesture that Edith must not stop her, while Arthur, roused from his apathy, also said: "She has not wept before in years. It will be a great relief." At the sound of his voice, Nina lifted up her head, and turned toward the corner whence it came, but Edith saw that in the glance there was neither reproach nor fear, nothing save trusting confidence, and her heart insensibly softened toward him. "Poor Arthur!" Nina murmured, and laying her head again on Edith's bosom, she said, "Everybody is sad where I am, but I can't help it. Oh, I can't help it. Nina's crazy, Miggy. Nina is. Poor Nina!" And the voice which uttered these words was so sadly touching, that Edith's tears mingled with those of the young creature she hugged the closer to her, whispering: "I know it, darling, and I pity you so much. Maybe you'll get well, now that you know me."
"Yes, if you'll stay here always," said Nina. "What made you gone so long? I wanted you so much when the nights were dark and lonesome, and little bits of faces bent over me like yours used to be, Miggy. Yours in the picture, when you wore the red morocco shoe, and I led you on the high veranda."
"What does she mean?" asked Edith, who had listened to the words as to something not wholly new to her. "I don't know," returned Arthur, "unless she has confounded you with her sister Marguerite, who died many years ago. I have heard that Nina, failing to speak the real name, always called her Miggy. Possibly you resemble Miggy's mother. I think Aunt Phyllis said you did." Edith, too, remembered Phyllis's saying that she looked like Master Bernard's wife, and Arthur's explanations seemed highly probable. "Dear, darling Nina," she said, kissing the pure white forehead, "I will be a sister to you."
"And stay with me?" persisted Nina. "Sleep with me nights with your arms round my neck, just like you used to do? I hate to sleep alone, with Soph coiled up on the floor, she scares me so, and won't answer when I call her. Then when I'm put in the recess it's terrible. Don't let me go in there again, will you?"
Edith had not, like Grace, looked into the large closet adjoining the den, and she did not know what Nina meant, but at a venture she replied:
"No, darling. You will be so good that they will not wish to put you there."
"I can't," returned Nina, with the manner of one who distrusted herself.
"I try, because it will please Arthur, but I must sing and dance and pull my hair when my head feels so big and heavy, and once, Miggy, when it was big as the house, and I pulled my hair till they shaved it off, I tore my clothes in pieces and threw them into the fire. Then, when Arthur came, Dr. Griswold sent for him, you see, I buried my fingers in his hair, so—"
and she was about to clutch her own golden locks when Edith shudderingly caught her hands and held them tightly lest they should harm the tresses she thought so beautiful.
Arthur cried, continued Nina, cried so hard that my brain grew cool at once. It's dreadful to see a man cry, Miggy, a great strong man like Arthur. Poor Arthur! Didn't you cry and call me your lost Nina?"
A suppressed moan was Arthur's answer, and Nina, when she heard it, slid from Edith's arms and, crossing over to where he sat, climbed into his lap with all the freedom of a little child, and winding her arms about his neck, said to him softly: "Don't be so sorry, Arthur. Nina'll be good. Nina is good now. He's crying again. Make him stop, won't you? It hurts Nina so. There, poor boy!" And the little waxen hands wiped away the tears falling so fast over Arthur's face. Holding one upon the end of her finger and watching it until it dropped upon the carpet, she said with a smile:
"Look, Miggy, men's tears are bigger than girls'."
Oh, how Edith's heart ached for the strange couple opposite her, the strong man and the crazy young girl who clung to him as confidingly as if his bosom were her rightful resting place. She pitied them both, but her sympathies were enlisted for Arthur, and coming to his side she laid her hand upon the damp brown locks, which Nina at once tore in her insane fury, and in a voice which spoke volumes of sympathy whispered: "I am sorry for you." This was too much for Arthur, and he sobbed aloud, while Edith, forgetting all proprieties in her grief for him, bowed her face upon his head, and he could feel her hot tears dropping on his hair. For a moment Nina looked from one to the other in silence, then standing upon her feet and bending over both, she said:
"Don't cry, Miggy. Don't cry, Arthur. Nina ain't very bad to day. She won't be bad any more. Don't. It will all come right some time. It surely will. Nina won't be here always, and there'll be no need to cry when she is gone."
She seemed to think the distress was all on her account, and in her childish way she sought to comfort them, until hope whispered to both that, as she said, it would come right some time. Edith was the first to be comforted, for she did not, like Arthur, know what coming right involved. She only thought that possibly Nina's shattered intellect might be restored, and she longed to ask the history of one thoughts of whom had in a measure been blended with her whole life during the last 8 years. There was a mystery connected with her, she knew, and she was about to question Arthur, who had dried his tears and was winding Nina's short curls around his fingers, when Phyllis appeared in the library, starting with surprise when she saw the trio assembled there.
"Master Arthur," she began, glancing furtively at Edith, "how came Miss Nina here? Let me take her back. Come, honey."
And she reached out her hand to Nina, who, jumping again on Arthur's knee, clung to him closely, exclaiming:
"No, no, old Phyllis. Nina's good. Nina'll stay with Miggy."
And, as if fancying that Edith would be a surer protector than Arthur, she slid from his lap, and running to the sofa where Edith sat, half hid herself behind her, whispering:
"Send her off. Send her off. Let me stay with you."
Edith was fearful that Nina's presence might interfere with the story she meant to hear, but she could not find it in her heart to send away the little girl clinging so fondly to her, and to Phyllis she said:
"She may stay this once, I am sure. I will answer for her good behaviour."
"'Tain't that, 'tain't that," muttered Phyllis, jerking herself from the room.
"But how's the disgrace to be kep' if everybody sees her?"
"Disgrace?" and Edith glanced inquiringly at Arthur. She could not believe that Nina was any disgrace, and she asked what Phyllis meant. Crossing the room, Arthur sat down upon the sofa with Nina between himself and Edith, who was pleased to see that he wound his arm around the young girl as if she were dear to him, notwithstanding her disgrace. Like a child, Nina played with his watch chain, his coat buttons, and his fingers, apparently oblivious to what was passing about her. She only felt that she was where she wished to be, and knowing that he could say before her what he pleased without the least danger of her comprehending a word, Arthur, much to Edith's surprise, began. "You have seen Nina, Miss Hastings. You know what is the mystery at Grassy Spring, the mystery about which the villagers are beginning to gossip, so Phyllis says, but now that you have seen, now that you know she is here, I care not for the rest. The keenest pang is over, and I am beginning already to feel better. Concealment is not in accordance with my nature, and it has worn on me terribly. Years ago you knew of Nina. It is due to you now that you know who she is, and why her destiny is linked to mine. Listen, then, while I tell you her sad story." "But she," interrupted Edith, pointing to Nina, whose blue eyes were turned to Arthur. "Will it not be better to wait? Won't she understand?" "Not a word," he replied. "She's amusing herself, you see, with my buttons, and when these fail I'll give her my drawing pencil, or some one of the numerous playthings I always keep in my pocket for her. She seldom comprehends what we say, and never remembers it. This is one of the peculiar phases of her insanity." "Poor child!" said Edith, involuntarily caressing Nina, who smiled up in her face, and, leaning her head upon her shoulder, continued her play with the buttons. Meanwhile Arthur sat lost in thought, determining in his own mind how much he should tell Edith of Nina, and how much withhold. He could not tell her all, even though he knew that by keeping back a part, much of his past conduct would seem wholly inexplicable, but he could not help it, and when at last he saw that Edith was waiting for him, he pressed his hands a moment against his heart to stop its violent beating, and drawing a long, long sigh, began the story. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. Arthur's Story. "I must commence at the beginning," he said, "and tell you first of Nina's father, Ernest Bernard of Florida. I was a lad of 14 when I met him in Richmond, Virginia, which you know was my former home. He was spending a few weeks there, and dined one day with my guardian, with whom I was then living. I did not fancy him at all. He seemed even to me a boy like a bad, unprincipled man, and I afterward learned that such had been his former character, though at the time I knew him he had reformed in a great measure. He was very kind indeed to me, and as I became better acquainted with him, my prejudices gradually wore away, until at last I liked him very much, and used to listen with delight to the stories he told of his Florida home, and of his little golden haired Nina, always finishing his remarks concerning her with, 'But you can't have her, boy. Nobody can marry Nina. Had little Miggy lived you might, perhaps, have been my son-in-law, but you can't as 'tis, for Nina will never marry.'"
"No, Nina can never marry."
And the golden curls shook decidedly as the Nina in question repeated the words,
"Miggy can marry Arthur, but not Nina. No, no."
Edith blushed painfully, and averted her eyes, while Arthur continued. "During Mr. Bernard's stay in Richmond he was attacked with that loathsome disease, the smallpox, and, deserted by all his friends, was in a most deplorable condition, when I, who had had the varioloid, begged and obtained permission to nurse him, which I did as well as I was able, staying by him until the danger was over. How far I was instrumental to his recovery I cannot say. He professed to think I saved his life, and was profuse in his protestations of gratitude. He was very impulsive, and conceived for me a friendship which ended only with his death. At all events, he proved as much by the great trust eventually reposed in me," and he nodded toward Nina, who, having tired of the buttons and the chain, was busy now with the bunch of keys she had purloined from his pocket. "I was in delicate health," said Arthur, "and as the cold weather was coming on, he insisted upon taking me home with him, and I accordingly accompanied him to Florida, to Sunnybank, his country seat. It was a grand old place, shaded by magnolias and surrounded by a profusion of vines and flowering shrubs, But the most beautiful flower of all was Nina, then 11 years of age. Nina knew that he was praising her, that Edith sanctioned the praise, and with the same feeling the little child experiences when told that it is good, she smiled upon Arthur, who, smoothing her round white cheek, went on: "My sweet Florida Rose, I called her, and many a romping frolic we had together during the winter months, and many a serious talk, too, we had of her second mother, her own she did not remember, and of her sister Miggy, whose grave we often visited, strewing it with flowers and watering it with tears, for Nina's affection for her lost sister was so touching that I often wept with her over Miggy's grave."
"Miggy isn't dead," said Nina. "She's here. Ain't you, Miggy?"
And she nestled closer to Edith, who was growing strangely interested in that old house, shaded with magnolias, and in the grave of that little child. "I came home in the spring," said Arthur, going on with the story Nina had interrupted. "But I kept up a boyish correspondence with Nina, though my affection for her gradually weakened. After becoming a pupil in Geneva Academy, I was exceedingly ambitious, and to stand first in my class occupied more of my thoughts than Nina Bernard. Still, when immediately after I entered Geneva College as a sophomore, I learned that her father intended sending her to the seminary in that village, I was glad, and when I saw her again all my old affection for her returned with tenfold vigor, and the ardor of my passion was greatly increased from the fact that other youths of my age worshipped her too, toasting the Florida Rose and quoting her on all occasions. Griswold was one of these. Dr. Griswold. How deep his feelings were I cannot tell. I only know that he has never married, and he is 3 years older than myself. We were roommates in college, and when he saw that Nina's preference was for me, he acted the part of a noble, disinterested friend. Few know Griswold as he is." Arthur paused, and Edith fancied he was living over the past when Nina was not as she was now, but, alas, he was thinking what to tell her next. Up to this point he had narrated the facts just as they had occurred, but he could do so no longer. He must leave out now. Evade, go round the truth, and it was hard for him to do so. "We were engaged," he began at last. "I was 18, she 15. But she looked quite as old as she does now. Indeed, she was almost as far in advance of her years as she is now behind them. Still we had no idea of marriage until I had been graduated, although Nina's confidential friend, who was quite romantic, suggested that we should run away. But from this I shrank as a most foolish act, which, if divulged, would result in my being expelled, and this disgrace I could not endure. In order, however, to make the matter sure, I wrote to her father, asking for his daughter when I became of age. Very impatiently I waited for his answer, which, when it came, was a positive refusal, yet couched in language so kind that none save a fool would have been angry. Nina could not marry, he said, and I must break the engagement at once. Sometime he would tell me why, but not then, not till I was older. Accompanying this was a note to Nina, in which he used rather severer terms, forbidding her to think of marriage, and telling her he was coming immediately to take her to Europe, whither he had long contemplated going. There was another pause, and a long blank was made in the story, which Arthur at last resumed as follows. He came for her sooner than we anticipated, following close upon the receipt of his letter, and, in spite of Nina's tears, took her with him to New York, from whence early in May they started for Europe. That was 9 years ago next month, and during the vacation following I came to Shannondale and saw you, Edith, while you saw Nina's picture." Nina was apparently listening now, and turning to him, she said:
"Tell her about the night when I stepped on your back and so got out of the window."
Arthur's face was crimson, but he answered laughingly: "I fear Miggy will not think us very dignified if I tell her of all our stolen interviews, and the means used to procure them." Taking a new toy from his pocket, he gave it to Nina, who, while examining it, forgot that night, and he went on: "I come now to the saddest part of my story. Nina and I continued to write, for her father did not forbid that, stipulating, however, that he should see the letters which passed between us. He had placed her in a school at Paris, where she remained until after I was graduated and of age. Edith," and Arthur's voice trembled, "I was too much a boy to know the nature of my feelings toward Nina when we were engaged, and as the time wore on my love began to wane." Edith's heart beat more naturally now than it had before, since the narrative commenced, but she could not forbear from saying to him reproachfully, "Oh, Arthur!" "It was wrong, I know," he replied, "and I struggled against it with all my strength, particularly when I heard that she was coming home. Griswold knew everything, and he suggested that a sight of her might awaken the old feeling, and with a feverish anxiety I waited in Boston for the steamer which I supposed was to bring her home. After many delays, she came in a sailing vessel, but came alone. Her father had died upon the voyage and been buried in the sea, leaving her with no friend save a Mr. Hudson, whose acquaintance they had made in Paris." At the mention of Mr. Hudson the toy dropped from Nina's fingers, and the blue eyes flashed up into Edith's face with a more rational expression than she had heretofore observed in them. "What is it, darling?" she asked, as she saw there was something Nina would say. The lip quivered like that of a grieved child, while Nina answered softly, "I did love Charlie better than Arthur, and it was so wicked." "Yes," rejoined Arthur quickly, "Nina's love for me had died away, and centred itself upon another. Charlie Hudson had sought her for his wife, and while confessing her love for him, she insisted that she could not be his because she was bound to me. This, however, did not prevent his seeking an interview with her father, who told him frankly the terrible impediment to Nina's marriage with anyone. It was a crushing blow to young Hudson, but he still clung to her with all a brother's devotion, soothing her grief upon the sea, and caring for her tenderly until Boston was reached, and he placed her in my hands, together with a letter, which her father wrote a few days before he died." "He's married now," interrupted Nina. "Charlie's married, but he came to see me once down at the old asylum. And I saw him through the grates, for I was shut up in a tantrum. He cried, Miggy, just as Arthur does sometimes, and called me 'poor lost Nina.' He held an angel in his arms, with blue eyes like mine, and he said she was his child, and Margaret's. Her name was Nina, too. Wasn't it nice?" And she smiled upon Edith, who involuntarily groaned as she thought how dreadful it must have been for Mr. Hudson to gaze through iron bars upon the wreck of his early love. "Poor man!" she sighed, turning to Arthur. "Is he happy with his Margaret?" "He seems to be," said Arthur. "People can outlive their first affection, you know. He resides in New York now, and is to all appearances a prosperous, happy man. The curse has fallen alone on me, who alone deserve it." He spoke bitterly, and for a moment sat apparently thinking; then resuming his story, said: "I did not open Mr. Bernard's letter until we reached the Revere House, and I was alone in my room. Then I broke the seal and read, while my blood curdled within my veins and every hair pricked at its roots. The old man knew he was about to die, and confessed to me in part his manifold transgressions, particularly his inhuman treatment of his last wife, the mother of little Miggy, but as this cannot of course be interesting to you, I will not repeat it." "Oh, do!" exclaimed Edith, feeling somehow that anything concerning the mother of Miggy Bernard would interest her. "Well, then," returned Arthur, "he did not tell me all the circumstances of his marriage. I only know that she was a foreigner and very beautiful, a governess, too, I think, in some German family, and that he married her under an assumed name." "An assumed name!" Edith cried. "Why was that, pray?" "I hardly know," returned Arthur, "but believe he became in some way implicated in a fight or gambling brawl in Paris, and being threatened with arrest, took another name than his own, and fled to Germany or Switzerland, where he found his wife. They were married privately, and after 2 or 3 years he brought her to his Florida home, where his proud mother and maiden sister affected to despise her because of her poverty. He was at that time given to drinking, and almost every day became beastly intoxicated, abusing his young wife so shamefully that her life became intolerable, and at last, when he was once absent from home for a few weeks, she resolved on going back to Europe, and leaving him for ever. This plan she confided to a maid servant who had accompanied her from England, a resolute, determined woman, who arranged the whole so skilfully that no one suspected their designs until they were far on their way to New York. The old mother, who was then living, would not suffer them to be pursued, and more than a week went by ere Mr. Bernard learned what had occurred. He followed them, of course. He was man enough for that, but falling in with some of his boon companions almost as soon as he reached the city, he drank so deeply that for several days he was unable to search for them, and in that time both his wife and Miggy died." "Oh, Mr. St. Clair!" And Edith's eyes filled with tears. "Yes, both of them died," he continued. "Mrs. Bernard's health was greatly undermined by sorrow, and when a prevailing epidemic fastened itself upon her, it found an easy prey. The waiting maid wrote immediately to Florida, and her letter was sent back to Mr. Bernard, who, having become sobered, hastened at once to find her place of abode. She was a very intelligent woman for one of her class, and had taken the precaution to have the remains of her late mistress and child deposited in such a manner that they could easily be removed, if Mr. Bernard should so desire it. He did desire it, and the bodies were taken undisturbed to Florida, where they now rest quietly side by side with the proud mother and sister since deceased. After this Mr. Bernard became a changed and better man, weeping often over the fate of his young girl wife and his infant daughter, whom he greatly loved. Other troubles he had, too, secret troubles which he confided to me in the letter brought by Mr. Hudson. After assuring me of his esteem, and telling me how much he should prefer me for his son in law to Charlie Hudson, he added that in justice to us both he must now speak of the horrible cloud hanging over his beautiful Nina, and which was sure at last to envelop her in darkness. You can guess it, Edith. You have guessed it already. Hereditary insanity, reaching far back into the past, and with each successive generation developing itself earlier and in a more violent form. He knew nothing of it when he married Nina's mother, a famous New Orleans belle, for her father purposely kept it from him, hoping thus to get her off his hands ere the malady manifested itself. In her case it came on with the birth of Nina, and from that day to her death she was a raving, disgusting maniac, as her mother and grandmother had been before her. This was exceedingly mortifying to the proud Bernards, negroes and all, and the utmost care was taken of Nina, who, nevertheless, was too much like her mother to hope for escape. There was the same peculiar look in the eye, the same restless, nervous motions, and from her babyhood up he knew his child was doomed to chains, strait jackets, and narrow cells, while the man who married her was doomed to a still more horrible fate. These were his very words, and my heart stopped its beating as I read, while I involuntarily thanked Heaven who had changed her feelings towards me. She told me with many tears that she had ceased to love me, and asked to be released from the fulfilment of her vow. I knew then she would one day be just what she is, and did not think it my duty to insist. But I did not forsake her, though my affection for her then was more like a brother than a lover's. In his will, which was duly made and witnessed, Mr. Bernard appointed me the guardian of his child, empowering me to do for her as if she were my sister, and bidding me when the calamity should overtake her, care for her to the last. "They don't usually survive long," he wrote, and he made me his next heir after Nina's death. It was a great charge for one just 22, a young helpless girl, and an immense fortune to look after. But Griswold, my tried friend, came to my aid, and pointed out means by which a large portion of the Bernard estate could be turned into money, and thus save me much trouble. I followed his advice, and the old homestead is all the landed property there is for me to attend to now, and as this is under the supervision of a competent overseer, it gives me no uneasiness. I suggested to Nina that she should accompany me to Florida soon after her arrival in Boston, but she preferred remaining for a time in some boarding school, and I made arrangements for her to be received as a boarder in Charlestown Seminary, leaving her there while I went south to transact business incumbent upon me as her guardian. How it happened, I never knew, But by some accident her father's letter to me became mixed up with her papers, and while I was gone she read it, learning for the first time what the mystery was which hung over her mother's fate, and also of the doom awaiting her. She fainted, it was said, and during the illness which followed raved in frantic fury, suffering no one to approach her save Griswold, who, being at that time a physician in the lunatic asylum at Worcester, hastened to her side, acquiring over her a singular power. It is strange that in her fits of violence she never speaks of me nor yet of Charlie Hudson. Indeed, the past seems all a blank to her, save as she refers to it incidentally as she has to day. "But did she stay crazy?" asked Edith. "Not wholly so," returned Arthur. "But from that time her reason began to fail, until now she is hopelessly insane, and has not known a rational moment for more than 3 years." "Nor been home in all that time?" said Edith, while Arthur replied: "She would not go. She seemed to shrink from meeting her former friends; and at last, acting upon Griswold's advice, I placed her in the asylum, going myself hither and thither like a feather tossed about by the gale. Griswold was my ballast, my polar star, and when he said to me, 'Buy a house and have a home,' I answered that I would; and when he told me of Grassy Spring, bidding me purchase it, I did so, although I dreaded coming to this neighbourhood of all others. I had carefully kept everything from Grace, who, while hearing that I was in some way interested in a Florida estate, knew none of the particulars, and I became morbidly jealous lest she or any one else should hear of Nina's misfortune or what she was to me. It was a favourite idea of Griswold's that Nina might be benefited by a change of place, and when I first came here I knew that she too would follow me in due time. She has hitherto been subject to violent attacks of frenzy, during which nothing within her reach was safe; and knowing this, Griswold advised me to prepare a room where, at such times, she could be kept by herself, for the sight of people always made her worse. The den, with the large closet adjoining, was the result of this suggestion, and as I have a great dread of neighbourhood gossip, I resolved to say nothing of her until compelled to do so by her presence in the house. I fancied that Mrs. Johnson was a discreet woman, and my purpose was to tell her of Nina as soon as I was fairly settled. But she abused her trust by letting Grace into the room. You refused to enter, and my respect for you from that moment was unbounded." She looked at him in much surprise, and he added: "You wonder, I suppose, how I know this. I was here at the time, was in the next room when you came into the library to wait for Grace. I watched you through the glass door, wondering who you were, until my cousin appeared, and I overheard the whole." "And that is why you chose me instead of Grace to take charge of your keys," interrupted Edith, beginning to comprehend what had heretofore been strange to her. "But, Mr. St. Clair, I don't understand it at all. Don't see why there was any need for so much secrecy. Supposing you did dread neighbourhood gossip, you could not help being chosen Nina's guardian. She could not help being crazy. Why not have told at once that there was such a person under your charge? Wouldn't it have been better? It was no disgrace to you that you have kept the father's trust, and cared for his poor child." And she glanced lovingly at the pretty face nestled against her arm, for Nina had fallen asleep. Arthur did not answer immediately, and when he did his voice trembled with emotion. "It would have been better," he said. "But when she first became insane, I shrank from having it generally known, and the longer I hugged the secret the harder I found it to divulge the whole. It would look queerly, I thought, for a young man like me to be trammelled with a crazy girl. Nobody would believe she was my ward, and nothing more, and I became a sort of monomaniac upon the subject. Had I never loved her—" He paused, and leaned his head upon his hands, while Edith, bending upon him a most searching look, startled him with the words: "Mr. St. Clair, you have not told me all. There is something behind, something mightier than pride or a dread of gossip." "Yes, Edith, there is something behind, but I can't tell you what it is, you of all others." He was pacing the floor hurriedly now, but stopped suddenly, and standing before Edith, said: "Edith Hastings, you are somewhat to blame in this matter. Before I knew you I only shrank from having people talk of my matters sooner than was absolutely necessary; but after you became my pupil, the desire that you should never see Nina as she is, grew into a species of madness, and I have bent every energy to keeping you apart. I did not listen to reason, which told me you must know of it sooner or later, but plunged deeper and deeper into a labyrinth of attempted concealment. When I found it necessary to dismiss Mrs. Johnson, if I would keep my affairs to myself, I thought of the old family servants at Sunnybank. I knew they loved and pitied Nina, and were very sensitive with regard to her misfortune. It touches Phyllis's pride to think her young mistress is crazy, and as hers is the ruling mind, she keeps the others in subjection, though old Judy came near disclosing the whole to you at one time, I believe. You know her sad story now, but you do not know how like an iron weight it hangs upon me, crushing me to the earth, wearing my life away, and making me old before my time. See here," and lifting his brown locks, he showed her many a line of silver. "If I loved Nina Bernard, my burden would be easier to bear."
"Oh, Mr. St. Clair," interrupted Edith, "you surely do love her. You cannot help loving her. And she so beautiful, so innocent."
"Yes," he answered, "as a brother loves an unfortunate sister. I feel towards her, I think, as a mother does towards a helpless child, a tender pity which prompts me to bear with her even when she tries me almost beyond endurance. She is not always as mild as you see her now, though her frenzied moods do not occur as frequently as they did. She loves me, I think, as an infant loves its mother, and is better when I am with her. At all events, since coming to Grassy Spring she has been unusually quiet, until within the last 2 weeks, when a nervous fever has confined her to her room and made her somewhat unmanageable. Griswold said she would be better here, and though I had not much faith in the experiment, I see now that he was right. Griswold is always right, and had I followed his advice years ago much of my trouble might have been averted. Edith, never conceal a single act if you wish to be happy. A little fault, if covered up, grows into a mountain, and the longer it is hidden the harder it is to be confessed. This is my experience. There was a false step at first, and it lies too far back in the past to be remedied now. No one knows of it but myself, Griswold, Nina, and my God. Yes, there is one more whose memory might be refreshed, but I now have no fear of him." Edith did not ask who this other was, neither did she dream that Richard Harrington was in any way connected with the mystery. She thought of him, however, wondering if she might tell him of Nina, and asking if she could. Arthur's face was very white as he replied: "Tell him if you like, or any one else. It is needless to keep it longer. But, Edith, you'll come again, won't you? Come to see Nina, if nothing more. I am glad you have seen her, provided you do not desert me wholly."
"Of course I shall not,"
she said, as she laid the golden head of the sleeping girl upon the cushion of the sofa, preparatory to leaving.
"I'll come again, and forgive you, too, for anything you may have done, except a wrong to her,"
and she carefully kissed the poor crazy Nina. Then, offering her hand to Arthur, she tried to bid him good bye as of old, but he missed something in her manner, and with feelings sadly depressed he watched her from the window as, assisted by Ike, she mounted her pony and galloped swiftly away. "She's lost to me for ever, and there's nothing worth living for now," he said, just as a little hand pressed his arm, and a sweet childish voice murmured,
"Yes, there is, Arthur. Live for Nina. Poor Nina!"
and the snowy fingers, which for a moment had rested lightly on his arm, began to play with the buttons of his coat, while the soft blue eyes looked pleadingly into his. "Yes, darling," he said, caressing her flowing curls, and pushing them back from her forehead, "I will live for you hereafter. I will love no one else."
"No one but Miggy. You may love her. You must love her, Arthur. She's so beautiful, so grand. Why has she gone from Nina? I want her here, want her all the time."
And Nina's mood began to change. Tears filled her eyes, and burying her face in Arthur's bosom, she begged him to go after Miggy, to bring her back and keep her there always, threatening that if he didn't, Nina would be bad. Tenderly but firmly, as a parent soothes a refractory child, did Arthur soothe the excitable Nina, telling her Miggy should come again, or if she did not, they'd go up and see her. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Darkness and Daylight, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. Nina and Miggy. It would be impossible to describe Edith's feelings as she rode toward home. She knew Arthur had not told her the whole, and that the part omitted was the most important of all. What could it be? She thought of 1,000 different things, but dismissed them one after another from her mind as too preposterous to be cherished for a moment. The terrible reality never once occurred to her, else her heart had not beaten as lightly as it did, in spite of the strange story she had heard. She was glad that she had met with Nina, glad that every obstacle to their future intercourse was removed; and while she censured Arthur much she pitied him the more, and scolded herself heartily for feeling so comfortable and satisfied because he had ceased to love the unfortunate Nina. "I can't blame him for not wishing to be talked about," she said. "Shannondale is a horribly gossiping place, and people would have surmised everything; but the sooner they know it, the sooner it will die away. Let me think. Who will be likely to spread the news most industriously?" Suddenly remembering Mrs. Eliakim Rogers, the busiest gossip in town, she turned Bedouin in the direction of the low brown house, standing at a little distance from the road, and was soon seated in Mrs. Eliakim's kitchen, her ostensible errand being to inquire about some plain sewing the good lady was doing for her, while her real object was to communicate as much of Arthur's story as she thought proper. Incidentally she spoke of Mr. St. Clair, and when the widow asked, "What under the sun possessed him to live as he did?" she replied by telling of Nina, his ward, who, she said, had recently come to Grassy Spring from the asylum, adding a few items as to how Arthur chanced to be her guardian, talking as if she had known of it all the time, and saying she did not wonder that a young man like him should shrink from having it generally understood that he had a crazy girl upon his hands. He was very kind to her indeed, and no brother could treat his sister more tenderly than he treated Nina. To everything she said Mrs. Eliakim smilingly assented, drawing her own conclusions the while, and feeling vastly relieved when at last her visitor departed, leaving her at liberty to don her green calash and start for the neighbours with this precious morsel of gossip. Turning back, Edith saw her hurrying across the fields, and knew it would not be long ere all Shannondale were talking of Arthur's ward. Arrived at home, she found the dinner waiting for her, and when asked by Richard what had kept her, she replied by repeating to him in substance what she had already told Mrs. Eliakim Rogers. There was this difference, however, between the two stories. The one told to Richard was longer and contained more of the particulars. She did not, however, tell him of Arthur's love for Nina, or of the neglected wife, the mother of little Miggy, though why she withheld that part of the story she could not tell. She felt a strange interest in that young mother dying alone in the noisome city, and in the little child buried upon her bosom, but she had far rather talk of Nina and her marvellous beauty, feeling sure that she had at least one interested auditor, Victor, who was perfectly delighted to have the mystery of Grassy Spring unravelled, though he felt a little disappointed that it should amount to nothing more than a crazy girl to whom Mr. St. Clair was guardian. This feeling of Victor was in a great measure shared by the villagers, and indeed, after a day or two of talking and wondering, the general opinion seemed to be that Arthur had magnified the evil and been altogether too much afraid of Madame Rumor, who was inclined to be rather lenient toward him, particularly as Edith Hastings took pains to tell how kind he was to Nina, who gave him oftentimes so much trouble. The tide of popular feeling was in his favour, and the sympathy which many openly expressed for him was like a dagger to the young man, who knew he did not deserve it. Still he was relieved of a great burden, and was far happier than he had been before, and even signified to Grace his willingness to mingle in society, and see company at his own house. The consequence of this was throngs of visitors at Grassy Spring, said visitors always asking for Mr. St. Clair, but caring really to see Nina, who shrank from their advances, and hiding herself in her room, refused at last to go down unless Miggy were there. Miggy had purposely absented herself from Grassy Spring more than 2 whole weeks, and when Richard asked the cause of it she answered that she did not know, and indeed she could not to herself define the reason of her staying so long from a place where she wished so much to be, unless it were that she had not quite recovered from the shock it gave her to know that Arthur had once been engaged, even though he had wearied of the engagement. It seemed to her that he had built between them a barrier which she determined he should be the first to cross. So she studiously avoided him, and thus unconsciously plunged him deeper and deeper into the mire where he was already floundering. Her apparent indifference only increased the ardour of his affection, and though he struggled against it as against a deadly sin, he could not overcome it, and at last, urged on by Nina, who begged so hard for Miggy, he resolved upon going to Collingwood and taking Nina with him. It was a warm, pleasant afternoon in May, and Nina had never looked more beautiful than when seated in the open carriage, and on her way to Collingwood, talking incessantly of Miggy, whom she espied long before they reached the house. It was a most joyful meeting between the 2 young girls, Nina clinging to Edith as if fearful of losing her again, if by chance she should release her hold. Arthur did not tell Edith how much he had missed her, but Nina did, and when she saw the colour deepen on Edith's cheeks she added, "You love him, don't you, Miggy?" "I love everybody, I hope," returned the blushing Edith, as she led her guests into the room where Richard was sitting. At sight of the blind man Nina started, and clasping her hands together stood regarding him fixedly, while a look of perplexity deepened upon her face. "Speak to her, Edith," whispered Arthur, but ere Edith could comply with his request, Nina's lips parted and she said, "You did do it, didn't you?" Whose voice was that? And Richard started forward. "It's Nina, Mr. Harrington, pretty Nina Bernard." And Edith came to the rescue. "She has a sweet, familiar voice," said Richard. "Come to me, little one, will you?" He evidently thought her a child, for in her statement Edith had not mentioned her age, and Richard had somehow received the impression that she was very young. It suited Nina to be thus addressed, and she went readily to Richard, who pressed her soft, warm hands, and then telling her playfully that he wished to know how she looked, passed his own hand slowly over her face and hair, caressing the latter and twining one of the curls around his fingers. Then winding his arm about her slender waist, he asked how old she was. 15 years and a half, was her prompt reply. Richard never thought of doubting her word. She was very slight indeed. A little morsel, he called her, and as neither Edith nor Arthur corrected the mistake, he was suffered to think of Nina Bernard as one who, were she rational, would be a mere schoolgirl yet. She puzzled him greatly, and more than once he started at some peculiar intonation of her voice. "Little Snowdrop," he said at last, "it seems to me I have known you all my life. Look at me, and say if we have met before." Edith was too intent upon Nina's answer to notice Arthur, and she failed to see the spasm of pain and fear which passed over his face, leaving it paler than its wont. Bending over Nina, he waited like Edith while she scanned Richard curiously, and then replied, "Never, unless you are the one that did it. Are you?" "Did what?" asked Richard, and even while Nina hesitated, Arthur replied, "She has a fancy that somebody made her crazy." "Not I, oh no, not I, poor little dove. I did not do it, sure." And Richard smoothed the yellow curls resting on his knee. "Who was it, then?" persisted Nina. "He was tall, like you, and dark and handsome, wasn't he, Arthur? You know, you were there." And she turned appealingly to the young man, whose heart beat so loudly as to be plainly audible to himself. "It was Charlie Hudson, perhaps," suggested Edith, and Arthur mentally blessed her for a remark which turned the channel of Nina's thoughts, and set her to telling Richard how Charlie cried when he saw her through the iron bars, wearing that queer-looking gown. "I danced for him with all my might," she said,
and sang so loud, for I thought it would make him laugh, as it did the folks around me. But he only cried the harder."
"What made him?" And she looked up wistfully in Richard's face.
"You are crying, too," she exclaimed. "Everybody cries where I am. Why do they? I wish they wouldn't. I'm good to day. There. Please don't, Mr. Big Man that did do it."
And raising her waxen hand, she brushed away the tear trembling on Richard's long eyelashes. Edith now sought to divert her by asking if she were fond of music, and would like to hear her play.
"Nina'll play,"
returned the little maiden, and going to the piano she dashed off a wild, impassioned, mixed-up impromptu, resembling now the soft notes of the lute or the plaintive sob of the winter wind, and then swelling into a full, rich, harmonious melody, which made the blood chill in Edith's veins, and caused both Richard and Arthur to hold their breath. The music ceased, and rising from the stool Nina expressed a desire to go home, insisting that Edith should go with her and stay all night.
"I want to sleep with my arms around your neck, just like you used to do," she said.
And when Arthur too joined in the request, Edith answered that she would if Richard were willing. "And sleep with a lunatic? Is it quite safe?" he asked. "Perfectly so," returned Arthur, adding that the house was large enough, and Edith could act her own pleasure with regard to sleeping apartments. "Then it's settled that I may go," chimed in Edith, quite as much delighted at the prospect of a long evening with Arthur as with the idea of seeing more of Nina. She knew she was leaving Richard very lonely, but she promised to be home early on the morrow, and bidding good-bye, followed Arthur and Nina to the carriage. Nina was delighted to have Edith with her, and after their arrival at Grassy Spring danced and skipped about the house like a gay butterfly, pausing every few moments to wind her arms around the neck of her guest, whom she kissed repeatedly, calling her always Miggy, and telling her how much she loved her.
"Don't you want to see you, as you used to be?" she asked suddenly. "If you do, come up. Come to my room. She may,"
and she turned toward Arthur, who answered, "Certainly, I will go myself," and the three soon stood at the door of the den. It was Edith's first visit there, and a feeling of awe came over her as she crossed the threshold of the mysterious room. Then a cry of joyful surprise burst from her lips as she saw how pleasant it was in there, and how tastefully the chamber was fitted up. Not another apartment in the house could compare with it, and Edith felt that she could be happy there all her life, were it not for the iron lattice, which gave it somewhat the appearance of a prison.
"Here you are,"
cried Nina, dragging her across the floor to the portrait of the little child which had so interested her during Arthur's absence.
"This is she. This is you. This is Miggy."
And Nina jumped up and down, while Edith gazed again upon the sweet baby face she had once seen in the drawing room. "There is a slight resemblance between you," said Arthur, glancing from one to the other. "Had she lived, her eyes must have been like yours. But look, this was Nina's father." Edith did not answer him. Indeed, she scarcely knew what he was saying, for a nameless fascination chained her to the spot, a feeling as if she were beholding her other self, as if she had leaped backward many years, and was seated again upon the nursery floor like the child before her. Like gleams of lightning, confused memories of the past came rushing over her only to pass away, leaving her in deeper darkness. One thought, however, like a blinding flash, caused her brain to reel, while she grasped Arthur's arm, exclaiming, "Are you sure the baby died? Sure she was buried with her mother?" "Yes, perfectly sure," was Arthur's reply, and with a sensation of disappointment Edith turned at last from Miggy to the contemplation of the father, the Mr. Bernard whom she was not greatly disposed to like. He was a portly, handsome man, but his face showed traces of early debauchery and later dissipation. Still, Edith was far more interested in him than in the portrait of Nina's mother, the light-haired, blue-eyed woman, so much like the daughter that the one could easily be recognized from its resemblance to the other. "Where is the second Mrs. Bernard's picture?" she asked, and Arthur answered, "It was never taken, But Phyllis declares you are like her, and this accounts for Nina's pertinacity in calling you Miggy." The pictures were by this time duly examined, and then Nina, still playing the part of hostess, showed to Edith everything of the least interest until she came to the door leading into the large square closet.
"Open it, please," she whispered to Arthur. "Let Miggy see where Nina stays when she tears."
Arthur unlocked the door, and Edith stepped with a shudder into the solitary cell which had witnessed more than one wild revel, and echoed to more than one delirious shriek. "Is it necessary?" she asked, and Arthur replied: "We think so. Otherwise she would demolish everything within her reach, and throw herself from the window, it may be."
"That's so," said Nina, nodding approvingly. "When I'm bad I have to tear. It cures my head, and I'm so strong then that it takes Phyllis and Arthur both to put that gown on me. I can't tear that," and she pointed to a loose sack like garment, made of the heaviest possible material, and hanging upon a nail near the door of the cell. "Have you been shut up since you came here?" Edith inquired, and Nina rejoined: "Once. Didn't you hear me scream? Phyllis tried to make me quit, but I told her I wouldn't unless they'd let you come. I saw you on the walk, you know. I'm better with you, Miggy, a heap better since you made me cry. It took a world of hardness and pain away, and my head has not ached a single time since then. I'm most well. Ain't I, Arthur?"
"Miss Hastings certainly has a wonderful influence over you," returned Arthur, and as the evening wore away Edith began to think so too. Even the servants commented upon the change in Nina, who appeared so natural and ladylike, that once there darted across Arthur's mind the question: what if her reason should be restored? "I will do right, Heaven helping me," he moaned mentally, for well he knew that Nina Sane would require of him far different treatment from what Nina Crazy did. It was late that night when they parted, he to his lonely room where for hours he paced the floor with feverish disquiet, while Edith went from choice with Nina to the den, determined to share her single bed, and smiling at her own foolishness when once a shadow of fear crept into her heart. How could she be afraid of the gentle creature who, in her snowy night dress, with her golden hair falling about her face and neck, looked like some beautiful angel flitting about the room, pretending to arrange this and that, casting half bashful glances at Edith, who was longer in disrobing, and at last, as if summoning all her courage for the act, stepping behind the thin lace window curtains which she drew around her, saying softly:
"Don't look at me, Miggy, will you, because I'm going to pray."
Instantly the brush which Edith held was stayed amid her raven hair, and the hot tears rained over her face as she listened to that prayer, that God would keep Nina from tearing any more, and not let Arthur cry, but make it all come right some time with him and Miggy too. Then followed that simple petition:
"Now I lay me down to sleep,"
learned at the mother's knee by so many thousand children whose graves like hillocks in the churchyard lie, and when she arose and came from behind the gauzy screen where she fancied she had been hidden from view, Edith was not wrong in thinking that something like the glory of heaven shone upon her pure white brow. All dread of her was gone, and when Sophy came in, offering to sleep upon the floor as was her usual custom, she promptly declined, for she would rather be alone with Nina. Edith had never been intimate with any girl of her own age, and to her it was happiness entirely new, the nestling down in the narrow bed with a loved companion, whose arms wound themselves caressingly around her neck, and whose lips touched hers many times, whispering:
"Bless you, Miggy. Bless you, precious sister. You can't begin to guess how much I love you. Neither can I tell you. Why, it would take me till morning."
It became rather tiresome after a time being kept awake, and fearing lest she would talk till morning, Edith said to her:
"I shall go home if you are not more quiet."
There was something in Edith's voice which prompted the crazy girl to obey, and with one more assurance of love she turned to her pillow, and Edith knew by her soft, regular breathing that her troubles were forgotten. "I hardly think you'll care to repeat the experiment again," Arthur said to Edith next morning when he met her at the table, and saw that she looked rather weary. "Nina, I fear, was troublesome, as Sophy tells me she often is." Edith denied Nina's having troubled her much. Still she felt that she preferred her own cosy bedchamber to Nina's larger, handsomer room, and would not promise to spend another night at Grassy Spring, although she expressed her willingness to resume her drawing lessons, and suggested that Nina, too, should become a pupil. Arthur would much rather have Edith all to himself, for he knew that Nina's presence would be a restraint upon him, but it was right, and he consented as the only means of having Edith back again in her old place, fancying that when he had her there it would be the same as before. But he was mistaken, for when the lessons were resumed, he found there was something between them, something which absorbed Edith's mind, and was to him a constant warning and rebuke. Did he bend so near Edith at her task that his brown locks touched her blacker braids, a shower of golden curls was sure to mingle with the twain, as Nina also bent down to see what he was looking at. Did the hand which sometimes guided Edith's pencil ever retain the fingers longer than necessary, a pair of deep blue eyes looked into his, not reproachfully, for Nina could not fathom the meaning of what she saw, but with an expression of childlike trust and confidence far more potent than frowns and jealous tears would have been. Nina was in Arthur's way, but not in Edith's, and half the pleasure she experienced now in going to Grassy Spring was derived from the fact that she thus saw more of Nina than she would otherwise have done. It was a rare and beautiful sight, the perfect love existing between these two young girls, Edith seeming the elder, inasmuch as she was the taller and more self-reliant of the two. As a mother watches over and loves her maimed infant, so did Edith guard and cherish Nina, possessing over her so much power that a single look from her black eyes was sufficient to quiet at once the little lady, who, under the daily influence of her society, visibly improved both in health and spirits. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. Dr. Griswold. Still Nina's mind was enshrouded in as deep a gloom as ever, and Dr. Griswold, who, toward the latter part of June, came to see her, said it would be so always. There was no hope of her recovery, and with his olden tenderness of manner he caressed his former patient, sighing as he thought of the weary life before her. For 2 days Dr. Griswold remained at Grassy Spring, learning in that time how much matters stood. He saw Edith Hastings, scanned with his clear, far-reaching eye every action of Arthur St. Clair, and when at last his visit was ended, and Arthur was walking with him to the depot, he said abruptly, "I am sorry for you, St. Clair, more sorry than I ever was before, but you know the path of duty, and you must walk in it, letting your eyes stray to neither side, lest they fall upon forbidden fruit." Arthur made no reply save to kick the gnarled roots of the tree under which they had stopped for a few moments. "Edith Hastings is very beautiful," Dr. Griswold remarked suddenly, and as if she had just entered his mind. "Does she come often to Grassy Spring?" "Every day," and Arthur tried to look his friend fully in the face, but could not, and his brown eyes fell as he added hastily, "She comes to see Nina. They are greatly attached." "She has a wonderful power over her, I think," returned Dr. Griswold, "and I am not surprised that you esteem her highly on that account. But how will it be hereafter when other duties, other relations claim her attention? Will she not cease to visit you, and so Nina made worse?" "What new duties? What relations do you mean?" Arthur asked quickly, trembling in every joint as he anticipated the answer. "I have a fancy that Miss Hastings will reward that blind man for all his kindness with her heart and hand." "Her hand it may be, but her heart never," interrupted Arthur, betraying by his agitation what Dr. Griswold had already guessed. "Poor Arthur," he said. "I know what is in your mind, and pity you so much, but you can resist temptation, and you must. There's no alternative. You chose your destiny years ago. Abide by it, then. Hope and pray, as I do, that Edith Hastings will be the blind man's bride." "Oh, Griswold!" and Arthur groaned aloud. You cannot wish to sacrifice her thus." "I can I do. It will save you both from ruin." "Then you do think she loves me?" And Arthur looked eagerly at his friend, who answered, "I think nothing, save that she will marry Mr. Harrington. Your cousin told me there was a rumour to that effect. She is often at Collingwood, and ought to be posted." "Griswold, I wish I were dead!" exclaimed Arthur. "Yes, I wish I were dead, and were it not that I dread the hereafter, I would end my existence at once in yonder river," and he pointed to the Chicopee winding its slow way to the westward. Dr. Griswold gazed at him a moment in silence, and then replied somewhat sternly, "Rather be a man and wait patiently for the future." "I would, but for the fear that Edith will be lost to me for ever," Arthur answered faintly, and Dr. Griswold replied, "Better so than lost herself. Why not be candid with her? Tell her everything. Go over the entire past, and if she truly loves you she will wait years and years if need be. She's young yet, too young to be a wife. Will you tell her?" "I can't," and Arthur shook his head despairingly. "I have hidden the secret too long to tell it now. It might have been easy at first, but now it's too late. Oh, Griswold, you do not understand what I suffer, for you never knew what it was to love as I love Edith Hastings." For a moment Dr. Griswold looked at him in silence. He knew how fierce a storm had gathered round him, and how bravely he had met it. He knew, too, how impetuous and ardent was his disposition, how much one of his temperament must love Edith Hastings, and he longed to speak to him a word of comfort. Smoothing the brown hair of the bowed head, and sighing to see how many threads of silver were woven in it, he said, "I pity you so much, and can feel for you more than you suspect. You say I know not what it is to love. Oh, Arthur, Arthur, you little guessed what it cost me years ago to give up Nina Bernard. It almost broke my heart, and the wound is bleeding yet. Could the past be undone, could we stand where we did that night which both remember so well, I would hold you back. And Nina, crazy as she is, should this moment be mine, mine to love, to cherish, to care for and weep over when she is dead. Poor little unfortunate Nina! My darling, my idol, my clipped wing bird!" It was Dr. Griswold's voice which trembled now, and Arthur's which essayed to comfort him. "I never dreamed of this," he said. "I knew you, with others, had a liking for her, but you relinquished her so willingly. I could not guess you loved her so well," and in his efforts to soothe his friend, Arthur forgot his own sorrow in part. It was time now for the doctor to go, as the smoke of the coming train was visible over the hills. "You need not accompany me further," he said, offering his hand to Arthur, who pressed it in silence, and then walked slowly back to Grassy Spring. Those were terrible days which followed the visit of Dr. Griswold, for to see Edith Hastings often was a danger he dared not incur, while to avoid her altogether was utterly impossible, and at last resolving upon a change of scene as his only hope, he one morning astonished Grace with the announcement that he was going south, and it might be many weeks ere he returned. Since coming to that neighbourhood, Arthur had been a puzzle to Grace, and she watched him now in amazement as he paced the floor, giving her sundry directions with regard to Nina, and telling her where a letter would find him in case she should be sick, and require his personal attention. It was in vain that Grace expostulated with him upon what seemed to her a foolish and uncalled for journey. He was resolved, and saying he should not probably see Edith ere his departure, he left his farewell with her. Once he thought of bidding her encourage Edith to marry the blind man, but he could not quite bring himself to do this. Edith was dearer to him now than when she promised him that if Richard sought her hand she would not tell him no, and he felt that he would rather she should die than be thus sacrificed. Anxiously Grace looked after him as he walked rapidly away, thinking within herself that long association with Nina had impaired his reason. And Arthur was more than half insane. Not until now had he been wholly roused to the reality of his position. Dr. Griswold had rent asunder the flimsy veil, showing him how hopeless was his love for Edith, and so, because he could not have her, he must go away. It was a wise decision, and he was strengthened to keep it in spite of Nina's tears that he should stay.
"Nina'll die, or somebody'll die, I know."
And the little girl clung sobbing to his neck when the hour of parting came. Very gently he unclasped her clinging arms. Very tenderly he kissed her lips, bidding her give one to Miggy, and then he left her, turning back ere he reached the gate as a new idea struck him. Would Nina go with him? Go to her Florida home, if so he would defer his journey a day or so. He wondered he had not thought of this before. It would save him effectually, and he anxiously waited her answer.
"If Miggy goes I will, but not without."
This was Nina's reply, and Arthur turned a second time away. In much surprise, Edith, who came that afternoon, heard of Arthur's departure. "Why did he go without bidding me good bye?" she asked.
"I don't know, but he left a kiss for you right on my lips,"
said Nina, putting up her rosebud mouth for Edith to take what was unquestionably her own. While they were thus talking together, the doorbell rang, and Soph, who answered the ring, admitted Dr. Griswold.
"Dr. Griswold, here again so soon?"
exclaimed Edith, a suspicion crossing her mind that Arthur had arranged for him to take charge of Nina during his absence.
"But it shall not be," she thought. "I can prevent her returning to the asylum, and I will."
She might have spared herself all uneasiness, for Dr. Griswold knew nothing of Arthur's absence, and seemed more surprised than she had been. "I am so glad, he said, and when Edith looked inquiringly at him, he answered, "I am glad because it is right that he should go." Edith did not in the least comprehend his meaning, and as he manifested no intention to explain, the conversation soon turned upon other topics than Arthur and his sudden journey. Since Arthur's visit to Worcester, Dr. Griswold had heard nothing from him, and impelled by one of those strange influences which will sometimes lead a person on to his fate, he had come up to Shannondale partly to see how matters stood, and partly to whisper a word of encouragement to one who needed it so much. He had never been very robust or strong. The secret which none save Arthur knew had gradually undermined his health, and he was subject to frequent attacks of what he called his nervous headaches. The slightest cause would sometimes induce one of these, and when on the morning after his arrival at Grassy Spring he awoke from a troubled sleep he knew by certain unmistakable signs that a day of suffering was in store for him. This, on his own account, he would not have minded particularly, for he was accustomed to it, but his presence was needed at home. And the knowledge of this added to the intensity of his pain, which became so great that to rise from his pillow was impossible, and Soph, when sent to his room to announce that breakfast was waiting, reported him to her mother as mighty sick, with blood in the face. All the day long he lay in the darkened room, sometimes dreaming, sometimes moaning, and watching through his closed eyes the movements of Nina, who had constituted herself his nurse, treading on tiptoe across the floor, whispering to herself, and apparently carrying on an animated conversation with some imaginary personage. Softly she bathed his aching head, asking every moment if he were better, and going once behind the door where he heard her praying that God would make the good doctor well. Blessed Nina, there was far more need for this prayer than she supposed, for when the next day came, the pain and heat about the eyes and head were not in the least abated, and a physician was called, who pronounced the symptoms to be those of typhoid fever. With a stifled moan, Dr. Griswold turned upon his pillow, while his great unselfish heart went out after his poor patients in the asylum, who would miss him so much. 3 days passed away, and it was generally known in the village that a stranger lay sick of typhus fever at Grassy Spring, which with common consent was shunned as if the deadly plague had been rioting there. Years before the disease had raged with fearful violence in the town, and many a fresh mound was reared in the graveyard, and many a hearthstone desolated. This it was which struck a panic to the hearts of the inhabitants when they knew the scourge was again in their midst, and save the inmates of the house, and Edith Hastings, none came to Dr. Griswold's aid. At first Richard refused to let the latter put herself in the way of danger, but for once Edith asserted her right to do as she pleased, and declared that she would share Nina's labours. So for many weary days and nights those two young girls hovered like angels of mercy around the bed where the sick man tossed from side to side, while the fever burned more and more fiercely in his veins until his reason was dethroned, and a secret told which otherwise would have died with him. Gradually the long hidden love for Nina showed itself, and Edith, who alone could comprehend the meaning of what he said and did, saw how a strong, determined man can love, even when there is no hope. "Little wounded dove," he called the golden haired maiden who bent so constantly over him, caressing his burning face with her cool, soft hands, passing her snowy fingers through his disordered hair, and suffering him to kiss her, as he often did, but insisting always that Miggy should be kissed also, and Edith, knowing that what was like healing to the sick man would be withheld unless she too submitted, would sometimes bow her graceful head, and receive upon her brow the token of affection. "You must hug Miggy, too," Nina said to him one day, when he had held her slight form for a moment to his bosom. "She's just as good to you as I am." "Nina," said Edith, "Dr. Griswold does not love me as he does you, and you must not worry him so. Don't you see it makes him worse?" And lifting the hair, she pointed to the drops of perspiration standing upon his forehead. This seemed to satisfy Nina, while at the same time her darkened mind must have caught a glimmer of the truth, for her manner changed perceptibly, and for a day or so she was rather shy of Dr. Griswold. Then the mood changed again, and to the poor dying man was vouchsafed a glimpse of what it might have been to be loved by Nina Bernard. "Little sunbeam, little clipped winged bird, little pearl," were the terms of endearment he lavished upon her, as with his feeble arm about her he told her one night how he loved her. "Don't go, Edith," he said, as he saw her stealing from the room. "Sit down here beside me and listen to what I have to say." Edith obeyed, and taking her hand and Nina's in his, as if the touch of them both would make him strong to unburden his mind, he began: "Let me call you Edith, while I'm talking, for the sake of one who loves you even as I love Nina." Edith, startled and very foolishly, replied: "Do you mean Mr. Harrington?" She knew he didn't, but her heart was so sore on the subject of Arthur's absence that she longed to be reassured in some way, and so said what she did. "No, Edith, it is not Mr. Harrington I mean." And Dr. Griswold's bright eyes fastened themselves upon the trembling girl, as if to read her inmost soul and see how far her feelings were enlisted. "It's Arthur," said Nina, nodding knowingly at both. "Arthur?" Edith repeated bitterly. "Fine proof he gives of his love, going from home for an indefinite length of time without one word for me. He hates me, I know." And bursting into tears, she buried her face in the lap of Nina, who sat upon the bed. "Poor Edith!" And another hand than Nina's smoothed her bands of shining hair. "By this one act you have confessed that Arthur's love is not unrequited. I hoped it might be otherwise. God help you, Edith! God help you!" He spoke earnestly, and a thrill of fear ran through Edith's veins. Lifting up her head, she said: "You talk as if it were a certainty that Arthur St. Clair loves me. He has never told me so, never." She could not add that he had never given her reason to think so, for he had, and her whole frame quivered with joy as she heard her suspicions confirmed by Dr. Griswold. "He does love you, Edith Hastings. He has confessed as much to me, and this is why he has gone from home. He would forget you, and it is right. He must forget you. He must not love. It would be a wicked, wicked thing. And, Edith, are you listening? Do you hear all I say?" "Yes," came faintly from Nina's lap, where Edith had laid her face again. "Then promise not to marry him, so long oh, Nina, how can I say it? Edith, swear you'll never marry Arthur. Swear, Edith, swear!" His voice was raised to a shriek, and by the dim light of the lamp which fell upon his pallid features, both Edith and Nina saw the wild delirium flashing from his eye. Nina was the first to detect it, and wringing Edith's hand, she whispered imploringly: "Swear, Miggy, once. Say thunder, or something like that as softly as you can. It won't be so very bad, and he wants you to so much." Frightened as Edith was at Dr. Griswold's manner, she could not repress a smile at Nina's mistaken idea. Still she did not swear, and all that night he continued talking incoherently of Arthur, of Edith, of Nina, Geneva, Richard Harrington, and 1,000 other matters, mingling them together in such a manner that nothing clear or connected could be made of what he said. In the morning he was more quiet, but there was little hope of his life, the physicians said. From the first he had greatly desired to see Arthur once more, and when his danger became apparent a telegram had been forwarded to the wanderer, but brought back no response. Another was sent, and another, the third one in the form of a letter, finding him up the Red River, where in that sultry season the air was rife with pestilence, which held with death many a wanton revel, and would surely have claimed him for its victim but for the timely note which called him away. Night and day, day and night, as fast as the steam god could take him, his heart swelling with alternate hope and fear as he neared the Northland, seeing from afar the tall heads of the New England mountains, and knowing by that token that he was almost home. It was night, dark night at Grassy Spring, and the summer rain, which all the day had fallen in heavy showers, beat drearily against the windows of the room where a fair young girl was keeping watch over the white-faced man whose life was fast ebbing away. They were alone, Dr. Griswold and Nina, for both would have it so. He, because he felt how infinitely precious to him would be his last few hours with her, when there was no curious ear to listen, and she, because she would have Miggy's sleep. Nina knew no languor from wakefulness. She was accustomed to it, and as if imbued with supernatural strength, she had sat night after night in that close room, ministering to the sick man as no one else could have done, and by her faithfulness and tender care repaying him in part for the love which for long, weary years had known no change, and which, as life drew near its close, manifested itself in a desire to have her constantly at his side, where he could look into her eyes, and hear the murmurings of her bird-like voice. Thus far Edith and the servants had shared her vigils, but this night she preferred to be alone, insisting that Edith, who began to show signs of weariness, should occupy the little room adjoining where she should be called if necessary. Not apprehending death so soon, the physician acquiesced in this arrangement, stipulating, however, that Phyllis should sleep on the lounge in Dr. Griswold's chamber, but the care, the responsibility, should all be Nina's, he said, and with childish alacrity she hastened to her post. It was the first time she had kept the watch alone, but from past experience the physician believed she could be trusted, and he left her without a moment's hesitation. Slowly the hours went by, and Nina heard no sound save the low breathing of the sleepers near, the dropping of the rain, and the mournful sighing of the wind through the maple trees. Midnight came, and then the eyes of the sick man opened wide and wandered about the room as if in quest of someone. "Nina," he said faintly, "are you here? Why has the lamp gone out? It's so dark that I can't see your face." Bending over him, Nina replied, "I'm here, doctor. Nina's here. Shall I get more light so you can see?" "Yes, darling, more light, more light." And swift as a fawn Nina ran noiselessly from room to room, gathering up lamp after lamp, and candle after candle, and bringing them back to the sick chamber, which blazed as if on fire, while the musical laugh of the lunatic echoed through the room as she whispered to herself, "20 sperm candles and 15 lamps. 'Tis a glorious watch I keep to night." Once she thought of waking Edith to share in her transports, but was withheld from doing so by a feeling that Miggy would not approve her work. "It's light as noonday," she said, seating herself upon the bedside. "Can't you see me now?" "No, Nina. I shall never look on your dear face again until we meet in heaven. There you will be my own. No one can come between us." And the feeble arms wound themselves lovingly around the maiden, who laid her cheek against his feverish one, while her little fingers strayed once more amid the mass of disordered hair, pushing it back from the damp forehead, which she touched with her sweet lips. "Nina," and the voice was so low that Nina bent her head down to catch the sound. "I am dying, darling. You are not afraid to stay with me till the last?"
No," she answered, "not afraid, but I do so wish you could see the splendid illumination. 20 candles and 15 lamps, the wicks of them all an inch in height. Oh, it's grand!"
And again Nina chuckled, as she saw how the lurid blaze lit up the window panes with a sheet of flame which, flashing backward, danced upon the wall in many a grotesque form, and cast a reddish glow even upon the white face of the dying. He was growing very restless now, for the last great struggle had commenced. The soul was waging a mighty battle with the body, and the conflict was a terrible one, wringing groans of agony from him and great tears from Nina, who forgot her bonfire in her grief. Once, when the fever had scorched her veins and she had raved in mad delirium, Dr. Griswold had rocked her in his arms as he would have rocked a little child, and, remembering this, the insane desire seized on Nina to rock him, too, to sleep. But she could not lift him up, though she bent every energy to the task, and at last, passing one arm beneath his neck, she managed to sit behind him, holding him in such a position that he rested easier, and his convulsive movements ceased entirely. With his head upon her bosom, she rocked to and fro, uttering a low cooing sound, as if soothing him to sleep. "Sing, Nina, sing," he whispered, and on the night air a mournful cadence rose, swelling sometimes so high that Edith moved uneasily upon her pillow, while even Phyllis stretched out a hand as if about to awaken. Then the music changed to a plaintive German song, and Edith dreamed of Bingen on the Rhine, while Dr. Griswold listened eagerly, whispering at intervals: "Precious Nina, blessed dove, sing on, sing till I am at rest." This was sufficient for Nina, and one after another she warbled the wild songs she knew he loved the best, while the lamps upon the table and the candles upon the floor flickered and flamed, and cast their light far out into the yard, where the August rain was falling, and where more than one bird, startled from its slumbers, looked up to see whence came the fitful glare, wondering, it may be, at the solemn dirge, floating out into the darkness far beyond the light. The grey dawn broke at last, and up the gravelled walk rapid footsteps came, Arthur St. Clair hastening home. From a distant hill he had caught the blaze of Nina's bonfire, and, trembling with fear and dread, he hurried on to learn what it could mean. There was no stir about the house, no sign of life, only the crimson blaze shining across the fields, and the sound of a voice, feeble now, and sunk almost to a whisper, for Nina's strength was giving way. For hours she had sung, while the head upon her bosom pressed more and more heavily, the hand which clasped hers unloosened its hold, the eyes which had fastened themselves upon her with a look of unutterable love closed wearily, the lips which, so long as there was life in them, ceased not to bless her, were still, and poor, tired, crazy Nina, fancying that he slept at last, still swayed back and forth, singing to the cold, senseless clay an infant lullaby. "Hush-a-bye, my baby. Go to sleep, my child." He had sung it once to her. She sang it now to him, and the strange words fell on Arthur's ear even before he stepped across the threshold, where he stood appalled at the unwonted spectacle which met his view. Nina manifested no surprise whatever, but holding up her finger, motioned him to tread cautiously if he would come near where she was. "He couldn't see," she whispered, "and I made him a famous light. Isn't it glorious here, smoke and fire and all? He is sleeping quietly now, only his head is very heavy. It makes my arm ache so hard, and his hands are growing cold, I cannot kiss them warm." And she held the stiffening fingers against her burning cheek, shuddering at the chill they gave her, just as Arthur shuddered at the sight, for it needed nothing more to tell him that Dr. Griswold was dead. CHAPTER XIX. Chapters 19 and 20 of Darkness and Daylight, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. Ex officio. The spacious rooms at Grassy Spring had been filled to their utmost capacity by those of the villagers, who, having recovered from their panic, came to join in the funeral obsequies of Dr. Griswold. In the yard without, the grass was trampled down and the flowers broken from their stalks by the crowds, who, failing to gain admittance to the interior of the house, hovered about the door, struggling for a sight of the young girl whose strange death watch and stranger bonfire was the theme of every tongue. Solemnly the voice of God's ambassador was heard, proclaiming, I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And then a song was sung, the voices of the singers faltering, all but one, which, rising clear and sweet above the rest, sang of the better world, where the bright eternal noonday ever reigns, and the assembled throng without held their breath to listen, whispering to each other, It is Nina, the crazy girl. She was the doctor's betrothed. Down the gravelled walk, along the highway, over the river and up the hill to the village churchyard, the long procession moved, and when it backward turned, one of the number was left behind, and the August sunset fell softly upon his early grave. Sadly the mourners, Arthur, Edith, and Nina, went to their respective homes, Edith seeking the rest she so much needed, Nina subdued and awed into perfect quiet, sitting with folded hands in the room where her truest friend had died, while Arthur, alone in his chamber, held, as it were, communion with the dead, who seemed this night to be so near to him. Swiftly, silently, one by one, the days came and went until it was weeks since Dr. Griswold died, and things at Grassy Spring assumed their former routine. At first Nina was inclined to be melancholy, talking much of the deceased, and appearing at times so depressed that Arthur trembled, lest she should again become unmanageable, wondering what he should do with her now the doctor was gone. Gradually, however, she recovered her usual health and spirits, appearing outwardly the same. But not so with Arthur, whose thoughts and feelings no one could fathom. It was as if he had locked himself within a wall of ice, which nothing had power to thaw. He saw but little of Edith now. The lessons had been tacitly given up, and after what she had heard from Dr. Griswold, she could not come to Grassy Spring just as she used to do, so she remained at home, marveling at the change in Arthur, and wondering if he really loved her, why he did not tell her so. Much of what Dr. Griswold had said she imputed to delirium, and with the certainty that she was beloved, she would not dwell upon anything which made her unhappy, and she waited for the end, now hastening on with rapid strides. Behind the icy wall which Arthur had built around himself, a fierce storm was blowing, and notwithstanding the many midnight watches kept over Dr. Griswold's grave, the tempest still raged fearfully, threatening to burst its barriers and carry all before it. But it reached its height at last, and wishing to test his strength, Arthur asked Nina one pleasant night to go with him to Collingwood. She consented readily, and in a few moments they were on their way. They found the family assembled upon the broad piazza, where the full moon shone upon them through the broad leaves of woodbine twining about the massive pillars. Edith sat as usual upon a stool at Richard's feet, and her face wore a look of disappointment. Thoughts of Eloise Temple had been in her mind the entire day, and sitting there with Richard, she had ventured to ask him again of the young girl in whom she was so much interested. But Richard shook his head. He was reserving Eloise Temple for a future day, and he said to Edith, "I cannot tell you of her yet, or where she is." "When will you, then?" And Edith spoke pettishly. "You always put me off, and I don't see either why you need to be so much afraid of telling me about her, unless her mother was bad, or something." "Edith," Richard replied, "I do not wish to explain to you now. By and by I'll tell you, it may be, though even that will depend on circumstances." And he sighed as he thought what the circumstances must be which would keep from Edith any further knowledge of Eloise than she already possessed. Edith did not hear the sigh. She only knew that it was useless to question him, and beating her little foot impatiently, she muttered, "More mystery. If there's anything I hate, it's mystery." She did not finish what she meant to say, for at that moment she spied Arthur and Nina coming through the garden gate as the nearest route. Edith was not in the best of humours. She was vexed at Richard because he wouldn't tell, and at Arthur for "acting so," as she termed it, this acting so implying the studied indifference with which he had treated her of late. But she was not vexed with Nina, and running out to meet her, she laid her arm across her neck, and led her with many words of welcome to the stool she had just vacated, saying laughingly, "I know Mr. Harrington would rather you should sit here than a cross patch like me. I'm ill natured to night, Mr. St. Clair," and she bit her words off with playful spitefulness. "Your face cannot be an index to your feelings, then," returned Arthur, retaining her offered hand a moment, and looking into her eyes, just to see if he could do it without flinching. It was a dangerous experiment, for Edith's soul looked through her eyes, and Arthur read therein that which sent feverish heats and icy chills alternately through his veins. Releasing her hand, he sat down upon the upper step of the piazza, and, leaning against one of the pillars, began to pluck the leaves within his reach, and mechanically tear them in pieces. Meantime, Richard had signified to Edith his wish that she should bring another stool, and sit beside him just as Nina was doing. "I can rest my hands upon the heads of you both," he said, smoothing the while Nina's golden curls.
Now tell us a story, please,"
said Nina, and when Richard asked what it should be, she replied,
"Oh, tell us about the years ago when you were over the sea, and why you never married. Maybe you have, though. You are old enough, I reckon. Did you ever marry anybody?"
"Yes, I did," returned Richard. "A little girl with hair like yours, I think, though my eyesight then was almost gone, and I saw nothing distinctly."
"What?"
exclaimed Edith, at the same time asking Arthur if he was hurt as he started suddenly.
There it goes. It was a bee, I guess."
And Nina pointed to an insect flitting by, but so far from Arthur as to render a sting from the diminutive creature impossible. Still it served as an excuse, and blessing Nina in his heart for the suggestion, Arthur talked rapidly of various matters, hoping in this way to change the conversation. But Edith was not to be put off, even if Nina were. She was too much interested to know what Richard meant, and as soon as politeness would permit, she said to him,
"Please go on, and tell us of the girl you married. Who was the bridegroom, and where did it occur?"
There was no longer a shadow of hope that the story would not be told, and folding his arms like one resigned to his fate, Arthur listened, while Richard related to the two girls how, soon after his removal to Geneva, he had been elected Justice of the Peace in place of one resigned. "I did not wish for the office," he said, "although I was seldom called upon to act, and after my sight began to fail so fast, people never came to me except on trivial matters. One night, however, as many as 10 years ago, my housekeeper told me there were in the parlor 4 young people desirous of seeing me, adding that she believed a wedding was in contemplation."
"Splendid!" cried Edith. "And you married them, didn't you? Tell us all about it. How the bride looked, and everything."
"I cannot gratify you in that respect," returned Richard. "There was a veil of darkness between us, and I could see nothing distinctly, but I knew she was very slight, so much so, indeed, that I was sorry afterward that I did not question her age." "A runaway match from the seminary, perhaps," suggested Arthur, in tones so steady as to astonish himself. "I have sometimes thought so since," was Richard's reply, "but as nothing of the kind was ever known to have occurred, I may have been mistaken." "But the names," cried Edith, eagerly. "You could surely tell by that, unless they were feigned." "Which is hardly probable," Richard rejoined, "though they might as well have been, for any good they do me now. I was too unhappy then, too much wrapped up in my own misfortunes to care for what was passing around me, and though I gave them a certificate, keeping myself a memorandum of the same, I soon forgot their names entirely."
"But the copy," chimed in Edith. "That will tell. Let's hunt it up. I'm so interested in these people, and it seems so funny that you should have married them. I wonder where they are. Have you never heard a word from them?"
"Never since that night," said Richard. "And what is more unfortunate still for an inquisitive mother, Eve, like you, the copy which I kept was burned by a servant who destroyed it with sundry other papers on one of her cleaning house days." "Ah!" and Arthur drew a long, long breath, which prompted Edith to ask if he were tired.
"You're not as much interested as I am," she said. "I do wish I knew who the young bride was, so small and so fair. Was she as tall as Nina?"
And she turned to Richard, who replied, "I can hardly judge the height of either. Stand up, Snowdrop, and let me feel if you are as tall as the bride of 10 years ago." "Yes, Nina is the taller of the two," said Richard, as she complied with his request and stood under his hand. "I have often thought of this girl wife and her handsome boy husband, doubting whether I did right to marry them, but the young man who accompanied them went far toward reassuring me that all was right. They were residents of the village, he said, and having seen me often in town, had taken a fancy to have me perform the ceremony, just for the novelty of the thing."
"It's queer you never heard of them afterward," said Edith;
while Nina, looking up in the blind man's face, rejoined,
"You did it, then?"
"Nina," said Arthur, ere Richard could reply, "it is time we were going home. There is Sophy with the shawl which you forgot." And he pointed towards Soph, coming through the garden, with a warm shawl tucked under her arm, for the dew was heavy that night, and she feared lest Nina should take cold.
"Nina won't go yet. She isn't ready,"
persisted the capricious maiden.
"Go till I call you."
And having thus summarily dismissed Soph, the little lady resumed the seat from which she had arisen, and, laying her head on Richard's knee, whispered to him softly,
"Can't you scratch it out?"
"Scratch what out?" he asked. And Nina replied,
"Why, it. What you've been talking about. Nothing ever came of it but despair and darkness."
"I do not know what you mean," Richard said, and as Arthur did not volunteer any information, but sat carelessly scraping his thumbnail with a penknife, Edith made some trivial remark which turned the channel of Nina's thoughts; and she forgot to urge the request that "it should be scratched out."
"Nina'll go now,"
she said after 10 minutes had elapsed, and calling Soph, Arthur was soon on his way home, hardly knowing whether he was glad or sorry that every proof of his early terror was forever destroyed. 20. The Decision. The summer was over and gone. Its last breath had died away amid the New England hills, and the mellow October days had come, when, in the words of America's sweetest poetess, "The woods stand bare and brown, and into the lap of the South land the flowers are blowing down." Over all there was that dreamy, languid haze, so common to the autumn time, when the distant hills are bathed in a smoky light and all things give token of decay. The sun, round and red as the October sun is wont to be, shone brightly upon Collingwood, and looked cheerily into the room where Edith Hastings sat, waiting apparently for some one whose tardy appearance filled her with impatience. In her hand she held a tiny note received the previous night, and as she read for the 20th time the few lines contained therein, her blushes deepened on her cheek, and her black eyes grew softer and more subdued in their expression. "Edith," the note began, "I must see you alone. I have something to say to you which a third person cannot hear. May I come to Collingwood to morrow at 3:00 p.m.? In haste, Arthur St. Clair." The words were very cold, but to Edith they contained a world of meaning. She knew she was beloved by Arthur St. Clair. Dr. Griswold had told her so. Grace had told her so. Nina had told her so, while more than all his manner had told her so repeatedly, and now he would tell her so himself, and had chosen a time when Richard and Victor were both in Boston, as the one best adapted to the interview. Edith was like all other maidens of 18, and her girlish heart fluttered with joy as she thought what her answer would be, but not at first, not at once, lest she seem too anxious. She'd make him wait a whole week, then see how he felt. He deserved it all for his weak vacillation. If he loved her, why hadn't he told her before? She didn't believe there was such a terrible impediment in the way. Probably he had sworn never to marry anyone save Nina, but her insanity was certainly a sufficient reason for his not keeping the oath. Dr. Griswold was peculiar, over nice in some points, and Arthur had been wholly under his control, becoming morbidly sensitive to the past, and magnifying every trivial circumstance into a mountain too great to be moved. This was Edith's reasoning as she sat waiting that October afternoon for Arthur, who came ere long, looking happier, more like himself than she had seen him since the memorable day when she first met Nina. Arthur had determined to do right, to tell without reserve the whole of his past history to Edith Hastings, and the moment he reached this decision half his burden was lifted from his mind. It cost him a bitter struggle thus to decide, and lest his courage should give way he had asked for an early interview. It was granted, and without giving himself time to repent he came at once, and stood before the woman who was dearer to him than his life. Gladly would he have died could he thus have blotted out the past and made Edith his wife, but he could not, and he had come to tell her so. Never had she been more beautiful than she was that afternoon. Her dress of crimson merino contrasted well with her clear, dark complexion. Her magnificent hair, arranged with far more care than usual, was wound in many a heavy braid around her head, while, half hidden amid the silken bands, and drooping gracefully behind one ear, was a single white rosebud, mingled with scarlet blossoms of verbena, the effect adding greatly to her beauty. Excitement lent a brighter sparkle to her brilliant eyes, and a richer bloom to her glowing cheeks, and thus she sat waiting for Arthur St. Clair, who felt his heart grow cold and faint as he looked upon her, and knew her charms were not for him. She detected his agitation, and as a kitten plays with a captured mouse, torturing it almost to madness, so she played with him, ere suffering him to reach the point. Rapidly she went from one subject to another, dragging him with her whether he would or not, until at last, as if suddenly remembering herself, she turned her shining eyes upon him and said, "I have talked myself out, and will now give you a chance. You wrote that you wished to see me?" But for this direct allusion to his note, Arthur would assuredly have gone away, leaving his errand untold. But he could not do so now. She was waiting for him to speak, and undoubtedly wondering at his silence. Thrice he attempted to articulate, but his tongue seemed paralyzed, and reeking with perspiration he sat unable to move until she began again. "Is it of Nina you would tell me?" Then the spell was broken. Nina was the sesame which unlocked his powers of speech; and wiping the large drops from his forehead, he answered: "Yes, Edith, of Nina, of myself, of you. Edith, you know how much I love you, don't you, darling?" The words were apparently wrung from him greatly against his will. They were not what he intended to say, and he would have given worlds to have recalled them, but they were beyond his reach, and the very walls of the room seemed to echo in thunder tones. "You know how much I love you, don't you, darling?" Yes, she did know. He knew she did by the glance she gave him back, and laying his head upon the table, he neither moved nor spoke until a footstep glided to his side, and a soft hand pressed his burning brow, while a voice, whose tones drifted him far, far back to the sea of darkness and doubt, where he had so long been bravely buffeting the billows, whispered to him: "Arthur, I do know, or rather believe you love me. You would not tell me an untruth, but I do not understand why it should make you so unhappy." He did not answer her at once, but retained within his own the little hand which trembled for a moment like an imprisoned bird, and then grew warm and full of vigorous life, just as Edith was standing there before him. What should he do? What could he do? Surely never so dark an hour had gathered around him, or one so fraught with peril. Like lightning his mind took in once more the whole matter as it was. Griswold was dead. On his grave the autumn leaves were falling, and the nightly vigils by that grave had been of no avail. Nina could never comprehend, the written proof was burned, Richard had forgotten, there was nothing in the way save his conscience, and that would not be silent. Loudly it whispered to the anguished man that happiness could not be secured by trampling on Nina's rights; that remorse would mix itself with every joy, and at the last would drive him mad. "You mistake me. I cannot," he began to say, but Edith did not heed it, for a sound without had caught her ear, telling her that Richard had unexpectedly returned, and Victor was coming for her. There was an expression of impatience on Edith's face as to Victor's summons. She replied, "Yes, yes, in a moment." But Arthur breathed more freely as, rising to his feet, he said, "I cannot now say all I wish to say. But meet me to morrow at this hour in the Deering woods, near the spot where the mill brook falls over those old stones. You know the place. We went there once with Nina." He wrung her hand, pitying her more than he did himself, for he knew how little she suspected the true nature of what he intended to tell her. "God help us both, me to do right, and her to bear it," was his mental prayer, as he left her at the door of the room where Richard was waiting for her. There were good and bad angels tugging at Arthur's heart as he hastened across the fields where the night was falling, darker, gloomier than ever it fell before. Would it be a deadly sin to marry Edith Hastings? Would Nina be wronged if he did? Were questions which the bad spirits kept whispering in his ear, and each time that he listened to these questionings he drifted further and farther away from the right, until by the time his home was reached he hardly knew himself what his intentions were. Very bright were the lights shining in the windows of his home, and the fire blazed cheerfully in the library, where Nina, pale and fair as a white pond lily, had ordered the supper table to be set because she thought it would please him, and where, with her golden curls tucked behind her ears and a huge white apron on, she knelt before the glowing coals, making the nicely buttered toast he liked so well. Turning toward him her childish face as he came in, she said, "See? Nina's a nice little housekeeper. Wouldn't it be famous if we could live alone, you and I?" Arthur groaned inwardly, but made her no reply. Sitting down in his armchair, he watched her intently as she made his tea, removed her apron, brushed her curls, and then took her seat at the table, bidding him do the same. Mechanically he obeyed, affecting to eat for her sake, while his eyes were constantly fastened upon her face. Supper being over and the table removed, he continued watching her intently as she flitted about the room, now perching herself upon his knee, calling him "her good boy," now holding a whispered conversation with Miggy, who she fancied was there, and again singing to herself a plaintive song she had sung to Dr. Griswold. When it drew near her bedtime she went to the window, from which the curtain was thrown back, and looking out upon the blackness of the night, said to Arthur, "The darkness is very dark. I should think poor Dr. Griswold would be afraid lying there alone in that narrow grave. What made him die, Arthur? I didn't want him to. It had better been I, hadn't it?" She came close to him now, and sitting on his knee held his bearded chin in her hand while she continued, "Would my poor boy be very lonesome, knowing that Nina wasn't here, nor upstairs, nor in the asylum, nor over at Miggy's, nor anywhere? Would you miss me a bit?" "Yes, yes, yes." The words came with quick, gasping sobs, for in his hour of bitterest anguish Arthur had never for an instant wished her gone, the little blue eyed creature clinging so confidingly to him, and asking if he would miss her when she was dead. "Nina's would be a little grave," she said, "not as large as Miggy's, and perhaps it won't be long before they dig it. I can wait. You can wait. Can't you, boy?" What was it which prompted her thus to speak to him? What was it which made him see Griswold's glance in the eyes looking so earnestly to his own? Surely there was something more than mere chance in all this. Nina would save him. She had grasped his conscience, and she stirred it with no gentle hand, until the awakened man writhed in agony, such as the drowning are said to feel when slowly restored to life, and bowing his head on Nina's, he cried, "What shall I do? Tell me, Nina, what to do?" Once before, when thus appealed to, she had answered him, "Do right," and she now said the same thing to the weeping man, who sobbed aloud, "I will. I will tell her all to morrow. I wish it were to morrow now, but the long night must intervene, and a weak vacillating fool like me may waver in that time. Nina," and he held her closer to him, "stay here with me till morning. I am stronger where you are. The sight of you does me good. Phyllis will fix you a bed upon the sofa and make you comfortable. Will you stay?" Every novelty was pleasing to Nina, and she assented readily, stipulating, however, that he should not look at her while she said her prayers. In much surprise Phyllis heard of this arrangement, but offered no objection, thinking that Arthur had probably detected signs of a frenzied attack, and chose to keep her with him where he could watch her. Alas, they little dreamed that 'twas to save himself he kept her there, kneeling oftentimes beside her as she slept, and from the sight of her helpless innocence gathering strength for the morrow's duty. How slowly the hours of that never to be forgotten night dragged on, and when at last the grey dawn came creeping up the east, how short they seemed, looked back upon. Through them all Nina had slept quietly, moving only once, and that when Arthur's tears dropped upon her face. Then unconsciously she put her arms around his neck and murmured,
"It will all be right some time."
"Whether it is or not, I will do right to day," Arthur said aloud, and when the sun came stealing into the room it found him firm as a granite rock. Nina's presence saved him, and when the clock pointed to 3 he said to her, "Miggy is waiting for me in the Deering woods, where the mill brook falls over the stones. You called it Niagara, you know, when you went there once with us. Go to Miggy, Nina. Tell her I'm coming soon. Tell her that I sent you."
"And that you will do right?"
interrupted Nina, retaining a confused remembrance of last night's conversation. "Yes, tell her I'll do right."
"Poor Edith! She will need your sympathy so much."
And with trembling hands Arthur himself wrapped Nina's shawl around her, taking more care than usual to see that she was shielded from the possibility of taking cold. Then, leading her to the door, and pointing in the direction of the miniature Niagara, he bade her go, watching her with a beating heart as she bounded across the fields toward the Deering woods. End of chapter 20.